streaming live, and we're going to make our phone call to Skype call to Aristides, our executive producer. So let's get this started. And okay, we're going to hear that horrible Skype ring. I don't know what the next kind of venue we use, what kind of ring that's going to have, but can't be any worse than this. Okay, there we are. Somebody's coming online.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay, why does it sound like it's still ringing? Oh, because you're still on the old call. Okay.
No,
right?
What?
Yeah, you're still on.
No.
No, you're not on the old call.
No, it's ringing. It's ringing the computer.
Okay. Okay. So how do we stop that?
Both. It rings both. Disregard.
Okay. It's still ringing though. That's the point.
Just.
Do you want me to hang up and call you back? Let's try that. I mean, since it's
I'm
not...
here. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
but
give
this.
it a minute.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Let it wear itself out.
Yeah.
Okay. Good point. So in the meantime, my dear man, you try starting on the blurb, and then we'll see if it stops ringing at that point.
Well, I don't think anybody else can hear that, right? So.
I hope not, but I want everyone to let us know. And I'll try and get my voice back. Okay, T-Tank Barry says loud and clear, brother. He says bye-bye Skype, support your local. So Aristides clear. He says you're clear. Okay. Can anybody else hear this compounded ringing? Confounded ringing, but it's compounding. So let us know if you can. Otherwise, I'm afraid this will go on forever. And it bothers the hell out of me. That's for fucking sure.
I'll see what I can do about it.
Can't you hang it up or something? Call on your.
Yeah. Hold on.
Because it just goes on forever.
I mean,
he hears it.
T-Tank
hears it. Yeah.
Right. That's not always a problem, is it?
Yeah, it has never been before.
All right. Let me know if it stops.
Yeah, I'll let you know if it stops. If not, I'm just going to hang up and call you back. That's because I can't take this shit. Yes, Vicky Johnson hears it. Yes, it's maddening. She says it sounds like a submarine sonar pinging, and it just goes on forever. It doesn't stop. It doesn't wear out. So let's say hello to her. Love you, Vicky Johnson. And okay, and okay. Meanwhile,
right.
Okay. Yeah. And
is it still happening?
Yes, it's still.
I literally, I'm restarting that computer, so it's not on me. Right?
Oh, okay, so what I'll do is this is not going to disturb the live stream. I'm going to hang up and call you back. Since we'll still be live streaming. Okay, so let's try
All right,
that.
do it.
Yeah, but remember, I'll have to give a short break, just to make certain we have time between the calls. Okay. So, okay, we stopped that. That was awful. Though you got to admit, there's a certain charm to the submarine sonar ping, but it's like otherwise not something you want to have to hear throughout the night. So we're going to be calling him back in just a moment after I give kisses to Vicky. And so here we are, kisses at Vicky Johnson, and my love unto her as well. All right, let's into that. Love you, honey. And he says all clear. And now we're going to try and call our man back. Okay. This hopefully has given us enough time towards where that stops. And let's hope he picks up this time, because I'm not hearing any ringing at all this time. And, okay. We had a call earlier because when I came home I realized something had updated on my computer, and then that usually makes it unable to recognize the Skype or Yeti. It makes it unable to recognize different people I'm on the Skype call with, and they don't pick up on the microphone. Now the problem is he going to pick up? So I am calling him. He's non-responsive. And it's already a beautiful start to the night. Yes! And we have so much we have to discuss, too. All right, frustration land, and it's just a lot going on. I'm just, I have to. I'll try and explain to everyone different things going on in my life as soon as we get somebody on the call here, and then how we're gonna attack the world situation tonight is by just getting started in on it. But I prefer to have people with me so I can get to doing that, so I can actually go pick up my steeping tea and while he does the blurb. But of course it's just impossible now. Alright, so let's give him a call, and by that I mean I'll have to do that on the phone because he's not answering on the Skype. And after a few days teaching the Blood Boys several lessons in terms of history and civics, then I'm left without a voice, and then I do my best to regain that. Okay, weirdly my status has been missent, and so I'm just going to push that into the there we are, opt out. And okay, so the call finally stopped, and let's see if we can get him to call me instead. Fortunately, all of you can hear me while I attempt to do that, so that that way we have, this going on. You're at least occupied by hearing me attempting to call him. Okay, so fucking exciting. Okay, here we are. Let's see if we can call him. Let's see if he responds at all. Okay, and let's make certain that we're streaming. Okay, everybody's streaming. And then he's busy entering. She says all clear. Eric Cradle says, hey guys. So hugs at Eric Cradle. There we are. Okay, so I tried calling you for any. I understand. I understand. Okay, call me back. Okay, on Skype. Okay, try it again. All right, so all we can do is do our best, and we've got a lot of sabotage going on as well. For the sake of our personal security, we're not sharing the majority of it, and so we're just scraping by day, trying to literally survive as they attempt to take us out. And okay, so let's turn on my Skype, hang it, and try again. Missed call. Okay, it's just not ringing on my side either. Okay, that's odd. All right, so fuck. Okay, it's just, this may not be happening tonight. Let's try calling Brendan and see if it works. All right, so we're gonna call Brendan and see if this works with him. Oh. I think they're just making Skype as unusable as possible in order to force people to switch to Teams. So let's see what we can do to work our way around that until we have no other choice. Okay. All right. It's not working. It's just not working. And so with that, I might just have to wing all this alone tonight. But I have to get my tea first, if at all possible. So, in other words, the goddamn phone did not hang up. Skype did not hang up. Okay, I'm trying to hang up the fucking Skype, but it won't hang up. So I can't. I'm trapped in the call. And what I can do is, at this point, what can we do? All right. So I would try closing Skype or coming out of Skype. Let's try this more. Turn on. Okay, audio and video settings. Let's see what we can do. It finally stopped. All right, so I don't know what that means or if that gives us a chance to work it again. All right, let's see if we can call Brendan. Okay. It's just not working. What we may have to do is just tolerate a few more minutes of my trying this, or I'll just have to go get my tea and just start in on everything. Now the point is, I can see it's ringing, but it's not ringing, and something really weird happened when he picked it up last time, and it fucked up the entire call. So I don't know what to do. All I can do is just kind of, again, try and hang up the call and hope that he calls me back. And we'll just take it from here. I'll just start in on monologue. And let's see if we can get other people on. And everybody, we'll do our best tonight. I have tea that's steeping that I have to grab. So what we might do is have the one thing that he did was he picked it up, strangely enough, too fast. Okay. She says, Teams is Microsoft. It's definitely the app of choice they want people to use for obvious reasons. Oh, I tried. Now you try me. It's okay. Well, all we're doing is stepping over each other, Aristides. That's the fucking problem. I think that we can't call each other because we're stepping over each other. So it's what we need is someone else, a third party, to call us. So I'll call Brendan and tell him that. And I'm just not going to try again because it's not working. Okay. So let's see if we can call Brendan here. Okay. And all right, sweep up that call, and then okay, let me see, go past this, and Brendan, here we are, Zoget, here we are. Okay, all right. Okay. Hope all's well, does. Well, obviously not. Okay, they've really fucked us over, and Skype is just not working, so we need you to call us both. We need you to call us both so that I can go get my fucking tea and just start in on monologue, because he and I are just stepping over each other. He keeps trying to call me, I keep trying to call him, and it's just shut us both down. So I need you to call us both. Thanks. Okay. And so let's see if that works. And all we can do is wait, and because otherwise there's going to be no round tabling, and it's probably for the best because I have an early appointment tomorrow, and there's only so much time I can give tonight. And but we got numbers here, and I want to get at least something started. So we're just going to wait, and see if we can just get that going. It's nauseating. Production it's the worst thing in the world, especially with some chicken shit little operation like this, where we're dependent on a completely unreliable venue that's obviously doing its best to make certain that we can't use it. That's kind of reminds me of the time that creep Benestenius had me come down to Arizona and then did everything he could to sabotage my making it down there. Okay, we're not getting anywhere with this. And I might just have to run off, grab my tea, and come back. And just everybody will just have to bear with that. But if I'm gone for a few minutes, and we know what happens when I leave silence, is everybody drops off. So we can't afford that. So I might as well just leave that tea steeping for the rest of the fucking night. Okay, so obviously he's not making it. This call's not going through from Brendan Zoget either. So Skype's shut down for all of us, and we're 14 minutes into the hour. Okay, we're going to try one more time with Aristides. Let's see what happens here. Okay. And see if anything starts ringing at all. And I have a feeling it's not going to, and I'll just have to start in a monologue. Tea be damned. All right then. Until somebody can call me or break in. So I'll just leave him a message. All I can say. All I can say is keep trying. Okay. Oh, fuck. What a predicament. Beyond the Vanishing Point says Skype, it's on its way up May 5th. Yeah, well, no shit. Jeez, thank you, Beyond the Vanishing Point. Yeah, I hate to sound sarcastic, but this is obviously something we've been trying to deal with. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, it's, so I don't know what to do. Let's see what we can do here. Set a status, try and go active. There, I put myself as active. So I'm online and it's active. So how do I drop Skype and reopen it? We could try dropping Skype and reopening it. So how do we do that? We go over. Okay. By X out of it is not going to. Okay. So taking a look at the desktop here. Ooh, something else just happened. That's just some bullshit coming up. And then we're going to try and lift something else up. And here's this. What is this? Skype signed in active. Okay, so and then quit Skype. Quit Skype. Okay. Yeah. Okay, then double click the icon to turn it on again. Okay. Alright, so let's double click. I don't think we need to double click. I'm just clicking it once. Then the Skype's probably going to go all white, which means that we have to go into. Now, what is the other thing? I go into the toolbox, right, and then get out of Skype. Which toolbox do I go into? Oh wait, it's starting again. Okay, so Skype's starting again. So we might as well hang up, but by the time it reloads, it should work, hopefully. Okay. Hang up here on the phone. All right, so let's try this again and see if this works. And we can take it from here. Okay. All right. So now bring on the other individual.
Okay. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, bring on the other individual by all means, or at least I'll hang up on you and call him back. One or the other.
No, don't do anything. I'm working on it.
Okay. Yeah. The problem is that means the call rests on you. Then when you hang up the call's going to end.
No, I'm setting it up to where you'll be all right.
Okay. All right. Good. So.
And Heather's gonna be late, or
no, she sent you a message to that effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
She also sent me something in the mail.
I'm here.
Knows what
okay. No, it's not on my end. It's on everybody's end. It's like.
No, it's you.
Well, I'll take the responsibility for that, but I don't see how that could happen when we just tested it before I got on. That's why I called to test before we opened the show.
It's been getting glitchy. It's not.
It's not me. I can assure you of that. It's the fucking Skype itself because they're trying to make the Skype unusable so that we switch to Teams sooner. So the Skype is just it's Skype itself is rendering itself unusable. So at any rate, so we're joined by Amy Como. Thank you for all your messages, Amy. I haven't had a chance to answer any of them. And other than that, say hello to our listeners, if you would be so kind. And do me a favor and engage in a conversation with Aristides and Brendan so that I can pick up my goddamn tea, okay, which has been steeping for half an hour now at this point. So I'm going to leave you two alone. As a matter of fact, I can't even take any more. I'm going to go get my tea. You guys just talk, okay? And say the blurb, Aristides. I'll be back.
Yes. Blurb. All right. Quickie blurb. Make sure you hit the upvote. We need it. The algorithm, they put down votes. You can't see them, but enemies put down votes. It hurts Douglas's visibility. So please hit the upvote. Please hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, or double check that you're still subscribed. Please hit the notification bell next to it. These are all underneath the program window, so you can be notified of the program starting. If it's after the program, when there are comments enabled underneath the program window, please upvote Douglas's pinned comment. He always puts underneath the show. So look down underneath and upvote that as well. If you really want, you can go under your settings and make sub channels. They can each upvote independently. Won't go too deep into that now, considering technical difficulties. Am I still being heard, Amy?
I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Here.
I mean, just double it. Wait.
I know.
Let me check if we're still. I guess we're okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna go to the previous. Did I remember to put the up? Yeah, I think I did. Okay, so all of that, you can also grab the YouTube link right out of the browser window and share that. It stays the same after the program is live. The youtube.com/something link, or sometimes it's a different form. But whatever it says in your browser, you can grab that, I think, and share it now, later, wherever they'll be able to get here.
Yeah.
And that is about it. Please donate. The donate link I was already put in the chat, even though we were having difficulties. So it's, but if you can't find it in the chat, you're not looking at the chat right now, you're just listening to audio. It is on, Douglas is on PayPal. If you just search Douglas D. Dietrich, which is spelled Diet Rich, DIETRICH. Douglas D. Dietrich, you can find his PayPal on PayPal and send him money. So please consider doing that. All right.
Very good blurb.
Yeah.
Late, but not unappreciated. Yeah, this was kind of a interesting beginning. So everybody who's in, thank you for being here. And I'm really glad that this continues to go on despite all of the effort to shut us down. Happy that everybody is clustering about and supporting Doug. I recently caught something that he was discussing with Sammy Romero about the Black Atlantic. It was like the story about all the African slaves that would have babies and they would toss them over into the ocean. And it just reminded me of why we have to support Dear Douglas, because these stories don't exist except in his mind. Like they exist, but he's the one who pulls it all together for us and is able to talk about things that are unique in this world that we're living in. And
that is very true.
All the minutia it's we have to put up with it, right? We have to deal with all the technical issues. We have to deal with the can't communicate with each other in a timely way, and all of that is just garbage. Like, you just have to be really firm in your conviction and understand that these things are making it even better. Like, every time this happens, it just gets even better for us. Like, we really just have an understanding of like this, burden of having all of this information out there, and we can't transmit it. Like, that is the issue, is that it's not something that without effort we can harness. So as somebody who's just been listening for the last couple of years, I feel like I'm really bound to this person who is doing this really difficult thing about getting all of us together. It shouldn't be this difficult. Also, it should not be so difficult for people to communicate and use technology, but it is. So we just have to accept that it's a challenge and move forward as best we can. Yeah, that's what I have to add. Is Brendan still with us? Is he still calling people?
He is on mute. I don't know who all he called. Let me see. You know what? That's what I need to do, is move on and call anybody who's not been called.
Okay. What else is going on now?
We're
extolling your grace.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you for that. And
well, have to, because this is ridiculous. Why does it take so long for you to get going every time?
Well, because of sabotage, honey. That's what it is. It's just any little thing that somebody does with Skype, it really fucks it up. I suspect that what happened is that Skype is making itself unusable as they encourage more and more people to transfer to Microsoft Teams. But it goes a long way beyond that. And so all that being said, we'll just move on ahead after. I take it the blurb's already been uttered.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good. And I'm not quite sure what else could have contributed to it, but I've got a few suspicions, and we'll get back to that soon enough. At any rate, I don't know if you want to keep this private or not, but there's someone you know is in the hospital, or is that something you'd rather not talk about?
Back. No, it's over with. All sorted out. Scooped him up. It's all sorted. We're okay.
Okay.
Everything's to the usual. The usual this and that moving forward. Yep.
It sounds
Nope.
bad. That sounds bad.
It just needed to happen, and it turned out as best it could.
Is this individual transitioned?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Because it's hard for me to ascertain exactly what you're trying to say. I understand that we're public and this might not be something. Yeah, we'll just let it go at that. It's just there's sometimes being circumspect does not pay off. It's one of these things where it's hard enough to try and communicate these days. So that being said, honey, what is it that you do feel free speaking about? Are comfortable speaking about?
Well, I've been trying to listen, and I appreciate that you're kind of backing off because it's spring and things get really busy. But I was noticing the conversation with Sammy Romero about your father's story.
Are you all right, honey? You sound like you're crying.
I'm freezing. I'm outside, and
what?
it's
What?
just
Whoa! This bears some questioning. Why are you outside?
because the person who was in the hospital just came back, and they're sleeping, and I'm trying to, not disturb them.
Oh my fucking God! How long can you stand that? I mean, being out in the cold like that, it sounds horrible.
I am from Vermont, and this is not Vermont.
And whatever happened, here's what I recommend you do. You take that pillow. You first off keep yourself warm by taking that pillow, putting it over the head of the person who just came back from the hospital, and just eliminate them that way. And then you can move in. They've already warmed up the sheets. You can move into that bed. And then just make certain everything is signed over to you so that, now the home is yours and you never go back to Vermont again. Ever go back to Vermont again. You don't ever, there's nothing for you there.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You hate it. I know.
Yeah. Who wouldn't hate it? Who wouldn't hate it? It's like you said, Bernie Sanders has turned it into America's North Korea. It's complete with a border problem. Complete with North Korean border problems.
Here we go, everybody. Here we go.
Hey, I've got a vent. Give me this. I've got a cathartic vent with the emotional trauma you put me through with your life. I thought you were homeless again. It's like, why are you at first I thought you were crying and sobbing because you actually cared about this person. But then I realized, oh God, she's cold.
I've already done all that. I'm no longer in need of cathartic. It's over with. We're doing good. I'm just it's not that cold either. Like it was colder.
Keep telling yourself that. Yeah, that's right. Is this the way you psych yourself up when you're homeless? Yeah, it's not that cold. Yeah.
When you are, all that.
So
you are.
Yes.
Come on now. For people who are listening, Douglas is doing this because he can, and it's fine. He's correct.
It's because I care about Amy, and to hear her chattering her teeth while she's speaking to me.
I'm in the blanket now.
Okay,
all right?
You're in the blanket now. Okay, yes, thank God.
Chatter?
Yes.
It's no chattering.
Who did you kill to get that?
Who did I kill? I don't know. I don't know who I did kill to deserve this. It must have been in a past life.
Yes,
it must have been terrible people in a past life.
What did Aristides and you talk about while I was gone, aside from what you said, extolling my virtues, which is cute? I love that. That's adorable. I mean, that's appreciated. Brendan never came back on? Or it's...
No.
Okay.
He's on mute. He's on mute right now.
Understood. But what I mean is he never came off.
Oh, you mean talk?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no. Okay, interesting. Anyhow, I think I can say this much. He was harassed the other day going home, and that's actually on record. For his personal security, there's other elements to what happened with that experience that we're not going to go into. But when it came to where we're at now, I've also had plenty of bizarre experiences over the past few days, all around my home, not on site the estates, thank God, which are the picture of general stability. We are joined by T-Tank Barry, and we want to get back to Amy, of course, to make certain that she's able to speak and get her story out before she freezes to death. But in the meantime, T-Tank Barry, a little situation update or status report from yourself will be appreciated. Tell us how you're doing and give us a general update. Okay, he's turning on the camera. Look at that. Cool. Good man. Sunglasses. And
it's 65. It's 65 degrees here in San Francisco, California.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like in Vermont. We still have our nubs, and we're in t-shirts, so it's not that bad. But the world is suffering for sure. I mean, things are in dire straits, to say the least.
Yes.
And goddamn, I mean, if people aren't paying attention, I better hope they do.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, brother.
Thank you.
I had to cut in because it was like dire, like Jesus Christ.
Well, you believe me, it's a comfort. Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, it's more than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's a comfort to have you with us, and believe me, it's good to see you looking good. And and anything else that comes to your mind, T-Tank?
It doesn't. I guess Donald Trump put a 90-day tariff waiting period on everybody else, so the stock market jumped up like 500 points from its deduction from 2,000 points or whatever happened, but. I think we're all already in it, and we're gonna reap the rewards.
Absolutely. No, you've got it right. You've got it right, and I will go deep into that. And I thank you for pointing that out. So that having been said, you're a good man, a great man, and I'm proud to have you standing by my side. And
God bless you, brother. And God bless Team Dietrich.
God bless you as well. And you are an integral part of Team Dietrich. And all of you are part of the spinal column of Team Dietrich. You're just priceless. You're all just priceless. And indispensable discs that are part of what comprises that spinal column.
Literally priceless.
Yes. Yeah, there's that too. Yes, and the fact that you're working for free makes this possible. And so, dear Brendan, you would agree with me that Amy should never go back to Vermont, correct?
Well, naturally, yes. Unless you have some sort of estate or property that's like, a fortress with like a landed, what is it, like
landed gentry. Landed gentry.
Unless you have that, she shed ain't shit. Don't go back to that.
Yeah, please don't go back to that she shed. That's not a she shed. That is some kind of it's a solar cooker. It's a solar oven. Yeah, that's a solar oven. And
plus, I mean, you might as well make money in the city because shit's just going to collapse anyways. Then at least you have a backup to go back into the boons when society falls apart in like 2 months.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent point. And she, I don't care, blanket or not, it still sounded like her teeth were chattering. So, dear Amy, start to talk.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's really,
It's like, what a time to stop drinking. Sure.
Yeah. How are your health issues? What about this scan? Is that ever going to happen?
No, they're not paying for that. I'm going to have to win some lottery and use that money to pay for my MRI to tell me I'm going to die one day.
Yeah, forget anything medical right now. The world's going to collapse. You might as well just live whatever time you have left, just save the money or whatever resources.
Thank you. We're all
Because the money's not gonna be worth shit in a couple days.
Yeah, we're all living day by day. Yeah, the fact that the stock market soared back up it goes to show you how stupid people are. It really does. And I'll get into that, of course. But dear Amy.
Well, I think there's only one person that's really ignorant of the way things work.
Just one?
Okay, I gotta go.
Okay, all right. That's our man being recalled to duty. Go on, Amy. Please, by all means, if you would be so kind. No.
Well, listen, the thing that I miss the most about Vermont is the fact that I know my way around. Like, literally, transplanting yourself is not something I would recommend to anybody, honestly. It's so difficult. I just today did feel like I knew how to get to this place that I've been trying to go to, like, regularly. But I think I've been like 4 times in the last 2 months, and I felt like I knew where I was going tonight. Okay. But it would,
By that you mean in terms of your narrative or in terms of some physical destination?
I mean like the physicality of it all, like the map. If anybody was tracking me, because apparently I'm trackable,
yeah,
they would be so annoyed with every wrong turn that I make. I am so lost every time I get in the car. It's just very difficult to just get around when I love knowing where all the back roads go, and it's hard not to miss that. Mm-hmm. But I'm doing pretty well here compared to the last 10 years in Vermont, so I can't really complain. Yeah. Like I'm really not feeling like, any tech bro is going to come rescue me at this point. Like I haven't been able to make I haven't gotten any mail forwarded. It's been 4 months. Nothing has come with the little sticker that says this came from Vermont for you. Nothing. Not even one bit of mail has arrived. The phone, like I can't believe the tech is so against me. Like everything that I do is all face to face.
Well, you might want to do it again because the post office cut they did the same shit to them, cut everyone, and started with new supervisors and the new head and all that. So I'm surprised their shit's even still working. No
accountability, for sure.
So you might as well just try it again.
I don't care.
Is there even anything that important? Unless it's a check.
And like I'm saying, everything that I've been successful.
If it's a bill, you can dispute it later and say it was the post office's fault.
I mean, I've been doing that for 10 years, but this is just how everybody has to arrange themselves at some point. You have to stop expecting things to always go your way and really just be prepared for it not to work out and be surprised when things go very well. That's, I'm feeling really good about a lot of things, and I'm not really upset too much about being dislocated again and not having my senses or being grounded or knowing where I am most of the time. I'm lost in the city most of the time. But I'm still I'm still better off. I'm still able to access things that I like to do. I'm able to get foods that I like to eat. It's not just whatever they have at the local grocery store, which is nothing I can eat.
What foods do you like to eat?
I'm just I have this terrible sushi habit.
Well, that's not terrible. That's fine. Or that's supposed to be healthy. Why would it not be healthy? Yeah.
Well, because it's just not accessible in Vermont. I can't do it. Here, every grocery store has a little section.
Excellent.
But there's none of that. There's nothing.
Another reason never to go back. But go on. Yes.
I know we're trashing my home state. But I a
home state where you spent a great deal of time homeless.
Isn't that something impressive?
Yes.
Honestly,
Yes.
that is something that I would like to participate in a little public shaming of this situation. It is
Yes. Please do. Please do.
too endemic. It's way too many of the native Vermonters have been displaced because of this takeover by some uber elite people who think that they can just go play in Vermont, and who cares? I can still have my driveway plowed. I can still get my landscapers in. I can still have foreigners come and clean my house. It's so stupid. It's like the rich man's playground, and you cannot survive there. You cannot live on part-time work, and you cannot find anything but seasonal jobs. And I'm only repeating this for people who may never have visited that state and may never ever visit there at all. That this is real. It's really sick. I'm really disturbed by the way that our society has neglected an entire generation. Who previously people had this idea of retirement. They had this idea of safety in the financial market. Well, that giggle is quite appropriate, because I can't listen to people tell me that, oh, well, I'm just going to work really hard, and then in another 10 years I might consider having a family. What are they talking about? Where are you planning to have this family, and why are you planning to have a family at 40 years old?
Well, granted, in all fairness, more and more people are having children at in their 40s, and it's very much a sign of the times, because they really can't afford to have children until they're in their 40s. But from what you're describing, you're talking to an entire class of people, and face it, we only get to talk to people in our economic income bracket. So you're talking to people who are never going to be able to afford that at all, generally speaking. Correct?
Well, but trying to argue that point, where is my time going to be spent? I can't listen to that. I can't involve myself with young people who are completely misled. I mean, joining the army, accepting appointments at West Point, and I'm just smiling like, good, I'm so happy to hear that you just signed your son up for death camp.
Well, if they're officers, the chances are that's not going to be the case, but it's a chicken shit thing to do, and it's not something that I would ever advise or recommend. But yeah, it's these people who feel that, officers, it's a different thing. They're set for life. So if they are getting who do you know that's getting an appointment at West Point? That almost it's difficult enough.
I'm talking about the general clatter of the random strangers in the same place that I happen to be in.
Oh, got it. Go on. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about anybody I know or anybody who even knows my name. It was just spoken about in a circumstance where they were purchasing a gift for their son who just accepted an appointment at West. And I couldn't wrap my head around why would you do that to your kid?
Yeah.
Why would you? It was, this is the struggle. This is the absolute difficulty of finally getting some stability, but then being struck by how clueless most people really are about their own environment and their own choices, and just repeating these memes, repeating tropes from the past.
Well, in the old days, in all fairness, you used to hear people singing commercial ditties, or but these days it's worse.
Still. And I don't want to hear about the commercials you listened to as a kid. Don't.
Go on.
Well, Douglas, I love that you gave me one of your belly laughs over that, but it's true. It's true. Why am I paying people to go listen to them give a class and then talk to me about the Who, or talk to me about some other a commercial that they used to watch, and this is my direction to you. I want you to do this old commercial that used to be on this. And I just, oh, it just is sickening to me. I just get very insulted by things that I shouldn't. I should be a little hardened to. I should not be so sensitive about, unimportant things, because it's all just vanity. And that's sort of been playing out in my own head quite a bit, like my own vanity, the egoic vanity of wanting to do anything, including talking on your program with you, but also, just like wanting things to be different, and how vain that really is. Like, I should be more concerned about my service and who I'm supporting and what kind of life I'm planning for my future, instead of just like snarky comments at people who I care for and have been entirely good to me, and yeah, I'm so miffed at them that I just say things that are unbelievable. Like, just as it comes out of my mouth, I'm very disturbed at my own vanity, at my own senseless inability to reckon how my thoughts are going to land on somebody else. That's really where I'm at. And I'm also doing more looking into Lou Andrea Salome. That's my new
Tell us about this. Yeah, tell us about this individual.
So maybe you know a little bit about this. Is she a hermaphrodite? Did I really read that?
Give me the name again. I don't believe I've ever heard of this individual or conscious.
She was at 1861 to 1937. She was a female psychoanalyst, a contemporary of Freud's and Nietzsche. She has, I'm reading her letters to Rainier Maria Rilke.
Okay, yes, continue, yeah. And you're saying the names fairly well. I mean, for somebody who doesn't speak those languages, other than the French, of course, this is... she may very well have been a hermaphrodite, because it is so much more common than people realize. This is not something that would have been surgically done to give her some sense of identity. It's just the way people were born. So a lot more people are born that way than people realize, and they didn't have the surgery back then to deal with all of them. So she could very well. But what would give you that suspicion?
I think I read it. I think it was in the biography, and then I couldn't find it again. Like, her biography is like 800 pages.
Got it.
It's all like philosophical notations from her work, from her memoirs. I don't actually have anything that she's written, but the idea that she was a female contemporary of Nietzsche and Freud, and yet nobody really knows about her. I just, don't have that many female philosophers in my repertoire, and my library doesn't hold a lot of those. So it just was really interesting to me that she did hold her own against these major powerhouses of her time. And I appreciate that women were allowed to think at one point.
Yes. Yeah.
They were allowed to participate in conversations and not.
And it has changed, hasn't it? Women aren't allowed to think the way they used to in many ways. Articulate that. Go into some more detail.
Pussy is in charge. Honestly. Come on. I can't do it. I can't have these conversations. I can't. I just really hate it. I hate it so much. I'm annoyed. I'm so annoyed at the orange everything. But, God bless him. He's doing the good work, isn't he?
Yes. We're joined by Heather. Heather, come on.
Made it. Good job.
Yes, yes, we're proud of you. And give us a status report.
Hi.
Yeah. We need more than that. We need a status update, a situational report on yourself, your cats, and Vin.
Oh, we're doing great. Just the cats are ruling the house, and it's just so obnoxious.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it with that. And I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Probably because I'm lactose intolerant or something like that.
Okay. Oh, what
I don't know.
what brings
I
up?
haven't gone to the doctor, but I couldn't sleep last night because I had just incongestion or indigestion.
Oh, okay. Yes. And so you had some indigestion. You feel it might be due to lactose intolerance. Have you ever been diagnosed with lactose intolerance?
No, but when I worked at the school, I worked as a lunch lady at a school a while ago, and in 2006, and that is when I became lactose intolerant. Is from drinking the milk at the school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't very much after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And well, okay. Sorry to hear that. Any suggestions, Amy?
Only drink organic milk. Don't support.
Yeah, or goat's milk. I like goat's milk too.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I think. I was wondering if you got another job like at a Chinese restaurant.
No, but as a matter of fact, we went to this Chinese restaurant tonight, but they're not hiring.
No.
Yeah,
Everybody's hiring here. Everybody needs help in this place.
Well, you know what? It's like I think what we need to do is it's not like it used to be where you get a job. I think that what we as a group or whatever individuals have to work with is something that is like we got to make our own hustle or something like Douglas does.
Yeah. There we are. Yes. Yeah.
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 Um,
Not in the similar ways, but I mean, I have a lot of different things I can do. I just need to apply myself and solicit myself somehow.
now, what are some of the things you think of yourself as doing?
I can sew. I can watch children. I can watch old people. You know, see over them.
Oh,
I can volunteer.
great.
That's not a paying job, but
Yeah.
Sun City is the city of volunteers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Wow. Does that mean that everybody's so fucking cheap they refuse to pay anybody?
It's because everybody they're so old they're not even worth paying money because they go slow. You know, they make little mistakes. You know, and that's what I think. That's my opinion.
Oh yeah, and all that being said, that sounds great. And you have
Yeah.
Vin's volunteering by helping people with all that, get cable or whatever he's helping them get, internet or something, right?
Oh, yeah, something I don't remember what that was.
Mm-hmm. No.
But, yeah, he keeps himself very busy, and so our neighbors really don't like us because we're so young
Mm-hmm.
and we smoke cigarettes.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, Vinny's mom smokes cigarettes outside, and none of them like it, of course, naturally.
Yeah, that was an interesting noise. What was that?
What?
Nothing.
Oh, a bird. It's a bird outside.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. So let's see if anyone else has joined us. You're doing great. Holly Kiefer has joined us. So, by all means, Holly, a little status report, situational update, and that will help immensely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Glad to be here.
Yes.
It's not been too long, so luckily things have been pretty quiet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to stay informed because I think that's important without going over the deep end into gibbering panic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's kind of the challenge.
Okay.
And so just doing that and seeing a lot of horror every day,
Uh-huh.
with no
Yeah.
end in sight.
Yeah. And
So-
do you care to share some of this horror?
Oh God, no! You'll get there. You'll get there, and I'll moan and groan in the background. So it's your pick of topics. There is a massive battery recycling plant fire going on in, I think it was England.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Horrifying footage. I caught it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely horrifying. Big one. Just billowing away.
Mm-hmm.
And at the exact same time, it burned down last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
What
God.
the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds
I mean,
like a
these
ritual.
things
Sounds like some
are-
kind of fucking ritual, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is sabotage, but I'm more afraid it isn't. And this is how unstable this shit is.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing good's happening here. They're going to expand the plant here with full Democratic green support.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've realized
So
that a
can't
lot of that
even
Democratic
blame
green
this.
support isn't all that green and isn't all that Democratic. But continue.
Exactly.
Yes.
But you can't even blame Elon.
Yeah.
I mean, at
For
this
once.
point, you blame the Democratic congressman and the fucking and Gavin.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't win it.
Yes.
And this shit is unstable, massively unstable.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the battery materials.
The whole process, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not some clean, lily white, no cost technology at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's being proven all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
But they're so deeply invested in it now that without any kind of follow-up they'll give any time to. Now, supposedly Trump's pulling back on all the green energy resource thing. Like, he hates wind farms and solar and all that. And they do have drawbacks. But I doubt it's going to trickle down onto this whole battery scheme.
Okay.
If he funds anything, he'll fund that up the hill.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And block anything that, actually has a chance of an improvement.
Yeah.
And every day, everybody around me is buying these gigantic pickup trucks. I mean, the
I noticed. Go on. Yeah, tell us about this.
ain't nothing electrical about them except for their dashboards that look like an airplane cockpit. And one circuit blows, they're going to be fucked. So it's some kind of pushback, I figure for the right-wing guys that aren't into Elon.
Yes.
Are madly buying these trucks. They're gigantic. Truck tires on them. Never see a fleck of dirt. I've never seen a fleck of dirt. Never. You don't see them in the woods. They got a 5-foot bed, so you can't even haul anything important in them. It's nuts. I mean, they're $100,000 vehicles too.
Yes.
And I can't see them getting more than 5 miles a gallon.
Yes. Brendan, you're our resident motorhead as well as T-Tank Barry. Both of you, please join in here. Give us some insights. Why do people buy it? Obviously, it's a status symbol. But, yeah.
You could put a chainsaw in the back of it. If it's a 5.5-foot bed, fits a chainsaw. Yeah.
Okay.
And a shovel if you put it diagonally.
Yeah. And go to work for the government.
What T-Tank Barry has just told us is that they're purchased by serial killers who put the chainsaw in the shovel in the flatbed and the body after they've chopped it up to pieces and used the shovel to bury it.
Yeah.
So don't forget the shrink wrap.
That's right.
It is not that easy to chop up a body with a shovel.
No, I said
No, that's
You just gotta shrink wrap and bury it. Yeah, just shrink wrap and bury it.
the parts after the chainsaw, honey. Did you forget the part, Heather, about the chainsaw?
I didn't hear that.
No, it's quiet. No omission.
Yeah, I don't know what else they're good for, those trucks, but that's as likely as anything.
Thank you for that, T-Tank. That was beautiful. And Heather, you're always so cute. By the way, Brendan says that what happened to me lately is that I've wound up on tourist guides as some kind of tourist site because, as I pointed out the other day, what happened was I had called the cab, and this was I think this was I can't remember which appointment this was for, but in this case, I think it was. It doesn't matter really, but while I was waiting for the cab, my neighborhood, which is completely empty, it's a ghost town in so many ways. It's all residences. There's no reason for anyone to go up and down my neighborhood, but we always have, of course, the sharks, these Waymos that are circling like sharks around my neighborhood. But the other day, right after I called the cab, a cab shows up. And of course, I assume it's my ride because there's no reason for a cab to show up otherwise. And it's going real slow. I mean, just painfully slow, like cab drivers do when they're slowing down in a neighborhood looking for the person who made the call. And so this is creeping up, and of course, I assume it's my cab for all of these factors, all of these reasons. And I walk across the street to flag it down, but it continues driving by at this glacial pace. And it turns out the individual has a passenger. And that's when Brendan concluded that just as people do drive-bys of Mike Lucchino's estate, just so they can take a look at his mansion and groove off the vibes, they're doing that with me now. And that actually makes sense, because nothing else would explain that incident. Aside from all of that, I stepped outside. Now, this I do remember which appointment it was for. It was to go to my chiropractor. And there was this tall, blonde, statuesque female. I wouldn't say that she was a bombshell. She was older, so you would say she was handsome. After a while, they stop calling women beautiful and they start calling them handsome. And she was on a cell phone, and just as soon as I walked out my door, she leapt into her car and slammed the door and just sat in there behind the driver's wheel, still talking on her phone. So it's hard not to draw the conclusion that that was surveillance. And that was when I had the horrible experience with the cab recently that may have been brought on by, shall we say, just the power of numerology. I'll get into that during my monologue tonight. And it'll have to do with just talking a bit about a lot of social observations. Speaking of which, I've gotten an email just now asking me about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. And no, that is not an escort. Actually, believe it or not, that is the home economics, or what we call domestic engineering instructress, the home economics educatress, as she would be known in a public school, but she's the domestic engineering instructress for the Blood Boys. And she was the one who was cracking all the eggs and realizing that they're all getting chippier, and asked me to find out what it was. And I asked her, why on earth what makes you think I would know anything about why the eggs are getting chippy or the shells are getting thinner? And she said, well, you seem to know everything else. And, flattery gets you everywhere. And that's how I wound up calling the specialist on eggs. And it turns out that this is all a result of that chicken flu, that they had to kill all the chickens with the flu, and they brought back all of these old hens out of retirement. So all of these old hens that are brought out of retirement are laying all these eggs now, and their eggs are much thinner shells, and they get really chippy. So there, I found that out for her. But just so people know, there's a strict regulation against any kind of romance or harassment or personal relations in some sense beyond the professional on the estates with the hired help. But of course, it doesn't matter when my son takes a few photographs that are just posed. And so we did that with the spring, and so that you have the result is that photograph. You've actually seen her in a few other photographs in past episodes, believe it or not. So people can scroll down through my live stream to find those episodes. But all such being said, I do want people to know that right now, the best that we can do for tomorrow, because of the incredible amount of shit that's been going down lately, we can, I have a chiropractor's appointment tomorrow at 12 noon. So I'm going to probably be on for around 8 to 10 hours at the most tonight. So I'm going to give it my all by just diving into monologue. And it's obvious that when we started tonight, they were going to do everything they could to fuck it up. And there is nothing coincident about our being unable to use the Skype earlier tonight. There's nothing coincident about that at all. All of this is malevolent, and it's all intent. And none of it needs to even be supernatural, really. It's simply something that happens with technological harassment. Skype, of course, is compounding that by trying to convince people to stop using it and move to Microsoft Teams as soon as possible. But without overdwelling on what happened earlier tonight, Holly, you just be glad that you missed it all. It was a nightmare trying to get started. Production just couldn't get started tonight because Skype was not cooperating. And this was after I called our executive producer personally before the show to make certain those problems did not happen at all. But they did anyway. So in the end, there's nothing you can do. Now, before I dive into monologue, I want to invite everybody to continue to interject and to bring in whatever observations you can. I guess a few other morbidly entertaining stories that I can bring up was that we'll get back into this subject where I had to call Aristides about my paratransit ID card, which is also a debit card, and it's how I use the cabs in San Francisco, which obviously are outrageously expensive. For those of you who do not know, and I have to repeat this constantly because a lot of people just have no comprehension of what it's like to live in a city like this. And most people could never have any comprehension of what it's like to live in a city like San Francisco because they could never afford to live in San Francisco. Certainly I could not if I did not have rent control. And as it is, I can barely afford to live here. And of course, it's not really living. It's barely subsistence. And it's in a residence that is not fit for human habitation, but it's better this than being on the streets. Obviously, the estates are wonderful, but I cannot live there. Matter of fact, that would there's it's I couldn't trust myself to live there anyway. If I was living there, I would wind up having relations with the hired help. It's just something that would happen in a place that you lived in. So, good God, I wouldn't want that. That would get me in all kinds of trouble. But as it was with this weird crypt that I live in, so just getting into the weekend where I had to call Aristides a few times to put money onto my PayPal account so I could use that money to load up my paratransit debit card. Just a whole bunch of other weird shit went down. It was, first off, I had paid the rent, and then I was walking out of my home to basically very early for me, just put out the food bin for the food delivery. And when I did that, just bigger than whale shit, my landlady was outside. Just like, it was like just the most awkward thing in the fucking world. I had paid my rent on Tuesday, April 1st. I was walking out to put out the food bin on Wednesday, the 2nd of April. So she's just standing out there like, it's the weirdest shit. Like, okay, like, she moves like a fucking ninja. It's like everyone else who's upstairs is like, they move like Godzilla. It's except for maybe the girl who lives upstairs, because I honestly thought she wasn't living upstairs at all for months. But the dude, who I call Flippo the Speed Freak or Manila Ice, he literally just is something to do with all the drugs he's on. He moves like Bigfoot or like he's wearing Frankenstein clogs, and he'll just stomp everywhere. And so it's like Godzilla dragging his tail. That fucker, when he's going in and out, because it's like he wants you to know it. So he's just slamming doors all the time. He cannot close a door. He has to slam it. I'm not complaining. I don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me. And if anything, I find a comfort in it because I know somebody's there, and it actually adds to the security of the residence. It's not a complaint. But she, on the other hand, the girls, they move like ghosts. And so the landlady, when I opened the door and she's just standing there, it was as if she had and she somehow arranges that when she shows up, they disappear. She does not like them, and she does not want them to be anywhere near her. I mean, physically does not want them near her. So when she comes to pick up the check, she makes certain, she calls them ahead and tells them to vacate, and they go wherever they go. Where they go, I have no idea, nor do I care. But so they were gone, and so I was heading out the door with this food bin, and I opened the door, and she's standing right there, and it's like, so of course, I have to catch myself. Hey, it's good to see you. Yeah, and so there follows this infinitely awkward moment where we're just exchanging pleasantries between two people who the last thing on earth we want is to be in each other's presence. And she's like, oh, all I could say is that I probably fucked up something because they had some big black dog named Kona, like the coffee, and they said it was her dog. So I found out by asking her, oh, how's your dog? Yeah, and that dog. And I'm like, yeah, the big black dog. Kona, like the coffee. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And like, you don't have a dog? She goes, I have a dog, but I never bring it here. I'm like, oh shit. So in other words, they had dogs upstairs, or they bring dogs upstairs that she doesn't know about, that they're not supposed to. So, oh well, maybe I made their life a little more difficult. Not losing any sleep. At any rate, so finally she just got tired of it all. I said, okay, and just moved on into she basically first told me, oh, I don't have your receipt. And I said, oh, no, hey, don't worry, take your time. And, she usually slips it into the mail slot later on. Like it's, again, all of this is done like a drug deal in which we're just trying to avoid seeing each other so that we literally cannot describe each other if we see each other in a lineup in case one of us gets arrested. It's on that level. But at any rate, so there was that. And then what happened was I got a big fucking envelope from Kaiser Hospital. It's delivered by a FedEx truck, and it rings my doorbell. So then I go to the door, and bigger than whale shit, like I usually do. I peek outside the door first because my experience has taught me to do that. And my neighbor, oh, Brendan. Yeah, you there, Brendan? Hey, yeah. I don't know if Brendan can hear us, but Brendan can confirm the fact. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
So the Argentinian woman's running up my steps, and she's picking up my envelope. And I'm like, I'm just looking, because I have the shade open, and I'm looking at her, and I'm like, okay. And then she's like reading the label, and then she says to me, oh, you go to Kaiser? And I'm like, what a thing to have. It's just ask your neighbor private medical information. I said, yeah, I go to Kaiser because I don't give a shit. I mean, I don't find it offensive, but I find it, I know other people would.
That's wild, yeah.
Yeah, but what's so weird, this is the woman. I don't know if you know this, Brendan, but whenever the old Chinese ladies come around and dig through our trash for the cans, I run out and I give them all my cans because it just gives me more room to put other recyclables in. So I just, I hand them my cans. I love these people. Thank God for them, or I'd have no room in my recycler. But that woman, she just berates them. She confronts them and tells these Chinese women, don't dig through our trash can. That's private. That's private information. I mean,
what?
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, they're just old Chinese ladies. They're just old Chinese ladies. They don't give a shit.
Right.
It's like, but she berates it, but she's going through my mail.
Right.
And asking me if I go to Kaiser. That's the, again, no offense taken, but it's the surrealistic.
But what was she looking for? Did she see it on, it got dropped or something?
No, I actually get it. I actually get it because they keep misdelivering mail. They keep giving, they put everybody else's mail in somebody else's place. So that must have happened to her enough where she's on the lookout. And whatever she was expecting must have been really important because, as soon as that guy rang my doorbell, she was running out, and running up my steps to make certain that it wasn't hers. So when she picks it up, though, and is like reading the label and then asking me if I go to Kaiser, that's where it gets kind of weird. And just, no worries. Then I went out and grabbed it. But that alone is alarming. Why am I getting a big envelope from Kaiser? Because you know what? It's stiff, it's hard, and these are like x-rays. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, they've taken a look at my scans and they've discovered I have brain cancer. Oh my God. And then I open them up and it's just the fucking catalog for the over-the-counter meds that I can get through Medline.
Right. Yeah, like no one's printing out x-rays anymore. That's like archaic. Come on.
Yes, thank you. Well, look at me, I'm old, right? I'm old. We'll go into that bit time. I mean, from another world. I'm from another world. From the
that shit's
20th
digital
century.
now.
Yeah, yes.
Accept it.
Yes, thank you. But
and like, I don't think they ever sent like a tumor photo through the mail. You know? It's like, come on.
Thank you. Yes, but obviously, but the whole thing. Understand how surreal the situation already was. Why wouldn't it be that? You get what I'm saying, right? Everything was so
Right.
warped already with everything that was going on.
But why was that lady looking through your mail? Exactly.
I because she's probably had mail misdelivered, and because she's probably doing something illegal, like selling Argentinian wine without some kind of tariff license or something. It's probably,
Well, she thought she was sweating bullets when I was standing out there.
Yeah.
But, well, you know.
Yeah, there you go. She thought
I
you were
don't know if you wanna go
Interpol.
into that.
She thought you were Interpol.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you
So
see,
who knows?
everybody on my street's got something going. Next door, they're doing the Argentinian wine thing that they're smuggling, and the guys upstairs are making meth and shit, and PCP
Right.
and all that crap, and yeah, and people think that this is an expensive neighborhood to live in. It is. In fact, you have to be doing something like that to live here. So,
Unless you're like grandfathered in like all the Asians.
yeah. Oh God, like the poor crazy guy across the street. Next time you come to pick me up, I'll see if he's around. I can point him out to you where he just he walks around and screams to himself because he's obsessive compulsive.
Right.
Poor bastard.
What about the guy on the other step that like watches your house?
Oh, he was there again today. He was there again today when I went out. So yeah, it's.
Does he live around there or something?
I doubt it. He doesn't look like it. I mean, he certainly doesn't look like it. It's like T. Tank Berry says. He does not look like anyone who could live here. It's.
Yeah, it's just some rando.
No, it's not some rando. He's planted, obviously. Why would he keep coming back and sitting across the street?
Yeah. Oh yeah. See.
Yeah. Thank you, T.
T
Tank.
Tank knows.
Yeah, T. Tank knows.
Hella shady looking guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he like stares like he's like staring in your window and shit. He's
Yeah.
like looking right. Like the whole time I was sitting there, he was just looking right at me.
Yeah. That's right.
Like can I help you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, can I help you?
So,
I'm used to it dealing with all the crazy public. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's not get off topic because
Tell them about the guys looking for the bathroom. Tell them about the guys looking for the bathroom.
Oh yeah, the 3 dudes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Talk about shady as hell. So I'm in the like in the coach's office cleaning like the restroom, getting it ready for the next day, and 3 grown dudes walk into the boys' locker room, and they're having a swim meet, so it's like full of kids, and I was like, "What are you guys doing in here?" And he's like, "I'm looking for the bathroom." I said, "You walked by 3 bathrooms on your way in here, and you're telling me you didn't find a bathroom?" Doug heard it all.
Yeah.
And the guy said, "Oh yeah, is that what that was?" It's like, dude, you creepy ass motherfuckers. Like what? You couldn't read 3 different signs that say men's bathroom, and you go into the boys' bathroom when there's a swimming event, and they're all going to be in Speedos. Like, you sick. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. Like, there's no other conclusion to be jumped to, really, honestly.
Oh,
was I being too harsh on them, you think, Doug?
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
Right.
It's like, believe me, they deserve everything they get. We know what they're there for, and it's slimy as fuck. Yeah, because parents wouldn't be doing that. Parents wouldn't be doing that.
No.
Yeah.
No. It wasn't any normal. It was not. Yeah, it was just bizarre.
There you
And
go.
the fact that it was multiple random dudes that didn't know each other was just like, that just makes it worse.
It's disgusting.
Can't
It's like
trust these people.
No, it's what they call safaris. They were on a safari. They were.
It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, for boy butt, and that's. There you have it.
Yeah, and it was funny. Because of all the teachers getting in trouble lately. Have you heard about that?
Tell us.
Like having relations. It's all the women. Unfortunately, the women got all caught up in it.
No, it's because
you remember
they're
me talking to you
focusing
about
on the woman. That's why.
Of course.
That way
Yeah.
they're ignoring all the men. But go on. Yes.
But since like so many of those happened, they forced us to do this like training, the sexual harassment, or it wasn't harassment, it was straight up child molesting training. And it was like these like 4 or 5 modules of how not to groom children, but in the inverse, it's literally like a manual on how to groom children. It's insane.
I was about to say.
It was insane. It was like the steps are, isolate. It was like a step by step, like Q wrote it or something. Isolate. Become friendly. Buy them gifts. And I was like, why are we having to watch this? And they're like, yes, don't do that. Make sure if you see anyone doing this, it's
You
bad.
just taught me how.
Yeah, it was like something out of South Park. It was like, yeah, really bad. It's really, really bad if you do this. You know, it's just crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, if it was South Park, they would show actual kids, like, oh, here's the demo, and they'd have actual kids while the guys are like passing out candy and shit, and it's
Right.
almost at
Well,
that
that's
level.
what they did. I shit you not. They did, but it was like a cartoon. It was like a little cartoon. And the cartoon was talking, and she's like, I wrote a book on this, and I'm the PhD in like child molesting. And it's like, what the fuck are we watching? Crazy. It was crazy.
Whoa. And
Yeah.
the only way she can get away with that is by being female in her case. Can you imagine if a man tried to say
It was
that?
crazy. Oh yeah, I'm the expert in
Yeah.
grooming children. Yeah, crazy. Crazy. It was insane, yeah.
But the only reason they keep catching the woman is because the boys keep bragging about it. That's why.
Yeah, they don't know how to shut up.
Yeah.
Like, jeez. Stupid. You know?
Honestly, I don't think women should be even persecuted for having sex with
No, of course
underage
not.
boys at all. All they're doing is helping them find themselves and giving them a sense of self-esteem that they otherwise never would have had. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they're doing community service, but we'll get, you know.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Scalped for saying that.
Yeah. Whoever wants to scalp us, you're an
guys
idiot.
are sick. You guys are sick. But then meanwhile, the guys can go into the locker room and pretend like it was literally like something out of a film where he's like, you know, like whistling in there.
Oh,
And
shit.
it's like, wait a second, what are you doing? He wasn't expecting me to be in there. Like, wait, what are you doing in here?
Oh,
and then they
that's-
like act dumb, and then they act dumb. Oh, I was looking for the bathroom. It's like, there's
I
no
heard
way
him.
you didn't see 3 bathrooms.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
Doug
heard what you
it
said.
live
Yeah,
in that, right?
you said, dude, you just passed 3 bathrooms on the way here.
Yeah. And then guess what? He uses the bathroom, the urinal on the edge of the freaking locker room where you could see everyone. Like, sick
fucking
fucker, man.
sick motherfucker. Yeah.
And it's just like, why? Why
Oh,
would you do that? You know, I just had to like, sometimes you just have to give up because it's just everyone here is suspect.
It's so true. It's so
you know.
true.
And then the worst part is if anything goes down, it's the freaking custodian that gets it was like, oh, that was a creepy guy. I was like, fuck you guys. I'm trying to like help them. You know, it's just, I'm like the last line of defense if there's any kind of like shooter or anybody.
It's true.
Like,
it's true.
And
Yeah,
then-
so if you didn't say anything, you'd be in trouble too.
yeah, they would say, how come you let these people walk in?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's
You're
your
fucking
fault.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, we were at the bottom of the pole. You know?
Yeah. See?
Totally.
It's horrible. Thank you. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
weird shit. So I got a notice stuck on my door. The only thing that makes me feel better is it was also on my neighbor's door, meaning upstairs door. So it says, street microsurfacing, full street closure, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday and Wednesday on the following dates, 4/16 and 4/21 of this month. Microsurfacing will be applied to your block. What is this? What is microsurfacing?
No idea. Your street was fine. I don't know what the hell. You don't have a car, so you don't have to worry about it. But
Yeah,
it's just,
thank you. Yeah. It says no parking.
still
yeah.
dumb.
Parking restrictions along the block may begin as early as 7 a.m. However,
Yeah, they'll straight up tow your car. Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah. However, full street closure won't go into effect until 8 a.m. So you got an hour. Got an hour to vacate your fucking car. Please see no parking barricades posted along the block for exact parking restrictions. Your street will need to be closed on 2 separate dates to complete the microsurfacing work. No vehicular traffic
go.
will be allowed on the street except emergency vehicles. Let me take a look and see if that's the date that I was thinking of for a trip. No, thank God. No, thank God. That's not the date that I was thinking of. Oh, okay. Jesus fucking Christ. T-Tank Berry, what, do you know anything about microsurfacing? What this is? What they could be...
Sounds like bullshit to me.
It's called exploiting taxpayer funds.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, seriously. Like, if they're gonna do all that, you might as well just fix the whole road. But no, that's too much.
Yeah, thank you. How about yourself,
Why
Eris?
not just repave the whole road?
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're repaving. He's right. Some kind of repave. They make it all black and shiny, like tar or tarmac. Aristides, you ever heard of this kind of process? Microsurfacing, and God knows he's a material science engineer.
No, not.
No.
Yeah, well, not specifically, but I'm guessing it is just a treatment of the top surface, like they're not tearing it up.
Okay, interesting.
Probably.
Okay, so
Maybe I can look it up, man.
okay, yeah, it says do not attempt to drive on the street until it has been reopened. No sprinklers, no sprinklers, so water will delay curing the microsurfacing. Watch, it's going to rain both days.
Yeah, it just says like it's just pavement preservation. It just fills in the cracks.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, okay. If
So it's
microsurface...
probably some kind of newfangled asphalt slurry
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, literally, that's what it is.
Yeah.
with extra stupid chemicals in it that are stupid and all stupid.
Thank you, honey. And
Almost as bad as the drones they were sending over.
okay, so
It's like your street has like unreal amounts of work being done.
Thank you.
I wish the rest of San Francisco was fixed like that.
yeah, can you imagine if the rest of San Francisco were maintained the way my street were maintained? The city would be paved with
And there's basically no one on your street. They're like a bunch of abandoned houses.
Yeah!
Why are they focusing so much on it?
It's so true. It's so fucking true. Oh my fucking god. So Amy,
Like, it's insanity.
It is. Thank you, Aristides, for these, and tell us more, Aristides. Any thoughts aside from what you've just entered in text? Oh.
Yeah, they're just putting a coat, a specialized coat on the top. It won't take long. So.
Okay.
Specialized.
Yeah. And by the way,
Yeah.
thank you, both of you. Amy, don't forget to say hi to Holly. You didn't get a chance to say hi to Holly. Did you?
Hi to Holly, and I'm freezing.
What are you saying? You said you're freezing?
I'm cold. I gotta go in. Sorry. I stood out here for an hour, and now I'm done.
Well, we love you. And
Yeah.
I love you guys
See you
too.
next time.
And I'm gonna come back. They can't keep me away.
Good.
This Hustler University is the only Hustler University.
Thank you. Honey, next time don't be afraid of bothering the old dying person. Just stay indoors and keep warm and hot. Jesus.
Well, no, we have like a studio, so it's not like I can't be on the phone and talking
see.
with them. Like,
Yeah, Doug, you're like the loudest person on the planet.
yeah, it's mostly like when you laugh, which is what I'm going for. I'm trying to get you to laugh, but then he wakes up because he hears your vampire laugh. But I will check in. If I get up later, I'll check back in. Okay?
All right, we love you. All right.
Love you too.
Stay
Night.
safe and be well. Okay. All right. So, what I'll do is I'll dive into monologue and just introduce.
How caught up are you on current events? Are you like all the way up?
Well, do me a favor and bring up what you think I might not be caught up on.
The Chinese fighting force in Ukraine. Did you hear about that?
I have not. So
yeah, 155 Chinese fighting forces in line with Russian forces were captured in Ukraine.
Okay.
First they said it was 2. Now it's 150, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a whole
That
platoon.
didn't take long.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this Chinese and Ukraine. Let me look that up and see what we find. No, this is news to me. I put it
in the chat here.
Okay, thank you.
Nihongo Kyokusai.
Okay, so that's a reliable source, obviously. Okay, 155 Chinese fighting with the Russians. Holy shit! So this is like okay, this is important. And
the 2 that they captured had paper. So don't let those freaking commies like lie about it. They already came out and said, "We know nothing," and then it's like we have the papers. Like that's what Zelensky said. We literally have their visas. Like,
okay. Interesting. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. And it's funny, they like buzz their hair and put them in like green fatigues to make them look Russian, and like they're all tan looking, so they look Russian or something.
Interesting. Interesting. So they've been, yeah.
Like Mongol. They look like Mongol almost.
Right. Interesting. Interesting. It was the Africa Corps when before they were deployed to Africa, they would have them spend hours under sun lamps so that their skin would melanate to a degree where they could tolerate the desert heat better. And in this case, however, this seems to be more of like they're trying to disguise them so that they wouldn't be identified. But I presume they're elite. I presume they're elite units. Obviously, not elite enough not to get caught. But that's incredible.
I figured they were more cannon fodder for the meat grinder approach.
That would be the North Koreans, but for the Chinese,
in these battles.
Yeah, but for the Chinese, why would they deploy troops?
Why would they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they might. They might. I'm not discounting.
I didn't figure they were taking strategic advice from them necessarily, but they're just throwing great waves of meat, at these fronts.
Yes, it's true.
And
it's true. It might be.
That's what sounded like they were doing to the North Koreans.
Well, what they were. But it could be that what you're saying, if what you say is true, then that means that these would be like punishment battalions. In other words, that the communist Chinese are getting rid of the worst of their worst, and just like they've committed crimes in the army and then they're sentenced to Ukraine. Does that make sense? That would be
very likely.
Very
likely.
Yeah.
Unless they just have so many people, they just, pick 50 and put them in a train car.
I think those days are over. I don't think China, the people in China are either already employed or they're completely that thing like too well off to be doing that.
Is
that true, Doug? I don't think they have like the Korean War level offensive ability anymore, really.
They don't have the offensive ability in terms of manpower because the population decline is so severe. But then again, because they have such an imbalance between male and female ratio, they could easily get Chinese volunteers simply by saying that you'll meet up with Russian women when you're on furlough. And that could easily get a bunch to volunteer. A bunch of them could volunteer for that. And then, of course, all of them realize what a shithole it is and say, let's surrender. And then we get to meet a bunch of Ukrainian women. So that would be...
Yeah, there you go.
It's could be a win for them. We'll see what happens. Though I
say prisoners that get out of jail free.
Yeah.
Go fight in Ukraine.
That would be another option. Yeah, that or escape a death sentence because a lot of people get sentenced to death in China. So yeah, if they say your way out is a one-way ticket to Ukraine, sure, why not?
And that's what Russia was doing with its own for any kind of crime.
Yes.
You were in jail for. Okay, just go.
Yeah.
Like there was going to be, some chance of survival.
That's right. Well, there's
not where they were going.
Right. I mean, definitely the chances of survival are very low, but most people would take them over a Russian prison. Let's put it that way. You always have the opportunity to surrender to the Ukrainian drones. See, all you need to do is just throw your weapons down and start waving whenever a drone shows up. So there you go. I mean, why not?
Well, maybe all these Chinese gave the wave.
Yeah.
Because the first thing I saw, we found 2 Chinese soldiers.
Yeah.
And now the numbers are shooting up. So
that's
that's
great.
what they did. I wonder.
That's great.
I wonder. I don't know.
Well, they only captured 2, but I think they may have gotten intel or something somehow. Is that why they know about all this?
Yeah. It's we can only speculate, but I think that this is important, and we'll keep following this. And I thank you for bringing this to my attention. So what else, Brendan, that comes to your mind? And by the way, let me encourage everyone to give their upvotes on the show. But continue, Brendan.
Yeah, I said other than the tariff madness, it's like I didn't expect any less.
Mm.
Where he said he crashed the markets, and then now it's on pause for 90 days because everyone was crying to him. All his buddies were crying to him. The bonds, you destroyed the bond market. He comes out and says the bonds were really bad, but they're better now. You know, it's just like, because all the Chinese have to do is sell their bonds, and we're screwed. But he don't care.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. So I'll just dive into the monologue and just interject when you can, Brendan, as well as everyone else, of course, and especially Holly, because she's been thinking a lot over what I said last time, and she will probably be reminded of a lot of other things to bring up. So let's start with the obligatory trade war news alert, okay? And your trade war news alert is Trump has capitulated to market pressure with the Empire of Japan's gun at his head. But the Worldwide Depression Watch has already entered into an Armageddon scenario. Hong Zhonghua has united with the European Union in retaliating against the American empire, and we've got more chaos from the clown show as stocks keep convulsing. This is madness. You wouldn't invest in America now. We are on the edge of collapse as market carnage goes global, and there is no master plan. But the comfort class just doesn't fucking get it. People with generational wealth control a society that they don't understand. But it is my responsibility to inculcate collapse awareness in my tutés to prepare them for the age of the permanent polycrises. If you don't understand that terminology, I'll get to it soon enough. Here's what you need to know. It's still day one of Trump's trade war. Liberation Day tariffs went into effect at midnight Eastern Time, imposing steep new taxes on goods from all countries doing trade with these United States. And they would have been even higher if Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, had had his way. As an audit of Doge's mishandling of data at federal agencies is reportedly underway, more details are becoming available about what caused President Donald Trump to back down from imposing broad new tariffs on most of the world. Following several days of financial markets sliding in response to Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, the president folded and announced today that, with the exception of tariffs on the People's Republic of China, he was pausing all other trade duties from going into effect for 90 days. In a catch-22, Donald Trump only partially caved on his absurd and destructive tariffs, lowering his universal tariff to 10% for 90 days, while raising his tariff on market Leninist China to 125%. Of course, the utter lack of clarity has already caused the stock market to plummet and is directly impacting businesses in these United States. President Donald Trump is walking back his aggressive tariff plan. Wall Street is delighted, but the party buzz is going to wear off soon. Donald Trump blinked in the face of global, domestic, and perhaps most importantly, Wall Street fury.
Well, at the very least, it's manipulating, market manipulation, at the most abusive level. Because obviously anyone can take advantage of this, even though it's negative for everyone else. Does that make sense?
Of course it does.
Short selling galore.
Yeah, of course it does. But there's no doubt insider trading going on. But I think
that's implying that there's a plan, though.
Thank you. I was going to say both of you are imbuing a sense of foresight into this. By the way, if you could be, I'm going to mute Aristides because he's coming through loud and he's like.
I got a question.
Yes, certainly, honey.
When you straighten that out.
Okay, go on, honey.
So say Trump just, drops the whole ball and plays a nice guy for a minute, and even if he did roll back the Chinese tariffs, they look pissed off. What's to stop them from saying, fine, we're keeping ours on you? Because now they've raised theirs to match ours.
Well,
what I
that's...
glanced at this morning.
Thank you. I'll
So
go
just
into
because
that.
he might change his mind doesn't mean they will.
Thank you.
Right?
Oh, no, of course not. And I appreciate your input in that regard. Obviously, you're looking ahead. But believe me, Japan saved the world from America in World War II, and it saved the world from America today. Let me explain. As I said, when it came into, Donald Trump's collapse, his own collapse in the face of resistance, he blinked in the face of global, domestic, and perhaps most Americans would think, most importantly, Wall Street fury at his single-handed destabilization of stock markets, bonds, and even oil prices. The 78-year-old Republican, who has been saying all week he wouldn't or would never back down from his tariffs, backed down. He did so, coincidentally, just hours after his much-touted reciprocal levies went into effect, and Communist China on the Asian mainland retaliated by raising its tariffs on United States goods to 84%. Now, in today's segment on Fox Business, the commentator Charles Gasparino said that several sources confided to him that it was actually the White House who capitulated. He added that while he was a patriot, he admitted that the Trump misadministration was the first to blink based on the international bond market. Gasparino exposed that the misadministration ultimately pulled back because of threats that the corporocratic Japanese imperial superstate, which he said runs major money management firms that are involved in the bond market, was contemplating dumping some of its estimated 1.26 trillion United States dollars in United States Treasury securities.
There you go.
Thank you. Yes.
The Japanese have economic bushido, and they don't even have to lift a finger.
Yeah, and how can anyone say they didn't win World War II? How can anyone?
It's obvious. It's obvious.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're in a time when things just become, the truth becomes clear and knowledge will be, obvious.
Well, that's true apocalypse. Apocalypse is simply the Greek word for revelation. This is the true revelation. Thank you.
And they probably foresaw this, for the last 1,000 years and knew what to do for the day it happens.
I love it. Yes. Well, Gasparino confirmed that Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, in his words, forced the misadministration's hands with the maneuver, and said that he was told Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, now believed the United States bond market was not a great place to do business. Gasparino concluding, in his own words, Trump had no choice. The gun was at his head. It was very bad. Essentially, United States Treasury securities, which make up the vast bulk of our $36 trillion national debt, are the primary way in which institutional investors and foreign governments choose to park their money. While the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, that was founded in 1933, only guarantees bank deposits up to $250,000, United States Treasury securities are guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. But if a major buyer of treasuries decided to dump their holdings, it would, at least potentially, almost certainly trigger a sell-off throughout the rest of the bond market, causing a global financial crisis. The United States Treasury securities market is also highly dependent on Congress raising the debt limit, which it statutorily has to do by this summer. If Congress fails to raise the debt limit and pushes the United States of America into default, it would effectively violate the guarantee associated with our treasuries, which would also lead to a major financial catastrophe. Trump said earlier this year that he would be in favor of abolishing the statutory requirement to raise our debt limit and abolish the concept of the debt ceiling entirely. Regardless, confer here at this link that I will provide for why President Trump announced that he is pausing his hyped up tariffs on most countries for 90 days, but is slapping another high tariff on the People's Republic of China. Which brings us back to the influence, of course, of Japan.
Well, and Douglas, wasn't that a big Republican point that Biden was ruining the country with the debt limit?
Of course.
Remember that? Like,
how could I forget?
Big fat deal. Big fat deal just months ago.
Yeah, how could I forget?
And
yes.
So now it's of no concern.
Yeah, thank you.
It's so blatant.
Yes, yes. Of course, it is not unexpected that Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, did not blink. 2.5 hours before the opening of the U.S. stock markets this morning, the Communist Chinese Empire announced its tit-for-tat countermeasures against American President Donald Trump's last-minute hike of tariffs on all Communist Chinese imports, reciprocally increasing 0.5% retaliatory levy on all American imperial goods, bringing up the total counter-tariff to 84%. Furthermore, market Leninist China added 12 American companies onto its export control list, barring the export of dual-use items, those with civilian and military applications, to said firms. Red China also added 6 others to its unreliable entity list, which prohibits them from engaging in mainland China-related import or export activities and from making new investments within Communist China on the Asian mainland. Meanwhile, the Communist Chinese Empire has started working on coalition building against the Trump tariffs. Yesterday, the ChICOM Premier Li Qing held a phone conversation with the European Commission Presidentress Ursula von der Leyen, the 12 leaders agreeing to enhance communications and coordination to jointly safeguard free and open trade and uphold the multilateral trading system. A day after the call, EU member states on Today voted in favor of the European Commission's proposed 25% retaliatory tariff against the United States of America, a response to Washington's levy on EU imports of steel and aluminum. Brussels will commence collecting those tariffs on April 15th. With United Europe and Canada also engaging in retaliation, now it is officially a global trade war. Sure, Trump's chicken shit reversal caused stocks to quickly surge, but so fucking what? Trillions of dollars in investor wealth have been wiped out since last week. This work week opened with the market sell-off continuing throughout Monday, with United States stock markets falling once again yesterday and retreating for yet another day today, wiping out any and all earlier gains as the Trump tariff shock festers. Continuing a sell-off that has seen equity markets across the world crater since President Trump's announcement of tariffs, with the S&P 500 briefly touched, bear market territory. And with the NASDAQ 100 already in a bear market, soon it may be the S&P 500's turn again. Wild swings lashed Wall Street for a 4th straight session as back-and-forth trade threats between the American and Communist Chinese empires knocked stocks even lower, erasing an early rally after 3 straight days of tariff-induced carnage. The S&P 500 fell almost 1.6%, leaving it on the border of bear country. Hopes for a quick end to extreme volatility were dashed when a Trump misadministration official announced that the White House is indeed moving forward with more tariffs on ChICOM goods, as high as 104%, even after Beijing vowed to fight to the end in response to United States President Donald Trump's earlier levies. Equities continued their dive as the Communist Chinese Premier Li Qiang declared his Eastern Empire has ample policy tools to fully offset negative external shocks. Treasury 2-year yields tumbled as traders boosted bets on Federal Reserve cut rates, or rate cuts, I mean to say. The S&P 500 ended the day missing close to a year's worth of gains. We're going to take a look at the latest notification. It's a wonderful image of the landscape around T. Tankberry. He sure as hell isn't in San Francisco right now. Just to close off on this subject, meanwhile, in Washington, the Democratic Senator Ron Wyden said he will force a vote on repealing tariffs in a test of Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent political support for Trump's trade war.
I like that from the Chai comms. It's like their shit's so paper mache they can fake their way out of anything at this point. Is that what they're saying, basically?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, their entire economies.
It's like a freaking plaster of Paris and shit. They can just restack it.
It's true.
Thank
you. Yeah. It's quite true. No, very astute.
Yeah, and then so there was something that happened like pre-pandemic 2019 that I mentioned to you before, but Michael and I had basically predicted this was going to happen. Mm-hmm. The Japanese and the Chinese made an agreement in between themselves, their banking systems, and said they could exchange yen for yuan at basically a free rate, or a rate that was not bound by currency exchange rates. So they've had this economic bushido in place basically indefinitely since 2019.
Excellent.
Basically, to prevent this from happening. So they're steps ahead of the game. They're like playing chess and dudes playing checkers.
Thank you. Absolutely.
So
they're playing Go, right?
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Go. I don't think Go would apply to this. I mean, it could, because that's more of like a numbers game. But we can get into the philosophy of it later.
Right. As for that Democratic Senator, Ron Wyden, who says he'll force a vote on repealing tariffs in a test of how strong the Republicans are standing with Trump, Wyden's gambit will require Republicans to take a public stand on a tariff offensive that's raised fears of a recession and spiking hyperinflation. These Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent senators, usually quick to display fealty to Trump, are starting to show signs of unease over the damage being done to what a few months ago was a resilient economy with strong employment and falling inflation.
Well, there were reports coming out that even Musk
literally audibly yelling at one of these other staffers because Trump was going to do this, and he obviously, even as crazy as he is, was against tariffs from the get because he has to run a business.
Well, I think it's really weird because
calling Navarro a moron over and over.
Absolutely, but what Brendan brings up, and I will get to what Holly brings up, but what Brendan brings up is well taken. But it's an ambivalent position for Elon Musk, because he originally felt the tariffs would protect his company by forcing people to buy Tesla. But he has so much parts being made in China that it's wiping him out. So he doesn't. So the fact that no one's allowed to buy electric vehicles other than Tesla doesn't help when he can't get his parts out of China. That's the catch-22. He's locked in.
It's a Homer Simpson dog.
But he never thought of this. He never thought this out because he's so.
Of course
apparently.
Not. Yeah, he's
they can't foresee consequences.
Yeah. No. Well, they don't even think. They don't even look before they leap. They're truly.
I mean, the drugs like ketamine and stuff completely kills your frontal lobe.
Yes.
It's just...
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. Now, during a Senate Finance Committee hearing held just yesterday, the Republican Senator, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, asked, whose throat...
I have a funny story about that, though.
Tell us.
Later on.
Oh,
about that. His video game live stream. Did you hear about that?
Tell us.
So he was on his plane playing one of these video games on a live stream.
Oh.
And all these people were just shitting on him, and he's trying to block them in the chat, like, and then he loses in the tutorial, and then everyone's shitting on him like, you suck, we knew you sucked the whole time, and but he was trying to prove that he was a good gamer, and then it just they just shat on him so much he had to cancel the stream.
Cool. I love it.
Well, I saw this thing about how he had paid money for certain powers and avatars.
Yeah, but he was trying to prove
they
otherwise.
him on that. He didn't
was trying
earn
to prove otherwise, so he did a live stream where he was actually playing, and it was so
Yeah.
abysmal, and he got,
Yeah.
he just shut it off.
Even
He tried to
paying
shut-
for magic powers, he sucked at it.
Yeah. So that's
Was
it.
the
It keeps
impression I
happening.
got.
I don't know why he keeps doing it over and over.
I
Because
don't think they criticized him before they saw he couldn't play, even with enhancements.
it's there you go. It's he's so fucking he bought into his
Yeah.
own myth. He bought into his own
Yeah.
myth. He
Completely.
yeah.
Who else would swing a chainsaw around?
Yeah.
I mean,
There you have it. Now
and that wasn't even his myth.
yeah, well
That
it
was
is
the
now.
Argentines' myth.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he had to take
He stole that too.
No, the Argentinian guy gave it to him. The Argentinian guy
Yeah.
gave it to him outright.
Back slapping.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. Now, during a Senate Finance Committee hearing held just yesterday, the Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina asked, "Whose throat do I get to choke if this turns out to be wrong?" Now, Frank Bruni in the New York Times recently called Tillis, who voted to confirm Trump's most extreme cabinet picks, the Daniel Day-Lewis of moral outrage. But such a public warning from a prominent Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senator may augur something new in the party's relationship with its leader. Before I turn towards Elon Musk, rage quits. He rage quits a gaming live stream.
Yeah.
Musk,
Couldn't be any worse.
Here we are. Musk sat stony-faced and largely silent while he was bombarded. Yeah, all right. Yes. Heather Holman left. Everybody maintain her in thought and prayer. Sounds like she's doing okay, but obviously dealing with little things. Now, analysts concur that Trump tariffs are an Armageddon scenario for American imperial tech. The sweeping tariffs imposed by the Trump misadministration, including a 104% duty on Communist Chinese imports, have more than one analyst calling the move an Armageddon scenario for the United States technology sector. Apple is tech's biggest trade war loser. What with all its parts made in China, the iPhone maker faces a complete disaster. And the Tesla spiral continues. Daniel Ives, one of Tesla's biggest fans on Wall Street, says Elon Musk faces a pivotal moment of truth. Speaking of the Musk rat, he and Peter Navarro are in a catfight. It is, of course, all going down on social media. Go on. Yes.
Reports that Apple flew in a bunch of iPhones on their own dime to get them before the tariffs.
Man. Go on.
Yeah. But the irony of that is that they're just going to sell them at the same price as it would be after tariffs. So it's just this corporatocracy madness.
Yeah, I already heard about this. A bunch of corporations have already. Liberation Day next morning, they were jacking because they knew they could.
Yeah, they just flew them in. Then the tariffs get activated. Then they sell them at the inflated price, but still make profit.
And then they'll reduce the tariffs for the 90 days, and the prices won't go down hardly.
And the prices still go up. Yeah.
Well, this isn't going to serve them in the long run. In the long run, all this is going to crash.
You wouldn't think, but how can we last 2 years, let alone 4?
Well, they have a lot less time to last than us, honey. Believe me.
Yeah. The other day, I was at the grocery store, right, and I'm like walking by the eggs, and it's completely empty. And then this old ass dude with a camo colored 45, 47 hat on walks by, and he's like shaking his head looking at the eggs, and I had to like walk away. I didn't
yeah, it's so tempting to say,
but it wasn't like this like a year or two ago, obviously you can blame whoever you want, but it wasn't like this a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah. Now, as Holly pointed,
like, this poor guy's on retirement. He can't even buy eggs, but he's still wearing the hat. It's just like, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well,
it's Biden's fault.
Oh yeah.
It's Hillary's fault.
Oh yeah.
It's the Mexicans' fault.
But it's like one of those things. I'd rather have the scammer that you can't trust than some unpredictable madman. I mean, it's just.
Thank you.
Come on.
Yeah.
Well, and he's playing that card like better than Reagan ever dreamed of playing. But Reagan played that card.
What?
Don't
the
fuck with
unpredictable?
me. I'm crazy.
No, that was Nixon.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
But even though Reagan was crazy because he was demented, he was senile demented, but he was too crazy to say he was crazy.
They just, Doug,
I
you
remember
revealed
that
it
being
before.
a fear, though.
Yeah.
With Reagan, they just rolled him out.
Yes.
And they made him think he was doing shit, but they never actually did what he said.
Yes, that's right.
Like Commander Pike.
Yeah.
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 They just were like nodding and smiling, yes, sir, and then they just wheeled him out sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's how I figured Trump would be.
Oh, no, it's much worse.
But he is enjoying the limelight, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Guy loves to be on stage.
Oh.
He won't for longer.
Yeah, that's right. Brendan's right. He won't for much longer. Now, as Holly pointed out, as Dodgy is about to get dodgied, even Elon Musk's own brother has literally begged Trump to fire his, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks, unquote, advisor, calling him out as, quote, truly a moron, unquote. Now, a new survey confirms that most CEOs now expect a recession. One executive deemed it the Trump recession. Leading the chorus of disapproval is Marko Kolanovic, one of the best-known market strategists around. Likening what's happening in the White House to a clown show, he noted that, in his words, it's not just bad for markets and the economy, it's actually bad for Trump too. Meanwhile, the BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, confirms that the recession is already here, as more billionaires are breaking ranks with President Donald Trump, or his tariff policy at the least. Ken Griffin, better known outside finance as the man who paid $45 million for a dinosaur, said the latest levies are a huge policy mistake and amount to a hefty tax on, United States families. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink was equally blunt, saying that most business leaders tell him the United States is already in a recession now. Now, my own bankster, JP Morgan's head honcho, is sounding the alarm. The Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, which trades as JPM, now thinks a recession is probably coming, thanks to President Trump's tariff policy. Just remember that old quote from Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, the first leader of the Greater Soviet Union. A quotation thereof later appropriated in credit to Joseph Stalin. The capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them. Now, in his annual letter to shareholders, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon said that more inflation and even a recession will be coming thanks to President Donald Trump's trade war. Dimon warned trade policy will likely spike inflation and is sure to slow growth, and that, at least until recently, the U.S. economy was proving resilient. Despite the unsettling landscape, his words, he said that all changed when Trump announced sweeping tariffs on almost every American trading partner, which sent stocks to their worst week since the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Overall, Jamie Dimon told shareholders to not only expect rising prices on imported and domestic goods, but to prepare for a bevy of uncertainty. Ludicrous. Laughably ridiculous. 8 years ago, one of the most powerful financial executives in the American empire, JP Morgan Chase & Company's outspoken CEO, Jamie Dimon, of the nation's largest bank, went locker room halftime rant on the government, cathartic during the company's earnings conference call as recorded on Friday, the 14th of July in 2017, lashing out at the United States federal government and expressing frustration at the District of Columbia's dysfunction in particular, begging questions over who and what institutions truly run things anyway when Jamie Dimon himself needed approximately $100 billion in bailout funds and took in $95 million from 2005 through 2007, the year of my late and sainted legal father's murder. What the VA called his thanatization process. Yes, JP Morgan Chase was one of the big banks that got bailed out by TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, after the big banks contributed largely to causing the Great Recession. Bold talk indeed for someone who should have been locked away for life. Quite literally, if you don't have any money, it's because this bastard stole it all. But you can still access video of this macro welfare recipient venting with audio via YouTube. Be forewarned, of course, that Diamond's rant is spiced with as many salty words as a Douglas Dietrich transmission. Key difference? The arrogant, entitled asshole named Jamie Dimon is long on criticism and short on solutions. Jamie Dimon says he's tired of listening to the stupid shit. All that stupid shit in D.C. has hurt our economy. Says bad policies are hurting the average American. Says we need infrastructure and regulatory reform. He specifically said the American imperial economy is being held in check by a lack of policy momentum in Washington, D.C., and criticized United States corporate tax rates and the country's lack of modernized roads, bridges, airports, and other transportation infrastructure. In response to an analyst's question, saith Jamie, "It's almost an embarrassment being an American citizen traveling around the world and listening to the stupid shit we have to deal with in this country." All this from a lifelong Democrat, right? But as for Donald Trump, no comment. Because President Trump...
Oh, God. I thought he was talking about Trump. See? Oh, God. Oh.
No comment on
Surprise.
Trump. No comment on Trump because President Trump offered Jamie Dimon the post of Secretary of the Treasury. He could have played a large role in shaping the policy that he claims needs reforming. He could have assumed a substantial role in bringing his sick and twisted vision of America to fruition. He turned it all down because the duplicitous fiend was deeply concerned, quite unnecessarily so as should be obvious, that the masses whom he fleeced could never possibly forget that he and his bank's role in the original crises a decade before caused their mass poverty, their impoverishment, their evisceration, their economic evisceration. Of course he...
And wasn't it Obama that bailed him out?
Yes! Yes! Of course he didn't say anything for the preceding 11 years, much less the prevenient 9, while more small businesses were failing than being started, including all the small banks that competed with himself. Dimon should shut the fuck up forever. His stupid shit costs the taxpayers billions through gambling with depositors' money. You broke it, you bought it. So similarly,
it ain't real capitalism.
So similarly, I'm tired of listening.
Yeah, these are the people that blamed everyone for fucking taking out those rotten mortgages.
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
How could these people take out these mortgages if they couldn't pay us? It's like, you guys gave it out like it was water, you scumbag.
Tricked them in every way possible, and with the student loans.
Yeah.
Tricked them
Everything.
all the way down the line.
Evil fuckers.
Yes.
Evil.
So similarly, I'm tired of listening to this guy's stupid shit. He complains about stupid shit he has to deal with. He is the stupid shit that the entire world has been forced to deal with. He says...
So is he talking about Biden?
He's talking about the government, quote unquote. The government.
Oh, that we need to chainsaw. Okay,
yeah.
Because of all the regulations.
The people that have bailed his business out like 5 times.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're so bad. They're
And
so wrong.
regulations on these freaks.
Yes. He says he's ashamed to be an American because Congress hasn't passed the tax cuts he was expecting. I'm ashamed.
Oh.
I'm ashamed to live in a country whose politics are dominated by sanctimonious plutocrats like Jamie Dimon. Yet, SWT POSs, stupid white trash pieces of shit, and their colored coon cadres of rainbow spectrum house niggers have been indoctrinated, ironically enough, by hostile Russian propaganda masquerading.
What other country bails out their businesses? I mean, even the ones they complain about, like how the UK is all, they say, oh, they tax so much and the system is horrible and doesn't work. I don't even see the UK doing that stuff.
Thank you.
Bailing out these giant businesses for no reason other than saving them from themselves. It's just,
they're not even
we're
bailing
the
out
only
their
ones that have done
nobility.
it.
Their nobility's living on the edge.
Exactly.
Capitalism? Yeah,
So
it's
these
never
people
been
have it
real
good.
actual
Yeah.
capitalism.
Yeah, Doug, your assessment was correct.
Did
about
you hear the thing about the
the parasite
crazy man
can't
that
live
they
without
gave-
its host.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and that comes back to last time. But the thing, the crazy guy they put in charge of housing authority, and now how they're going to back that whole faction of life support for the human population here with crypto.
Good fucking luck. Yeah.
You can Google that
Oh, yeah. I'm afraid to,
easily.
but I believe
I
you.
know.
But
I'm too afraid to read it too.
So yeah. But thank you for that heads up. So like I was
I'm too
saying,
terrified.
these
It's terrifying, and they're being
SWTPOS
real quiet.
Of
Yeah,
course
okay,
they
sorry.
are. Well, they aren't going to get anywhere with that. You know, you don't even need to
Real
worry about
quiet.
anything that's being backed by cryptos. You're not going to get anywhere. So that's not even going to take
mean-
off. That can't even take off. So don't even
My
trip.
God.
Don't even trip. Yeah, what really gropes my ass is all the SWTPOS, these stupid white trash pieces of shit and their colored coon cadres of rainbow spectrum house niggers being indoctrinated, ironically enough, by hostile Russian propaganda masquerading as alt-right ideology into believing in disambiguation from thinking. Because Republicans and independents don't think, they believe this financial rapist, Jamie Dimon, to be the solution. They actually want him to be in charge. Oh, he'll be better than Trump. Yeah, cause twas deregulation. Deregulation of the banks and other financial institutions that factored getting us into the recession of 2008 through 2009. Regulating banks and business stabilizes the economy. Deregulating banks and business ensures boom and bust cycles of growth and recession. We knew this even before the devastating Roaring '20s / Great Depression cycle. Nevertheless, Jamie Dimon, like generations of his predecessors, wants those crashes so his firm can short stocks and profit on the way down too. That doesn't make him a financial genius. It just makes him a fucking leech. Metaphorically, Alan Greenspan was the devil, but Jamie Dimon and Lloyd Blankfein were a pair of his archdemon, or his demon lords. Dimon is worth 2.2 billion United States dollars. That's what we know. Who knows how much wealth
That's declared.
Yeah. Who knows how much wealth he hides through his family members and secret offshore accounts? The only
Poor guy. He needs a tax break. Poor
yeah,
guy.
yeah, believe that
He
shit.
can't put food on his table.
It's so hard for him.
Yeah.
How is he gonna eat? You know?
the
Feed his employees. Oh, they live.
he feeds his employees each other. The only positive thing I'll say about this guy is that at least he acknowledged that the Great Recession had been going on for the antecedent 8 years. My biggest beef with Obama was his refusal to acknowledge that the recession never ended and that 4.7% unemployment number of his was always an absolute bullshit number. In the foregoing 8 years, the top 5% were making out like bandits, with the top bracket of that group doing even better than those in the lower bracket. But the bottom 95% experienced only stagnation or deterioration or complete descent into poverty. Childhood abject poverty grew 25% in the anterior 8 years, while the rich saw their net worths double in the same time frame because the stock market had doubled. I wish I could find the video, but it seems to be scrubbed from the net. But Diamond once testified before Congress shortly after the crash and literally said that people needed to stop whining, that things were tough and that all the banks got bailed out because, all things considered, we were living in the best period of history ever. Regardless, just astonishing how the very people that burned down the house have the hubris to say the government is the real culprit, when Diamond and Blankfiend buy all these politicians to start with. How the hell do you complain about the government when you, through campaign contributions, determined who would get into office in the first? This guy should have been behind bars with the late Bernie Madoff, but is so untouchable that he has no fear of that ever happening and feels fine openly calling the government idiots, when he should be thankful they are idiots, because if they weren't, he'd be arrested. Speaking of shit, Jamie, your corporation won't pay taxes. You, your management, and cronies don't want to pay personal taxes. Who's left? The working class. That's right. You make the billions. We pay the goddamn bills. Into the ovens with you and all the crypto-plutocrats of the Judeo-patriarchy. Okay, it was a guilty pleasure. It was just as guilty a pleasure to hear how absolutely unhinged Jamie Dimon sounded into that weekend 8 years agone by now as it was for me to say that. Make it your new phone ringtone if you can ever find the audio. Well, that's per his case. With my case, you've got it now. Finally, consider Gen X to be 50 and out. The 13th American generation has become the biggest work losers, with 10 years still to go. For a brief moment, the 13th Gen X ruled the creative economy, but it was a mirage, and now it feels like we're losing the plot completely. As the heyday of the creative economy boom becomes a distant memory, the generation who were once the high rollers and are now facing an uncertain future as younger workers and AI come for their jobs, just as their children and parents are relying on them more than ever. Relevantly, my San Francisco Municipal Paratransit debit card recently broke. Basically, I have only praise for Aristides, but here's an observation about the occult power intrinsic in the 4444 experience. Basically, I called Aristides and said, hey man, I need about $40 to load onto my card. It really costs only $36, but I might as well ask for $40 in case PayPal starts digging in and taking some kind of excise out of it for whatever reason. Anything could happen. So I rounded the number up and let him know it. And he contributed $44.44 into my account. Now, normally, this is something that's 100% detraconic. Everybody knows 4 is the death number in Asia. They don't have 4th floors in Asia, neither China nor Japan, any more than they used to have any 13th floors in the United States. And this is because the number 4, shi, rhymes with death in both the Chinese and Japanese languages. And it's considered the ultimate bad number. As a matter of fact, when missionaries go into China and try to talk about the Antichrist, they find that the number 666 has no meaning. So they tell their Chinese brethren, their potential converts, that the number of the beast is 444. Then every Chinese person gets it. So when it comes to that number, it's been around me all my life. I've been surrounded by death and destruction all my life, to the point where I've taken the number 4 as my number. It's the death number, and I made my living off of death for a good part of my life. Such having been said, I accept the fact that the prefix to my phone number is 444. That having been said, Aristides was aware of this and gave me 4 4s, not just 3, but $44.44. After that, I couldn't get once I deposited the money from the PayPal account into the debit card, I had to call the finance office at Paratransit to do this. I speak with this young Chinese lady who's fairly attractive, has been there forever, and she's always profoundly professional and understanding, and she loaded it and said it won't be available until the 8th. Well, I already had appointments before then, and I said, why is the money not available to the 8th? And she says, well, that's your purchase date, and you've been paying mostly around that time, because most of the time I had been. I had never known this was my purchase date, but I usually didn't put money on the card until about a week into the month, because I didn't have money in PayPal to do so until around that time. So this was the first time that, because of my appointments becoming more and more intense, now that I have a chiropractor, my immunobooster injections, my allergy shots, that is, they're technically called immunobooster injections, but I hate to use that term because most people assume I've got AIDS or something. But my allergy shots and the other things I'm dealing with, I'm traveling a lot more now, so I needed it loaded right away. I said, so she transferred me to management, who was this woman who had an Asian as hell accent. I can't imagine what it was other than Chinese, which she claimed later on it was not. Might have been Filipino, but I doubt it. She had a Chinese as hell fucking accent. And I'm pretty good at identifying Chinese accents since it was my native language. So I thanked her in Chinese when she said, oh, just this once. I move it to the 4th, and it'll be the 4th permanently. Not the 1st, but the 4th. And so she did me a great favor. And of course I was, I don't speak that language. And maybe she's just one of these people who's so scared shitless she'll be locked up in a detention camp that she just wants to go with that.
Yeah. Well, she's obviously Chinese if she gave you the 4th as punishment for complaining.
Thank you.
So that gave it away right there.
Thank you. But then think about
it helped him. It was
No,
4
it
days
didn't.
earlier.
No, honey,
was it in
didn't.
time for the appointment?
No, it didn't. It was in time for
you needed it right then.
No,
She
it was in time for the
punishing you.
appointment. It was right then. I called her on the 4th. So she moved it to that day, the 4th. But you get it? I called her on the 4th. She moved it to that day, the 4th, as the purchase date from this point forward, and I had $44.44, and then the card broke. The card broke. The magnetic strip just stopped working.
Oh man.
So see, this stuff doesn't impact me. I'm not going to die, but electronics around me will die. I mean, what happened on the card made no sense. I mean, then I tried to use it on the weekend, and first I'm confronted with a cab driver who, again, like all these cab drivers, thank God I found the business card for my chiropractor, because I've got the same map on my cell phone, and the fucking cab drivers always refuse to look at the cell phone map. It's like they anathema to them. It would be like holding a crucifix up to a vampire in a film. One of those cinematic vampires, the fictional literary vampires that are afraid of crosses. When I hold my cell phone up to them, here's the map.
What's wrong with those fuckers?
They're fucking crazy.
Well, they're not going to look at a paper one either, right?
Well,
They're
at least they seem to be. We'll find out. We'll find out, because I'm going to shove that into their face whether they want it or not.
Yeah.
But when I'm trying to use whenever I try to show them the cell phone, they shut down, and I wound up going around in circles with this other idiot who picked me up the other day, and by the time that he was done, I owed him $20, and then the card wouldn't work, so I had to give him $20. Then on the way home, it wouldn't work either. It's just an invalid card, so I had to give that guy $14 because he wasn't driving around Chinatown lost like the other one was. He took me straight home. That was $14. Then when I finally when I called finance, I couldn't call them on the weekend, so I had to wait till Monday, and then when I called them on Monday, they said, well, you have to go through the standard operating procedure, and since you didn't collect receipts from these people, I said, of course I didn't. I didn't even know. What would you do with those? I didn't even know. I'm just so upset the card didn't work, because I was convinced that Chinese woman had shut the card down because it says invalid card. So I thought she just put it to the fourth and then shut it down, but the very number killed it. And then literally, I swear to God, it's the numerology that killed it. And then when, so she says, well, you have to have the cab driver drive you to your destination this time on a weekday and tell him the card's not working. And then he has to fill out a manual receipt, and then we'll pay him and send you a new card. But we have to have that manual receipt filled out by a cab driver. So when I got into a cab this time, it was a Vietnamese driver. And since he's Asian, I explained to him everything. He said, I'll try your card. And so basically he drove me there, and I said, here's a $10 tip, because I knew the card wasn't going to work. And so he got out of the cab with my card, walked around to where I was, to where the stupid, machine is. What do we call it again? The slide, what do they call it? The credit slide. So then he took the card and ran through the credit slide and said, invalid. And then he said, backwards. And he just did backwards. It's got arrows on it saying, do it only this way. He said, do it backwards. Yeah. And it worked. So he got $10 on me. Of course, I had to let him keep the tip. So I said, consider that tip. I had to let him keep the tip. But then the next time I used it, I did it backwards, and it worked. So for whatever reason now, the card only works backwards. The exact opposite of the credit slides arrows that tell you only slide it this way. I have to do it backwards, and then it works. So all that happened.
Yeah, talk about an occult. That's a cult phenomenon.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, there's no explanation for that. Yeah.
Thank you. So the card's still working, but it only works backwards. But the fact that it cost me $44.
No way.
$20 that first trip,
No
$14 the way
way.
home the second trip, and $10 as a tip to that Vietnamese guy who broke the spell. That cost me $44. So there you go. And that means that means eating canned soup and borrowing cash from friends, only slightly better off than me. All the old feelings, heart palpitations, the seizure of reason in my brain came right back again. Now, my son had me trying out one of those wearable devices that monitors my heart rate, sleep quality, activity level, and calories burned.
Yeah, you want to know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ed-Beth calls it a Oura ring, O-U-R-A, a Oura ring.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it told me what I already knew. I had been unusually stressed. When this happens, the device asks you to log the source of your stress. Now, I scrolled through this incredibly wide array of options. Diarrhea, difficulty concentrating, erectile dysfunction.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Emergency contraceptives. I could not find financial issues or anything remotely related to money.
That's because billionaires use that stupid ring. That's why.
Thank you.
It's for rich people. It's for rich people.
Thank you.
That's the last thing on their fucking list.
Thank you.
Impending firing. Threat to be victims.
Thank you.
Rats in the walls.
So, according to a poll from the American Psychiatric Association, financial issues are the #1 cause of anxiety for Americans. 58% say they are very or somewhat anxious about money. So how? I wondered, was it possible that this had not occurred to a single engineer at Walra? I had Ed-Beth give the ring to Sugar Daddy and felt like I had just passed on the curse of Sauron. I can only imagine what that app is registering now. But I know for a fact that since my son's husband has orders of magnitude more to lose than I do, he'll be exponentially more frustrated than I was by its interfacial failings.
Yeah, because even the rich ones are always scared.
Yes.
Always scared.
Thank you.
They always happen, no matter who's president,
Yeah, so I don't get it. How is it the engineers don't get this, Brendan? How's the engineers don't get that?
And when the rich ones get scared, man, they'll eat your face.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course.
Because they're just totally totally out of it. I mean, it's just
Thank you. Thank you. They must be.
like that really wasn't an option in the whole freaking menu.
Yeah.
Not
That's
at all.
crazy.
Not at all.
Can't pay the
crazy.
rent.
Because it's the people that designed it were like these tech bros with startups, meaning that they have family money. They ain't sweating it.
Thank you. That's it. That's what
They
I'll
got
get to.
time.
Thank you.
Yeah, they got time to sit there and think of new ideas. That means you don't have to worry about shit.
Thank you.
That's what that means.
Thank you.
Can't afford food.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even on there.
So Brendan hit it. Brendan hit it. You see, for all the racial, gender.
You know, back in the day, they had the patrons of the arts and shit.
Yeah.
Well, the modern
Yeah.
day, the modern day artists are just those startups.
Thank you.
So it's just a bunch of rich kids thinking of dumb shit to make money off of because they don't have to sweat living, you know.
Thank you.
So they think of all these little, you know, the aura ring or whatever, and yeah, that's the last on their mind, obviously,
Thank you. Thank you.
is dying of starvation.
So it would take Ed Beth, my son, the bride of a multi-billionaire, to even think of purchasing that as a gift for me. that's thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh,
Now
God.
for all
It is a curse.
Yeah.
I don't want to know my numbers.
Thank
I
you.
don't want to know.
Thank you. Now, for all the racial, gender, and sexual reckonings that America has undergone over the past decade, we have.
It reminds me of Brian Johnson, that he
Yeah,
has
tell
one
us.
of those, or like he has like his version of it.
Yeah, tell us
It's
about that. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's just he's obsessed with it. He has like
Mhm.
I think it's like half a thousand biomarkers that he monitors every day, obsessively.
God.
So it's like, you know, he has one of those on him at all times. You know. So
Thank you. Yeah.
Essentially the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. What a. It's like that. That would drive you insane. That would drive
Right.
you
I
mad.
wonder if he has a
He is
rectal
insane.
Yeah,
He
good
is
point.
insane.
Good point. Yeah. Oh, touche. Touche.
He's like past. He's just like way past though. He's like
Yeah.
obsession.
Yeah.
He's like fully obsessed. Yeah.
Yeah. Poor.
And I just, you know, I think it's funny. I just want to see how long he lives because he thinks it's gonna be like, you know, he's gonna be like increasing his telomeres, but it doesn't work like
I
that.
think he's destroying them. I think he's destroying them.
Yeah,
and
of course,
but
But he
And
claims
he'll
he's the
drop
healthiest
dead during
person
a
on the planet.
podcast.
He claims that.
yeah. Yeah, well, he can delude himself all he wants. It's not worth it. It's like, you know, what they say. I could go into that. I'm sure Brendan would not appreciate this, but you know what they say. They say that, you know, every steak you eat takes 15 minutes out of your life, and every alcoholic drink you have takes 5 minutes out of your life. And I'm like thinking, well, I'd rather have all that steak and all that drink than a long life without it. Yeah, it's what I would think. Brendan doesn't think like that, but then he's got a different sense of what's pleasurable. He's got and he's not a vampire. But such having been said,
You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
Longevity's
power.
never been my thing.
Yeah.
It's never been a goal.
Yeah, but you're juicing. You're gonna, whether you like it or not, you're gonna live longer just from that.
yeah, true.
Yeah, but I had to quit ever since the Moss Landing fire.
I think he's talking about my sucking from the blood boys. That's a
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, the kale smoothies too. Yeah.
Yeah, see, he was.
So he was talking about
But
you.
no,
Ollie.
I mean, no. My race is run. That's fine. I'm ready.
So like I was saying, for all the racial, gender, and sexual reckonings that America has undergone over the past decade, we have yet to confront the persistent blindness and stigma around class. When people struggle to understand the backlash against elite universities, or the Democrats' loss of working class voters, or the fact that more and more Americans are turning away from the mainstream mass media machine, this is why. America is not just suffering from a wealth gap. America languishes under the functional equivalent of a class apartheid. Our systems of education, credentialing, hiring, housing, and electing officials are dominated and managed by members of a comfort class. These are people who were born into lives of financial stability. They graduate from college with little to no debt, which enables them to advance in influential but relatively low-wage fields: academia, mass media, government, or policy work. Many of them
Fine art.
rarely, many of them rarely interact or engage in any meaningful way with people living in different socioeconomic strata other than their own. And their disconnect from the lives of the majority has expanded to such a chasm that their perspective and authority may no longer be relevant. Take, for instance, those lawmakers desperately workshopping messages to working class folks. More than half of congressional representatives are multimillionaires. In academia, universities are steered by college presidents, many of whom are paid millions of dollars a year, and governed by boards of trustees made up almost entirely of multimillionaires, corporate CEOs, and multimillionaire corporate CEOs. I know because more than one of my Tong Hall brother Beaver's own relations serve on some of these boards. Once a working class college dropout like Jimmy Breslin could stumble into a newsroom and go on to win the Pulitzer Prize. Today, there's a vanishingly small chance he'd make it past security at the front door. A 2018 survey of elite newsrooms found that 65% of summer interns had attended top-tier colleges. Indeed, it's now a requirement, or you will not be allowed into that profession at all. So college attainment is more than a matter of educational status. It is also a marker of class comfort. 70% of people who have at least one parent with a bachelor's degree also have a bachelor's degree themselves. These graduates out-earn and hold more wealth than their first-generation college peers. At elite schools, about 1 in 7 students comes from a family in the top 1% of earners. Graduates of elite colleges comprise the majority of what a study in Nature magazine labeled extraordinary achievers, elected officials, Fortune 500 CEOs, Forbes' most powerful and best-selling authors. What we have is a...
I think you misread that. It was the scammers and grifters. Fucking... I didn't learn nothing in school. Scammers.
Hey, it's Nature magazine labeled these people extraordinary achievers.
Yeah.
But go on.
Yeah, okay. Well, they misspelled some. You know,
Yeah. Oh, they're still extraordinary achievers in terms of the grifting. Yeah, they're still extraordinary achievers in terms of the grift, but go on, yeah.
Yeah, that's extraordinary. Yeah, just like my family. My grandpa worked his ass off in the desert for 40 years, brought all these idiots over. They all got educated and then fucked it all up and fumbled the ball, before now they're all fucked up. Mind, body, and soul.
Thank you. Yeah,
they have money, but look what it got them. Nothing. I mean, they're just losers.
Yeah.
It's just same with these people. It's just there's a bunch of freaking madmen.
But the problem is they don't pay the price for their mistakes. They can make all the mistakes they want, and yet they're still they still got the buffer. They got the net.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So your grandpa ended up turning a buck from all those decades of hard work. He made a little.
I mean, he was comfortable, but it's like
generation squandered it.
Yeah, he was comfortable, but like his kids fucked it up. My dad himself, my grandpa was crying to me saying, my dad wasted $1 million of his money just buying him houses and bailing him out of shit and giving him money. So, and that's not even including the other dumb kids. one of them, the other guy, like stole the family business, and he has an MBA. Can you believe that? What a scam of a fucking, what a waste of money. Dude has an MBA and can't even run like a small business. I mean, it's just insanity. And then the other guy's grifting, working at Apple, stealing their phones and shit, saying, I'm above you. You know, it's just like, they're all failures. And my grandpa told me, at the candid moments I had with him while he was alive, he said, my kids have no heart. You know, you're the only one that's like respectable. And I know that you understand my work, my life's work of, you know, caring for Earth and passing it on to the next generation, the knowledge of like how nature works and all that. And so he candidly said that his kids were worthless. I mean, many times to me.
Sometimes it can skip a generation because they were the ones arguing about his house over his deathbed, right?
Yeah, those people. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't think I think genetically things can skip, but there's no excuse. I mean, they had everything growing up. Not at all.
I mean, they had literally everything. Like, if anything happened, they could have gone back to, you know, their parents' house and they would have had food and everything, like, for free.
Right.
So it's like these people had no excuse, just like what Doug's saying. Like, and Doug and I didn't have that, guaranteed. Like, we had to take care of our dying parents.
Thank you.
And grandparents.
Thank you.
And we got nothing. So there you go.
Thank you. I appreciate
these people
that.
had it good, you know.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I disowned my sister was that she let me do all the care provision for the parents while she married up. She married the son of a doctor and a nurse. And so even though he himself was nothing but a piece of shit working in an insurance company where she met him, Alexander and Alexander Insurance Company, where they met, and then she, you know, married him, he still has all the money and property in Hawaii from his mother and father, who are a doctor and a nurse. And after that, she wouldn't even give us the address of where she lived in San Francisco, though I found it out. I didn't bother her because, you know, I disowned her. But she didn't want us to know where she lived because she was afraid we would come and ask for money. You know, and so her and her husband bought a house in San Francisco. They bought a house in San Francisco. They have property in Hawaii. And yet they abandoned us like we were a sack of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Literally the same situation with my dad's brothers. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
So it's just disgusting people.
It is. So, you know. So yeah, no, they are. They're irredeemable. So what we have is a compounded problem in which people with generational wealth pull the levers on a society that they don't begin to understand. Whether corporate policies or social welfare or college financial aid, nearly every aspect of society has been designed by people unfamiliar with not only the experience of living in poverty, but the experience of living paycheck to paycheck, a circumstance that the Bank of America data proves a quarter of Americans know all too well. The dissonance between the way the powerful think and how the rest of America lives is creating a lot of chaos. It can be seen in the rejection of DEI, or, since Dei is the Latin word for God, the rejection of God himself, and the rejection of wokeism, as they call it, which is their way of deluding themselves that they're self-made people. Tell it to the choir, Brandon. Why don't you apply yourself like I did?
Yeah, can you imagine that shit? Can you imagine that shit? Like that fucking scumbag. My uncle was saying, I did this all myself. And I said, what about my grandpa paying for your entire college? And he said, I bought my own books. And I'm like, are you joking? He didn't have to pay rent. He lived with them just like my dad till they were in their 30s. And this fucker said, I did it all myself. I paid for my way through college. And then him and his stupid girlfriend also had the nerve to say, we did it without any government help at all. And I said, what about FAFSA? You have to sign up for FAFSA. And it's been around since the 80s. There's no way you guys didn't. And they said, no, we refused it. And it's like, you guys are so stupid that they would think that I would believe something as ridiculous as that.
Thank you.
It's like, Like the college automatically enrolls you, whether you like it or not, and you're getting government aid because it's a fucking government school.
Yes.
Because they went to California, UC California or California State schools, and these people are saying we didn't get any help from the government. It's like just bonkers losers. I mean, just absolutely bonkers.
A total revision of reality. And
yeah,
I can speak to this for a minute.
Sure.
It goes back to the world's simplest algorithm, and I hate to have to, repeat it endlessly wherever I go, but no matter your job, if you can't afford a place to live, i.e. a bed, car, phone, food, and a little bit of entertainment, that equals an unstable society. And the woke ones like us will be pissed, and the MAGA service, and I don't want to call them service workers anymore. I want to call them infrastructure support or builders or something. Because if you don't allow those people a halfway decent, bed, car, phone plus, you're going to have rioting pretty soon. And so when you compound that with all these, this chainsaw approach to reforming corruption, plus crazed, driven weather events, we know what it adds up to.
Thank you. Yeah, well, and Trump's pulled all the funding for all of the emergency aid organizations during these natural disasters.
Affordable housing, federal money.
Wait, honestly, you lost me there, Holly. I don't know what was the point of it.
Really?
Yeah. What was your final point?
Holly?
But also, did you hear? Okay.
She's breaking up. You're glitching, Holly. Your technology. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
It wasn't supposed to be nonsense.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not nonsense. It's simply that what I believe what Brendan is saying is that you're expressing a lot of factors that we certainly appreciate and that we're aware of, but we're not quite sure. It does nothing to alter my point.
What the point is?
yeah. So it's more or less. I feel you're just expressing the
there
fact.
Was a reason.
Yeah. You're just expressing.
About the anger and the rage.
I see. I get it.
All that.
So let's take it from there. I'll work on that. So what Holly is saying is that the elite need to be aware of the rage they're stoking in the bottom populace. So everything that I said,
or at least not be surprised about it, and I'm not sure that this policy being laid out is going to be any help to it.
Well, remember that beyond the phenomenon of the government right now, we have this comfort class that is experiencing cognitive dissonance. And this cognitive dissonance can be seen above all in the rise of Donald Trump, who won again in part because he, unlike Democrats, did not dismiss the vibesession, but rather the feeling that there was a recession, even though we were in an economic boom, was called a vibesession because it didn't matter that we were physically experiencing or economically experiencing boom times. Everybody felt like it was a recession. It was all in their minds because the propaganda of the Russians kept telling them that. But Trump didn't dismiss the vibesession, but exploited it by addressing what people were feeling. Stressed about the price of eggs. Now, these phenomena are obviously completely irrational.
Which is what they always attack the other people about, saying, you guys are just in your feelings.
Right!
Shit.
Right! Calling us snowflakes.
This shit, yeah. My uncle was attacking me about using the euphemism, I feel it, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
When I would say, like, people my generation, we don't, it's not that we're feeling something, it's just a figure of speech.
Yes.
And this dude says, you have a feminine way of thinking about shit because you're always talking about feelings. And I was like, it's a figure of speech, you idiot. You fucking dumbass. Like, you know, when you say I feel like this or I feel like that, they say, oh, that's what women do. They think about feelings. It's like, you guys are so ignorant and retarded.
Well, this is why he can't get laid. This is why he can't get laid, is because he's so alienated from his feelings. So if he wants to go around being the macho, involuntary celibate,
but he's not. He's not. He was. Remember, he would get triggered over nothing.
Oh yeah.
Like when I told them I don't want dogs pissing in the house, then he'd start crying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Cartman from South Park. Respect my authority, my authority. You know, it was just ridiculous.
Because
it was that ridiculous.
Because they all live in their feelings. They all live
exactly.
Exactly. And so.
Where they couldn't distinguish a figure of speech. Like, can you imagine how ridiculous?
Well, of course I can imagine it. Yes, these people.
It's insanity.
Yeah, because they're living in their feelings, which they then project upon yourself, and it's these phenomena are obviously irrational, but anxiety is not rational. Studies have found that working through a challenging financial time can affect one's brain as much as missing an entire night's sleep, or a loss of 13 IQ points. Financial anxiety is linked with higher rates of depression and psychological distress, which can manifest in physical health issues such as heart disease and reduced immunoresponse. The feeling of scarcity can also affect people's ability to make sound decisions and retain information. Not helpful when you can't afford the late fee on a bill. In short, the haves are literally in a different headspace than the have-nots.
Well, and that's what I was trying to say before, because it's the have-nots that are providing the basic infrastructure for the society, for all of us, rich and poor.
There, yes. And exacerbate.
That's what I was trying to say.
Got it? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, honey. Okay. Now, exacerbating this problem is widespread class.
Yeah, that's well said. Well said, Holly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And exacerbating.
I mean, that's all it takes. That's all you got to do. Peel off a billion here or there.
Oh, yeah.
And
those are the people that go batshit crazy when someone's rude at them when they're making them a sandwich. How could they treat me like this? Like, bitch, we can't even buy the sandwich that you're buying 10 of. You idiots. That's why we're pissed. You crazies.
Thank you.
We shouldn't have to tip.
Yeah, yeah, that always gets me.
Yeah, and then they feel like jaded when the tip comes up. Yeah, can you believe how evil? Ridiculous.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yes.
Why is the waitress crying in the kitchen and not wiping my tip? I mean,
I've literally had people complain. I'm not joking. They said she was rude. And she started crying. Yeah. And it's like, what did you say? And they're like, we just wanted, they just basically said super offensive shit to her. And she's crying in the back. We're going to,
Yeah.
I literally had to.
She's got a sick kid at home.
Deal with that. Yeah.
Or in the car.
Or who knows? Or she got abused in general, and then goes to work and these people are saying, put on this, they want the fake, the fake smile and all that shit. It's just insane.
Oh, yeah. They think they're paying for it, but that's the thing. I mean, every single job that is really provides infrastructure that we expect and need, even poor people expect and need, is draining out the bottom of the toilet before my eyes every day.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it happen.
Well,
unless you're some spoiled kid that's never changed your own oil.
Well,
they're going.
Well, there you have that. I mean, speaking of that, Brendan, you might want to tell her about the place you applied for a job at, how they wanted you to be dressed to the nines, practically in a tuxedo while changing people's oil. And can
you believe? No, it was even less than that. The auto people, they can keep their beard. But it was this these stupid drive-through car washes. So they were like, yeah, your availability is great. How about you start, tomorrow? And they're like, but there's one stipulation. I was like, okay, what? And they said, you have to be clean shaven and wear this bleached white pressed collared shirt. And I said, you're joking, right? And they said, yes, you have to be clean shaven every day. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not against it, but I'm not going to do it for some part-time piece of shit job. And they're like, we can't move forward. And I was just like, good. I hung up the phone on them after bitching at them.
Did they want your urine?
Damn near. I mean, damn near. And it's like,
that,
like I don't mind shaving for a job, but not that shit. Not some loserdom job where the people, they don't even roll down their windows. I've gone through these places multiple times to wash my car. These people don't even look at you. They just like say, yeah. And then when you hit something, they just, they back up and they don't do anything. Like the people going through don't even look at you. You don't exist. And they want you to freaking clean shave and all this shit. It's crazy. Insanity.
Right.
No, thank you.
So cheesy. So cheesy.
Society does not allow those people a place to shit, eat, and sleep. This might seem oblique, but I think it was Noam Chomsky that said back in the 70s, capitalism demands waste.
Yeah.
And in order to have a few individuals rich enough to go to Mars, it takes a very significant percentage of society that will fail, quote, financially, whatever they do. And whatever their decisions, and no matter how moral they are. Yeah. So how can these grown men not take this simple algebra into account?
Well, exacerbating this problem is widespread class.
Because what you're saying
is, if you ever allow me to say it, yeah.
sorry.
It's exacerbating this problem is widespread class dysmorphia. One reason so many well-off Americans feel capable of opining about less well-off Americans is because they don't realize that they are, in fact, well-off in the first place. According to Forbes, the explosion of the American billionaire class from 272 individuals in 2001 to 813 in 2024 has made millionaires feel relatively poor. There are more of them as well. The number of Americans worth $30 million or more grew by 7.5% in 2023 alone. And still, according to a survey of millionaires done that year, 2/3 of them did not consider themselves to be wealthy at all. So here's the broader situation. 30% of American households are classified by Pew, that's of course the pollsters, as low income, and 19% are upper income. And yet a 2024 Gallup survey found that only 12% of Americans identified themselves as lower class and just 2% as upper class. In short, no one wants to be perceived as poor, and no one rich ever feels rich enough. As a result,
these bullshit labels gotta go, and just in general, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like the three layered society that the Brits or whatever these anthropologists have always, or the economists, first world, second world, third world, and lower, upper, and middle class, like all that stuff, like it has its merit and reason, but they've taken it to this meme level where like you're saying, it locks people into this madness where they can't see it.
Well, like I said,
like once you think you're something, then you're something.
Well, what I'm saying,
that was the whole propaganda about America from the first was, here you'll live in a classless society,
right?
And if you work hard enough and pull yourself up and make all good decisions and don't be an idiot, you'll be fine.
This while everyone obsessed on the concept of being middle class. Don't forget, Holly. They said it's classless.
That was fine. Yeah. There wasn't necessarily that much aspirational need to get beyond that.
That's right.
That's ramped up.
Yes. So, but what I'm talking
that
about,
was the deal. If you were a good person,
Yeah.
you'd make it and not worry about a bed, a car, and a phone.
So what Brendan was saying was that we should do away with a concept of a class in the sense that he feels that it entraps people in a concept of themselves. But I was pointing out that's not the case. There is class dysmorphia.
I get that.
Class dysmorphia.
There's ego.
Yeah. In other words, so everybody's going to lie.
And the American promise was a lie from the beginning, because it was founded by elites for elites.
Whoa. No, it wasn't. Actually, after World War II, there was so much to go around. Everybody was happy, and everybody could get a job, and everybody could go to college, and everybody could raise a family.
Or join a guru or something.
Well, that came later. That now you're going off into the 60s and the 70s. I'm already just talking post-war, okay? But when it came to the sense of where Brendan was coming from, he's not taking into account the class dysmorphia, and he's almost saying, well, we've got to do away with these categories because they entrap people. But no, everybody is lying to themselves. In other words, all the rich people feel poor, and all the poor people want to be perceived as wealthier than they are. So as a result, the very term middle class has become a meaningless catch-all, and this is where Brendan is coming from. The term middle class is now lost its meaning and is now essentially indefinable, and that means useless. It's a meaningless catch-all for a disparate range. Yes, thank you. Of, well, we could say that the very term middle class has become a catch-all for a very disparate range of lived financial experiences. No wonder so much policy and rhetoric geared towards this group fails to stick. Who are these policies actually for? And what theoretical problems do they aim to address? Those of the third generation college-educated social worker whose parents helped her with a down payment on a house? Or those of the first-gen woman with student loans who holds the same job and lives in a rental apartment? Technically, they earn the same wage and both likely see themselves as middle class, but they have extremely different lives because only one is a member of the comfort class. So, members of the comfort class are not even necessarily wealthy. Perhaps one day they will earn or inherit sums that will put them in that category, but wealth is not the maker or the marker of the comfort class. Security is. An emergency expense, say a $1,200 medical bill, would send most Americans into a fiscal tailspin. It would render many of them literally homeless. They would lose their jobs, and it would destroy their lives. For the comfort class, a text to mom and dad can render such emergencies non-existent.
Yeah, and that's why when you're like, how are you able to walk to work and work 2 jobs? It's like, I don't have a choice. I don't have
Thank
a choice.
you.
I have to be resilient, or I'll literally die. You know.
You must be enjoying it.
Well, no, Doug didn't say that. He was just saying, how is it possible that you could go through all that and not get sick or hurt yourself? And it's like, because it's impossible. It would literally kill me.
Thank you.
The equivalent of dying.
You'd wind up like Amy Como, which is kind of worse than dying in terms of her experiences, as far as I'm concerned. Now, all that we've just articulated helps explain why the comfort class tends to vote differently. Someone who feels they don't fundamentally need to worry about money if things go south will be more willing to vote on their values, issues like democratic norms or reproductive rights, than someone whose week-to-week concern is how hyperinflation affects her grocery budget. Many things drove voters to Trump, including xenophobia, transphobia, and racism, but the feeling that the Democratic Party had been hijacked by the comfort class.
As an aside,
yes, go on.
Did you hear about how they stopped translating weather alerts And it's like, that's just literally just designed to kill people. What benefit does that have? Like, there's no immigrants coming here for weather alerts. I mean, it's insane. It's just so, like, it's getting to this absurd level.
Oh, of course. Of course. So, but we all know of the basics. We know that xenophobia and transphobia and racism drove voters to Trump, but the feeling that the Democratic Party had been hijacked by the comfort class was one of the major factors no one other than myself has ever addressed. Now, I recently saw, and admittedly laughed at, a meme showing a group of women from The Handmaid's Tale, and the text read, I know, but I thought he would bring down the price of eggs. Now, to many Americans, classism is...
Yeah, I wonder what that guy with the hat on was thinking when he was...
Tell us.
He's looking at a wall. He's looking at a wall with no eggs that are like $10, even if they were there.
Yeah.
With his freaking 47-45 hat on.
Still thinking that they won World War II. Still thinking they won World War II. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Japanese are doing economic Bushido and cutting our heads off.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's weird that eggs are the new toilet paper.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly.
It's just weird.
It is. It is. Chicken periods. Now, to many Americans, classism is the last socially acceptable prejudice. It's not hard to understand the resentment of a working class person who sees Democrats as careful to use the right pronouns and acknowledge that we live on stolen indigenous land while happily mocking people for worrying about putting food on the table. So even when Americans of different classes are in close proximity, they tend to talk past one another. I still remember that during my single year at Sonoma State U, coming back to my dorm to discover that my roommate had eaten the leftovers I'd saved from dinner the night before. I flew into a rage, and he had no idea why. He came from a household where leftovers were disposable. Thank you. Go on. Yes.
Planned for the week. Yeah.
Yeah, Doug.
Yeah. Go on. And what about your own experience of that, Brendan?
Oh, just that shit like that happens all the time. Like my idiot. Well, I guess we can't keep referencing this guy, but my uncle who has he buys whatever the fuck he has plenty of money to buy what he wants. Then he eats the freaking like my Brazil nuts that I was using for like my health plan.
Yes.
To help support my thyroid.
Yes.
And he said, "You ungrateful piece of shit. Why are you complaining about me eating these?" And it's just like, because
your life depended on them. Your life depends on them.
Yeah, and that was my last $10 I had for months.
They were gonna last till next week.
Thank you. Yes,
those are my rations to keep me alive. Just like when people like us keep leftovers, it's not a fucking, like you said, it's not. We consciously keep them to not have to buy food the next day.
Yes, we're parceling.
Like, that's simple.
We're parceling. We're parsing.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yes.
I can make $50 at the Chinese restaurant last 4 fucking days.
Exactly. But they don't understand that. This fucker and his whatever girlfriend, these people, they would go blow $200-300 on a dinner and then tell me to my face, "Why are you spending $20 on drinks? Why are you spending $20 on fruit?" Shit like that.
Yes.
Insane. Completely insane.
Absolutely. Yeah, from this dorm mate's perspective, when I flew into this rage, he had come from a household where leftovers were disposable, of course, and from his perspective, all he'd done was have a harmless drunken snack. From my perspective, he'd eaten my next meal, and I could not afford another one. Now, by dint of a convergence of circumstances, I move in circles now where everyone's zip code and alma mater alludes to a homogeneity of experience. But when I start discussing policy or politics with people, be they on the left or the right, I often feel that invisible gap yawn between us. People who grew up with money tend to think that poverty is something they can fix with things like education, empowerment, whatever that means, or initiatives that almost always have the words community, youth.
Or like those plonkers online that are talking, you're just not entrepreneurial enough. Like you've seen the hundreds of YouTubers like that.
Meaning you're not grifting enough. Meaning you're not grifting aggressively enough.
You don't think like an entrepreneur. That's
like a
why
grifter.
you're poor.
Like a grifter, you mean? Yeah.
Insanity.
Yeah.
All the way
insanity.
back to rich dad, poor dad. Become a slumlord.
Yeah.
And take out a bunch of debt and live off debt so you don't have to pay taxes. Yeah. And then when we get student loans, they're like, you ungrateful losers, trying to educate yourself. Why should I pay for that? Yeah, horrible people.
Yes, and they don't want these student loans to get canceled either. They want everyone to remain mired in poverty and without credit.
Yeah. We're so crooked, so deceptive.
It's like shooting themselves in the foot. Weren't they supposed to sell us shit? Well, you can't now, you losers.
Yeah, there you are. They are shooting themselves in the foot. And but as I said, these people who grew up with money, they think poverty is something that can be fixed. And aside from the educational angle,
it can be. Wink, wink.
They think on these initiatives that almost always have these hashtag words: community, youth, program, and center in them. The willingness of these folks to try to help the poor is mostly, I would like to think, noble and generally kind, but as a poor child, I never felt these people and their programs could actually see me. It seemed like they were projecting, imagining what would help them if they were to suddenly find themselves in my shoes. They seemed to me a different kind of people.
I could say definitively that shit never helped, as you know.
Thank you.
It just doesn't help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brendan, what's the name for that loose group of big millionaire tech multimillionaires that are doing the planned giving to restructure society?
Like philanthropy, but like in this kind of madness? No, I'm not sure.
It's a tech bro thing. You've heard of it, and you don't hear of it anymore.
I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's a failure.
Yeah, I was about to say. This is. I was going to say it's that modest proposal about cannibalism of the poor, right? Is that what you're talking about, Holly?
Oh, that Sam Altman guy was one of those guys that was, kind of leftist, and we're gonna live in poverty even though we're rich. And we're going to put all our...
Where do you find these people? Holly, you've been hanging around too many communists or lefties or something.
Yeah, these people are not... There was a guy during the pandemic that was a millionaire that... You heard about this guy? That tried to... He said, I'm going to prove everyone wrong, and I'm going to start from the bottom and make it back to 1 million. You heard about this guy?
I know.
He did the experiment.
Yeah.
So he put all his money into an inaccessible account with like one of his friends where he was cut off from him for a year, like definitively. And so he said, I'm going to start from the bottom with no money. And he did like a couch surfing app. And then he tried like flipping stuff on like, Facebook Marketplace and shit. And then he made it to like, he made like $30,000 because that was minimum wage, right? So in 1 year he made $30,000. And then by the end of the first year, he didn't make it anywhere near 1 million. He was $970,000 short. He almost died because his health fell apart. He was nutritionally deficient, all this shit, and he had to cancel the whole experiment.
Of course.
So that was someone who earnestly did it, and it was a failure because it's not possible.
Thank you.
So all those people that say you could work your way out of it, you could do this, it's like it's total fantasy. It's total madness. It doesn't matter how much philanthropy they do or whatever.
Well, this philosophy...
Because it always stops at not, they'll do everything except give you $5, Like, it's just insane.
It's
absolutely
exactly how
crazy.
this was.
It's fucking wrong.
Holly, what you're talking about reminds me of those breatharians who were all breathing before the camera, and then when the camera was off, they were all gorging on sandwiches and shit. Yeah, that's what.
Oh yeah, the last one of the guys was having a granola bar in the trees and shit. They like caught him on camera. Yeah, fucker. Yeah.
This is a thing for a while. Something I'm trying to.
Yeah, so good you can't even fucking remember it, Holly.
Yeah. It was something like, but it was a new kind of philanthropy that won't just give a man a fish kind of thing.
Oh my God, Holly. Again, Holly. You know what we said after you left the other day was we said, is she okay? Because you dropped off, and then we were saying, she all right? I hope she's not angry. Hope she's not angry. And then we were talking when we were talking over what you were discussing about the corporations. One of the things we concluded, Brendan and I, was she's been hanging around with too many of those ideological communists who just indoctrinated her into focusing on the corporations almost monofocally, and it's almost. I would put it this way. Yeah, I would put it this way. The way you were expressing, maybe the corporations will come back and just, pick up all the pieces, even though you're not effusing. You're saying this is a negative.
Yeah. They cut me off before I could say it, but I was going to say, that sounds all good and stuff, but I would totally rather have the Leninist, like, boot in the face shit over that.
Yeah, thank you.
Where they're thinking they're helping you, but they're like fucking just in their own heads and shit. I'd rather just have the piece of shit say, we're going to make everyone suffer. I'd rather have that. But at least they'll be honest. At least they're honest.
Yes. Thank you. And honestly, but
and what's happening is not honest.
But to give Holly just a quick example of the corporations picking up the pieces.
I was worried you guys might think, oh, she's pissy because,
What, we were afraid of that. We were afraid of that.
Discussion. No, I'm so sorry about that. You never have to worry about me. This is no world for the thin of skin.
Of course not. But what I was going to say was to give Holly an example of corporations picking up the pieces. When I was working with the Department of Defense, there were corporations like Iron Mountain, which specialized to record preservation to such a degree.
Data sinks.
Yeah, well, just remember, this was in the day before we had concepts of data sinks and computers on the scale we do now. This is in the day.
Neil Stephenson wrote about it.
Yeah. This was in the day when computers were still big and bulky and, raffle.
Yeah, that asshole. He was a failed mushroom salesman.
Thank you.
Was he?
Thank you.
I want all the dirt.
Yes. Any other dirt on the son of a bitch?
Yeah. Yeah. He had a mushroom business that was booming in the 50s, and then the Europeans started undercutting him with cheap mushrooms, and he couldn't figure out what to do, so he moved to a data storage center because he had all this underground, these caves where he was growing mushrooms.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
He switched. So he changed it to storing documents, and then made this whole business scam business out of it.
Oh.
And then it started contracting with the government.
Oh.
And now it's in the multi-billion-dollar, all the countries around the world were using that service.
Oh yeah.
Including Princess Diana's will is in there, and different, royal documents from Europe and all that jazz.
Jeez.
That's why Trump and the other loser were trying to cut it off.
In San Jose, or no, Palo Alto.
Interesting.
One.
Wow.
But that's not Neil Stephenson you're talking about, or is it?
No, God, no. This is way before him, honey.
Mind.
You're bringing up somebody from like a different age. That guy's like in a different age. I
forget the guy's name, but it was it was not recent. It was like in the 40s. It was literally the 30s when he made his money. Then in the 50s, he the Europeans undercut because of the trade. So
got it.
So it was that long ago. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So.
And that's the Black Mountain guy?
No. What I'm talking about with the corporation, I'm using Black Mountain as an allegory, an example, because Black Mountain does, Iron Mountain. Thank you. Iron Mountain does the data storage.
Iron Mountain.
Yeah. But when it came to what we were working with the U.S. government, there were some contractors who were storage preservation contractors that were offering their services for mega corporations to like IBM to store their data in these bunkers so that they would survive a nuclear conflict. And that way, after the nuclear war, then the corporation could come back and access, for this reason, was the primary advertised reason, they could come back and access their documents so that they could go out and retrieve money that was still owed to them by their debtors and call upon their creditors to pursue whoever might be surviving the nuclear war in order to call on their debts and call in their debts. It's a terror. Now, this is not something that's necessary. It's absurd, but it still makes more sense.
Bring your gold teeth.
Yeah, but it still makes more sense than the shit we're seeing today with the idea that, the economy might collapse and then the corporations will come and pick up the pieces to be the new governance. Because, as I said, corporations cannot govern. They will not govern because that will be a waste of their money. It's not, because governance does not run a profit. Governing is always a loss. You always govern at a loss because governance is not profiteering. So, but all such having been said, as I said, this is part of the problem of people who grew up with money, who think that poverty is something they can fix. So when it comes to the problem that the people they're trying to help have, like in my case, as I said, I never felt these people and their programs could actually see me. It seemed like they were projecting, imagining what would help them if they were to suddenly find themselves in my shoes. They seemed to me to be a different kind of people whose inner selves were clean, unbroken, and consistent as butter. Me, I felt more like margarine, a stick of margarine that fell onto the gravel and among all the ants swarming at the picnic site. Not as good on the inside, dirty on the outside, not the real thing. The butter people believe poor people are also butter, and they just need the grit and ants wiped off. But this never really helps because of the margarine on the inside. I know that being poor doesn't literally mean less than others. Poverty is a big tent. Some families have very little money but are cohesive and loving and buttery. Some families have a lot of money but are chaotic and broken. And some families live in places where external conditions pretty much destroy everything, inside and out. And others live amid ample opportunity, but are beaten down from the inside, from deep or generational poverty, and all the crappy behaviors that can rise out of being poor and that cause one to stay poor. At any rate, when adults tried to talk to me, I pushed them away. It was mortifying, especially to have butter people pay attention to me at all with their assumptions and expectations, blind to how fragile I really was at the time. Even making eye contact with them would make my heart pound and my hands go clumsy, and though I'd want to receive help, everything I said would come out angry because of all that resentment for people who could never understand at all, even imagine what I was going through. And this is the electric fence around poverty that makes it so hard to help. And I'm still languishing on the wrong side of that electric fence, even after having worked all my life on both sides of it by now. Poor people have trouble around money well, more than around money, poor people have trouble around money people. Moneyed people. Because money people just don't fucking get it. Poor people can't easily explain because when we try, our hearts and mouths fill up with concretion and ants. When we're talking about ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, the kind that we now know strongly affect our ability to function, thrive, and survive in the world, it's hard to tell what's the chicken and what's the egg, poverty or behavior. Most people I know who have escaped poverty made progress on trois fronts. They worked to heal the trauma that happened to them, and they worked on their own behavior. Of course, they also had to have support. Nobody does this alone. And yet, it's no surprise that the 13th American generation Generation X on the other side of the Black Atlantic, and aged between 45 and 59 on either side of the Great Pond, are the least satisfied age group at work, with 16% believing that they do not have a good job, according to a hiring platform Indeed.
That's all?
Yeah. I mean, believe those are the only ones who are responding. The rest aren't even responsive. Yeah. Not only are their talents often no longer needed in a world where AI is fast replacing copywriters, photographers, and designers, but those still in place often experience age discrimination. Around 80%, according to a 2022 AARP survey. Now, born in an analog age, 13th Gen Xers are watching digital natives leapfrogging them into content creation jobs they don't understand and are ill-equipped to do, while entire sectors are disappearing overnight. Analysis by the international...
These are the same people that were making money off doing nothing, and then they're complaining about the kids making YouTube videos and TikToks making money.
Yeah, well taken.
Bunch of losers, brain rot and all this shit. It's like, what, you guys were doing the same nonsense, making millions, and you still fucked it off. So at least these kids can, they're like creating
they
literally.
Warn us about
they're on the cutting edge of. They're on the cutting edge of pop culture. You guys weren't doing shit.
No, they're warning us. Don't let your kids have a phone.
Yeah.
Mine don't.
Yeah. Block them. Stop them.
Well, the phone thing we could get into. I mean, that's a whole different topic. But analysis by the International Monetary Fund suggests that
and tech isn't safe around children.
Well, it isn't. But such being said,
I know. But now the last generation of developers and emailing from their private islands are all out there warning us.
Well, the developers aren't warning us. Some of them. What you see them warning about is "quote unquote" the dangers of AI, but that's only because
Elon did it.
Yeah, but all of them. All of these techno moguls who are warning about AI are afraid that AI will out them. That's all. They know that AI will out them. For what they are.
I've seen a little of that. I didn't know whether to trust it or not.
Yeah.
Somebody asked it about Elon, and it apparently wasn't that flattering.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's nor could it ever be. Now, analysis by the International Monetary Fund suggests that around 60% of jobs in advanced economies like the United Kingdom and the United States are at risk of being replaced by AI. According to the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, in the United Kingdom alone, AI could displace up to 3 million private sector jobs. Many of these are in the creative economy 13th Gen X once thrived in. This shift is not only having a profound effect on our identity, but also causing a financial meltdown. 13th Gen X were born to the post-war generation, and many of our parents were relatively young when they had us, my case accepted, of course. We then slouched into adulthood with an ironic disregard for convention, meaning we had children later. So now we're supporting both our university-age kids and our aging parents in their care home era, and doing it on salaries that are rapidly shrinking. All those jobs in the booming creative economy we flock to. Today, the United Kingdom and Ireland's National Union of Journalists reports that senior journalists at major magazine and newspaper groups are earning £22,000. Graphic designers average £28,000. Photographers, because of my son Edbeth and his interest, I know it's about £24,350. Except media photographers top out at £30,000, while wedding photographers can reach £40,000. And for someone in their mid-50s today, it's still a long time before they can access their pension at age 67, if they even have one. Research last month from Get Pension Ready found that 13th Gen X are the least likely to be on track for any comfortable retirement. While 40% of overall respondents report it being on target with their savings objectives, including 50% of Gen Z, 47% of millennials, and 37% of boomers, nearly 2/3, or 65% of 13th Gen X said they no longer have access to defined benefit pension schemes. It might sound like boo-hoo-hoo to 13th Gen X wingers. We got to live through the 90s. There were parties everywhere. No toxic social media. And that time, between the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Twin Towers, when you could fly...
I remember how good...
Yeah, tell us.
I remember myself how good the 90s were, where...
Yeah.
You know, we were going out to sushi every night and shit for, like, years. You know, that's how good the economy was.
Yeah.
Because of the Dems,
yeah,
which everyone will admit was Bill Clinton. Even my dad used to say that, oh, it was Billy that, you know, he had the economy going great. You know, so everyone can accept that. But look what they did with it. They just fucked it all up.
They did?
What, less than 10 years? By 2008, it was all destroyed.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
And it was
fucking
Bill
ridiculous.
Clinton that did away with food stamps as we knew them.
Yeah. But he balanced the budget, or there was a surplus or something.
But
yeah, he did.
That's bringing us back into...
He got away with it. You'd think they'd give him some kind of praise. I mean, God, he got rid of...
Well, everyone knew. That's what I'm saying. They couldn't deny it. No one could deny it.
Yeah, but...
and then they had the nerve to say... I remember someone saying, it was George Bush 1. As if those wars were free or something.
No, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But, the world was so different in that time between the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the Twin Towers. In that time between those two falls, you could fly anywhere without fearing anything, apart from maybe running into more 13th Gen Xers. We started work in a world that hadn't changed. Well, it hadn't changed much since we were born. We played records. We watched TV. If we wanted to talk to someone, we phoned a building and hoped they were in it. I mean, my blood boys find all this hilarious. When things changed, we were either enthusiastically naive or extremely poorly informed. Some of us actually said the internet was a fad. We had no idea we were in the process of being rendered obsolete. As Richard Benson, former editor of The Face and Arena, recalls it all, and here I quote his T, "We suffered from a constant turnover of tech that seemed brilliant, then disappeared. CD-ROMs, amazing. Scion organizers, good. Palm Pilots, cool. There was a weird promise that the economy was going to be rebuilt on the creative industries. We thought, that's going to be us. We didn't foresee it would be Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. We didn't realize one day something would come along that could replace us." So 13th Gen X, bless us, also thought selling out wasn't cool. If you'd offered us the chance to become Mark Zuckerberg, we'd probably have said no. As the latest Face exhibition at the National Portrait Gallery in England shows, this was an era when launching a magazine was like launching a punk band. They had philosophies, a voice, and there were so goddamn many of them. Now we have what in 2024? 2025, I mean to say. I'm still stuck in yesteryear. Media analysts at Enders Analyses call the final phase of industrial-scale print volumes. The creative jobs we once flocked to are disappearing with them. Those big jobs in the media, publishing, TV, and advertising don't exist in the way they once did. In America, 13th Gen X has become the first generation to earn less than their parents. One PR boss my son's husband was in consultation with sounded almost regretful at the rate he was laying off his 13th Gen X staff, rationalizing in his anonymity that they're expensive. I find a lot of ex-media types are going into therapy, breath work, life decluttering, that sort of thing. It's the breath work that got me. That's why my son related that that report to me. Oh, I mean, breath work. I mean, that explains Peter Moon. So, after Spotify and YouTube came for the royalties, music industry names are paddling in those waters too. Anyhow, I'm sorry. Were you guys say anything about the breathwork, Brendan? Because I'll get back to that. But at any rate,
Tip of the hat to Stan Groff.
Yeah. Now Ben Wolf.
Oh, what about the breath work? I mean, it's just a bunch of shite.
Thank you. It is. It's all shit. Jesus Christ! Don't ever go for it, people. It's like that's true desperation.
Stanislaus Grof.
Yeah, tell us about that. Well, what do you mean by that, Ollie? What's this guy's grift?
He was the guru of that whole trip.
Yeah, it sounds like grift.
And introduced it to the world. Well, you get all kinds of effects from purposely adjusting your breathing.
Yeah, they stole it. They stole it from the yoga.
So it was an exploitation of that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's called pranayama. Prana control, or the firing up of your pranic centers, pranayama. But it's not meant to be done to an overextension amount, because it limits the amount of breaths you have in a lifetime and kills you sooner.
Thank you.
But they never ever come to that because they don't know anything about Vedic or real, truth or anything. They just say, "Oh, I'm going to sell this course." I'm going to sell this course. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, and it's also one that they don't need to do any work. You're just sitting there breathing. It's such a load of shit. It's awful.
Yeah.
Well, and people got all kinds of crazy results, so that heightened its popularity, because it does make things happen for better or worse.
I maybe people imagine that.
It's like, it's like putting. It does. It's like pressing on a bellows in a fire. Like, it burns your wood. So yeah, you're gonna feel something, but then you're out of wood because you don't have time to chop it. It's just you feel something different, but it's not good.
Yeah, I got it.
Or beneficial.
Yeah, no, we understand that, Holly. Holly's not defending it. She's just articulating
but
it.
It is. It does have effect. Wasn't it a lot of it about reliving the birth canal experience?
Oh God, let's not go there. But I appreciate you bringing that up for the sake of morbid humor. That's just all for the sake of morbid entertainment.
Well, you asked.
Yeah, understood.
But Groff was the guy. And that was all, I think, with that Soul Retrieval Network.
Oh, Jesus. Now we're just going into waters. Let's go to those waters. Like I was saying, after Spotify and YouTube came for the royalties, music industry names are paddling in all these sewer waters, too. Ben Wolf, one half of the producing duo of the Boiler House Boys, who remixed Can I Kick It? And wrote for Gabrielle and Daft Punk, no less, is now a breath yoga teacher. Apollo 440's keyboardist Trevor Gray, who recorded with U2 and the Manic Street Preachers, is now a well-being and performance coach for Liverpool FC women's first team. I mean, for some, it was a light bulb moment. They got out before they were thrown out.
What a bunch of scammy shit.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
And it's never helped anyone ever.
Thank
once.
you. Yeah.
Guaranteed.
I hear you. Oh, now Louis Chun, who now runs wellbeing.org, a match.com for therapists and their clients, arrived in London in 1982.
They don't know an iota about well-being. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah, well, she arrived in London back in 1982 and ended up editing In Style, Just 17, Good Housekeeping, and was deputy editress of Vogue. To quote as she, I went to a press screening of The Social Network in Leicester Square, and when it was over, I realized my career was too. I had a fantastic 90s and 2000s. We missed the rise of the net and tech because editors were used to, they were used to being brand spokespeople, floating above everything. Well, now they're floating down with everybody else among the turds of the sewer.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
Good fucking riddance.
Little did we realize then, everything was disappearing below us. We might now say we should have become plumbers, electricians, or hairdressers, but
Yeah, well, what did they do with all their money? I mean, like, they were just blowing it on cocaine, literally. Like,
You know
what
it!
the hell did they do with all that money?
you know it. You
It's like
know
insane.
it.
Like, I mean, I did the math recently. I would be able to survive on, like, I mean, a fraction of what these people have. Like, thrive, not just survive, thrive. I'd be able to travel and do everything.
I hear you.
Like,
And that's
so what the fuck
I
did they
don't
do with all this?
understand. If they want services and infrastructure, why don't they understand how much better their lives would be if they could get qualified people?
Because the
that are
cocaine
happy.
burnt out their brains. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think they can even think about stuff like that. This was so crazy.
No, they don't. And it's so basic. I mean, Chinese emperors had to be that smart, right?
Of course. But
It's
we're
like,
talking
anyone.
Right.
I mean, like, everyone.
Anyone.
Like, practicality was the rule of all time. You know, but these people don't have it. for
So
some
we're
reason.
seeing this mass delusional nightmare
Yeah.
that, you know, like I say, it's easy for me to call capitalism and corporatism.
Well,
That's what I think are the drivers. I'm not saying
when
that
you say
communism is great.
no, when you say it's easy for me to call capitalism corporatism, I believe you're trying to express is that capitalism is ultimately a dead end because all of the competitors devour each other until only the biggest ones are left. So it inevitably veers into monopolism. That's what you're really trying
Pretty
to say.
much.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
if
that's
they're not smart enough to support their infrastructure,
well, that's not
the human
corporate.
infrastructure,
Yeah, that's
not just the bridges.
yeah.
That's capitalism.
Yeah, but that's not corporatism because corporatism veers
Okay, but
into
it is capitalism.
capitalism becomes
And
monopolism.
corporatism is a mushroom on the brain of capitalism.
No, corporatism veers into fascism. And fascism is where the state controls the corporations, not the other way around. When you have the corporations control the state, that is the outgrowth of capitalism, which is veering into monopolism. So,
And I've always heard you say this, and I've never stopped thinking about it.
Yes.
I'm still trying to.
Well, again, to help you,
work through
just
that.
imagine that line. Just imagine that line on.
I always do.
Yeah, on the one end of
Yeah.
the spectrum, you've got the left, and on the other end of the spectrum, you've got the right. And on the right side of economics, you have capitalism, and on the left side of economics, you have communism, or rather collectivism, since we often romanticize communism. So the economic practice of communism, which would be collectivism, would be manifest in what Albania used to be and what North Korea still is. Whereas on the right, the closest we could have to all-out loose capitalism, a free-for-all, would have been Hong Kong. And Hong Kong never gave rise to monopolism because Hong Kong was always true capitalism. They truly were petty capitalists who eat each other and devoured each other to the point.
It was like pure individuals.
Yes, as pure individuals.
Yeah,
Yes.
when the bank fails, nobody comes to bail the bank.
That's correct. Yes.
Or the car manufacturer.
And the way
or any of that.
and the way it would manifest in terms of its ultimate material manifestation would be in the fact that because you could always bribe anybody to get what you wanted, all they had to do was bribe the fire safety and health inspectors, and they never had to obey fire safety laws. So that's why fires in Hong Kong were always catastrophic, because everybody was allowed to build wherever they wanted, wherever they wanted, whenever they wanted, and so there were no fire escapes, there were no safety mechanisms where you had a second exit so that you could escape in a fire. And ultimately, the walled city of Kowloon, which anybody can look up, the walled city of Kowloon, Kowloon, Kowloon. The walled city of Kowloon was hundreds and hundreds of these ramshackle apartments, all connected into a super mega structure because everybody kept bribing the health and fire safety and inspection officials, so that it just kept growing like a cancer until it enveloped miles and miles of a conurbation, which was all under one roof. So the communists finally came in and tore that shit down. It took a communist invasion to do that. But that's the ultimate manifestation.
Well, but that's what's coming here too. No more FAA. No more housing inspectors.
But no, there's a difference. There's a difference over there. It was bribed so that they all existed, but everybody bribed them. They all existed. Yeah. These places were there to try and
probably
help.
Did here too.
But
bribing.
Well, no, not really. You couldn't because the government workers had everything they wanted. You couldn't bribe someone in the United States because government workers were making so fucking much. Now all that's being taken away.
Let's say just enough.
Yeah, just enough.
Anyway.
Yeah, well, what they were making was a lot more than you and I could drink.
Because what you're talking about, this dividing line between the under and the upper, you got to have the under to make it all work.
Yeah, well, the government was definitely on the upper side.
The paycheck line.
Yeah, well, the government was definitely on the upper side.
Paycheck line.
Honey, if you worked for the government, you may as well be rich.
Right. You were stable.
Yes, it's beyond that. It's beyond that. You were covered.
You were stable.
You don't understand. It's not stable. It's covered to an extent where you're not paying taxes. If you work for the government, you don't pay taxes. You're not paying for medical expenses. You're not paying for daycare.
You had benefits.
Okay, this is not stable. This is rich.
No, but your life, well, compared to now, I mean, it was going strong in the 70s.
No. This was all the way up to when Tim McVeigh destroyed the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Even though technically he did not, it was a conspiracy. But the whole point is, all these kids got taken out, and that's what they made him into a villain about. Oh, you killed all these kids. What were all those kids doing in a fucking federal building? Because all the federal workers got free daycare. No, because all the federal workers got free daycare. They have daycare centers in federal buildings. So if you
the thing of it was with daycare.
So let's not obfuscate the issue. There's no place else in the world where you work and you just take your kids to work and dump them off at a daycare center at work while you go work. Yeah, you get what, honey? We're not talking about other countries. I'm talking about America. You're obfuscating the issue.
I don't mean to.
Yeah, well, you are, and I think a lot of this has to do, we're talking about the corporations. Not that I believe you want this. I don't believe you want the corporations to win.
I don't want to be right.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but you almost, in a sense, subconsciously want it because it's almost like it validates what I think. Not that you're a communist. I know you're not. But I think you've been around so many communists, leftists who truly lean into communism, that they've indoctrinated you into that perspective where that's their focus, that's their fixation, that's their monofocal fetish is the corporation as the enemy. Because to them, that's this ultimate manifestation of capitalism, which, as I've explained...
Well, they sure ain't paying me.
The communists, you mean. Yes, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, but understand that you've been around them a large part of your life. That's obvious because you reiterate a lot of their screed, a lot of their perspective, which is like, the corporations, watch out for the corporations. It's like, at least you haven't taken it to an extreme. There are people out there I know who go back to war as a racket and that Smedley Butler shit. At least you don't dare go there.
I just don't understand. I just don't feel that we diverge as much as you're saying when I listen to you.
Of course not. No, we're not diverging.
Are describing the takeover of oligarchy.
Yeah, yes, but understand.
Pretty darn well.
Yeah, thank you. But understand that I also describe how it's its own worst enemy and it's going to wind up with... Yeah,
and that's what I cling to.
Yes. Yes.
I want to get to that part again.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I'm clinging.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Okay.
Now,
clinging.
So when it comes to my generation and yours, because I do believe that you're of my age bracket.
We overlap a lot.
Yeah.
We couldn't have gone to high school at the same time because we're more than 4 years apart.
Okay. Yeah.
But you're in there close. Yeah. I heard 1983 was the cutoff.
We can look it up.
And I'm thinking Brendan was born after 83.
Well, he's definitely younger than you.
For
He's not 13th American generation. He's not Gen X.
but born after 83, Brendan.
Brendan, up to you to share that information.
And it's nothing personal or judgment. It's just, you know, how the world.
Oh yeah, I mean, way past 83.
Yeah.
Oh, way after. Okay. Yeah. So you were essentially, you know, into the tech age.
I'm considered millennial.
I mean, this is how he's able to help me so well with as my technical advisor. Yeah. So
nothing scary for him.
So the 13th American generation was born between 1961 and 1981. There we go. So, for what that's worth. And so if you were born between those years, honey, you're in the same generation as I am. And
I'm with the World War II old farts.
Yeah.
1960. I didn't make your cut.
Oh, wow. Cool. So,
but only to the last 2 weeks of
got it.
60.
Got it.
So essentially 61.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, there we are. Now, we might now say we should have become plumbers, electricians, or hairdressers, but we were also the generation that grew up assuming we'd die in a nuclear war. So we never really expected to get this far. Maybe that's why we didn't think that much about the future, which is a worry for the Twa generations relying on us now. And as ever, it's not clear we know what we're going to do, beyond a typical 13th Gen X shrudge, of course. But in the past 8 weeks, life for all working class Americans has deteriorated in real ways. Millions of senior citizens are nail-biting about their Social Security benefits. People are worried for their jobs. The costs of eggs, orange juice, and utilities are on the rise. Mortgages and medical bills need to be paid. Rents will be due. Blood pressures will spike. Judgments will be clouded. Irredeemable debts will be incurred. And the pundits and politicians on all sides will watch it from a safe, comfortable distance. Albeit, that's all about to change. Because most immediately, this is the stock market's worst start to a presidential term in modern history. Wall Street fears job cuts as deal-making fizzles in the trade war, and stocks could do something that hasn't happened since the Great Depression. The United States stock market has registered its feelings about tariffs, with all the major indices reeling after days of losses. The market chaos unleashed by Donald Trump's trade war continued for a third day as stocks, bonds, and commodities all swung wildly, buffeted by both fears of a recession and speculation the financial damage will drive the Republican president to change course. After the darkening global outlook hammered markets in Asia and Europe, extending a slide that erased roughly $10 trillion from equity markets worldwide, the S&P 500 opened sharply lower, only to briefly spike as rumors raced across trading floors that Trump was poised to delay his tariffs. But prices sank again as those hopes faded, and by late morning, Trump was making more threats as Red China ramps up.
These are the deals. These are the deals that this guy can make.
Thank you.
Horrible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Horrible. Fucking.
Thank you.
I can't believe people fell for that shit.
Yeah.
The deal maker. He's the deal maker.
They're still saying that shit. Now, by late morning, Trump was making more threats as Red China ramps up its retaliatory tariffs. One senior floor trader's assessment of today's whipsaw: this is madness. Volatility. Volatility convulsed other markets as well with
It's
traders.
I think it's even beyond, I don't think it even has, any modern economic words for it. This is not volatile. This is beyond incendiary. This is there even it's what's that? There's that entity that just is pure madness.
I think the one guy said it right. It's economic nuclear winter. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
To say the least. That's being nice about it.
Yeah, thank you.
And the supporters love every minute of it. They're like, rah, rah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore, honey. Not anymore.
Uh,
Now, volatility convulsed other markets as well, with traders continuing to price in a high risk of a global downturn. The VIX, the VIX, that's the volatility index.
Volatility, yeah.
Yes, known as the fear gauge, spiked to pre-pandemic era levels and then to pandemic era levels. Treasuries weren't much of a haven either. Yields on longer dated bonds surged, underscoring the risk that tariffs could sink the United States economy and worsen the federal government's finances. At the end of the day, markets closed down, but not as dramatically as they did last week. Still, the S&P 500 remains at levels not seen since May of 2024. It's curious that optimists believe that Donald Trump would return to the presidency better prepared than when he left it. But the past couple of weeks have demonstrated that the White House truly has no fucking idea what it's even doing. If you thought calmer heads would prevail after last week's stock market sell-off, sorry. Monday brought this work week no respite. Donald Trump has inflicted carnage in markets around the world with his tariffs announcement. America may be causing the greatest harm to itself, but everyone else is suffering too. One such country is the communist United Vietnam. Many investors, including American ones, have been diversifying away from communist China on the Asian mainland by building factories in its southern neighbor. It has been a great success. Now the United Vietnam's growth could be slashed in half by a trade war. I wasn't the only one who was shocked to see Vietnam tagged as one of President Trump's worst offenders, slapped with a 46% tariff. I remember being struck by the excitement San Francisco's own Vietnamese community felt about the opening up of their homeland's battered economy to foreign investment. There were plenty of Americans roaming around on the other side of the Pacific to help them do it, inspired by potential profits and perhaps a sense of obligation from the pain that country endured during the Vietnam War. Few countries will suffer more from the tariffs than Vietnam and those who do business with it. The trade consular, Peter Navarro, dismissed Vietnam's offer to remove all tariffs on U.S. products, saying that it's the non-tariff cheating that matters. The country's proximity to communist China on the Asian mainland, physically and psychologically, was a boon for brands like Gap, Lululemon, and Nike, who wanted to de-risk their supply chains in a cost-effective manner. Now, of course, those stocks are among the hardest hit. I recall the excitement back in 2023 when Vietnamese electric car maker VinFast debuted on the NASDAQ with a $23 billion valuation. It was building a manufacturing plant in North Carolina and hoped to compete with Tesla on product and price. Around that time, the then CEO, Lê Thị Thu Thủy, told my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, that the real test would be with consumers. Well, consumers have not been won over just yet. That company has racked up almost $10 billion in losses. Its stock is now trading at roughly half its IPO price. But interestingly, there have been notable changes in Vietnam as a result of the growth of companies like VinFast. They've helped Vietnam's economy boom, which has led to the creation of minimum wage laws and higher living standards there. Those factors have in turn helped the population in Vietnam become bigger consumers of American imperial products. If the relationship between these United States and Vietnam unwinds, it's hard to see how either side emerges a winner. Now, Die Neue Welt Deutschland, the new United Germany, wants the European Union to consider using its most powerful tool to retaliate against Trump's trade war. On Monday, referring to a measure that would allow the bloc, the Euro bloc, to target big tech companies, the United German Economy Minister Robert Habeck said, "We have to take a close look at the anti-coercion instrument, which are measures that go far beyond tariff policy, including digital services." That tool, typically labeled the bazooka in the EU's trade arsenal, was established primarily as a deterrent option to avoid coercive economic practices by major trade partners such as the Chinese Communist Empire or these United States. As for Beijing, after weeks of responding with only targeted measures and calling for dialogue, Hong Zhonghua, Red China, signaled a tougher approach on Friday by answering Trump's reciprocal tariffs with blanket duties of its own and more export controls. The Communist Party's official newspaper followed that up with a Monday editorial declaring that Beijing is no longer clinging to illusions of striking any deal, even as it leaves a door open to negotiations. But how are foreign companies reacting? The scooter and car maker Micro sells over 500,000 kick scooters a year in these United States. But going forward, Oliver and Merlin Wobolter, the company's second-generation executives, have confirmed that the scooters may get a lot harder to find and become a lot more expensive. Facing President Trump's tariffs of up to 54% on any goods made in the People's Republic of China, where Micro makes the majority of its products, along with everybody fucking else, the Wobolters offer a playbook on how foreign companies plan to respond. They certainly aren't scrambling to move manufacturing to these United States. Instead, they're preparing to pull some of their products off the U.S. market and hope consumers will pay a higher price for the remaining ones. The lowest priced products are most likely to disappear from Micro's U.S. offering, since the margins are the smallest. Its premium kickboards, on the other hand, will likely be priced higher, as the company plans to pass some of its additional levies on to the consumer. And Micro's Microliner car, an Italian-made golf cart on steroids, may never make it to these United States at all, despite having previously been set for launch there this summer. With a quirky minimalist design and just 12 narrow seats, the fully electric mini car would always have been a long shot in this country of SUVs. The Swiss entrepreneur Oliver Wobolter going on record to say, "But with a 25% tariff, you outprice yourself." In this, Micro is not alone. All European and Asian car makers are facing the same brutal math. Nor is moving car manufacturing a solution for all foreign brands. To make the Microlino in these United States, the OEM, or original equipment manufacturers they source their parts from, would need to move first. And even so, the influx of other manufacturers in every sector, from cars to pharmaceuticals to textile, would mean labor costs and prices would get out of control.
Yeah, it already started with the Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, yes, tell us.
Successor.
Tell us.
Yeah. So there was the Nintendo Switch, which was this hit console that Nintendo made for years, and they were trying to upgrade it. And so their first announcement, it was expensive. They raised the prices on the games. Everyone was upset. All the gamers were upset because it's just, these prices are absurd. It's like $90 to $100 for a physical copy of the game, of a video game, not including the console price. And then right after that, immediately after that, due to the tariffs, they had to halt pre-orders and halt all shipments in order to basically game it out to see if they can even import them, even at that high price. Jesus. So the Japanese are not going to release their new console, indefinitely at this moment.
Oh, man.
So, so there you go. So it's already begun with just a simple video game. So you can imagine, like, cars, we'll never have cars at this point.
Thank you.
Because once the cars go, there's none of those dealerships will survive because none of them are owned by the car companies. They're all private companies, owners. Yeah. So once they can't sell, all it takes is 1 year where they can't sell cars or their sales fall through, and their loans all default that they used to buy cars.
Oh, man. So
there's not going to be any car company left.
See, this is apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that profoundly. As for the hit to revenues, Oli Wobolter doesn't seem overly worried. He points to the remaining growth potential in Asian markets such as South Korea and European markets such as the United Germany, his own Switzerland, and the United Kingdom, where Micro still gets a majority of its revenues. To quote the top brother lover, Wobata, at length and verbatim, we'll focus on innovations for their older populations, making our products more accessible in these markets. As a company, you wouldn't invest in producing in the U.S. now. I don't even know if the tariffs are going to hold up for 3 months. It's kind of impossible to plan. So all these products will just become more expensive. There will be less variety. Let's imagine a scenario in which you have 25% tariffs today, and then sometime in the future it isn't 25% anymore. Then you have, huge fluctuation of prices. It is impossible.
It's unsustainable. I mean, it's unsustainable. Like, imagine, talk about government or just any efficiency. These companies have had to halt, restructure, reorganize, then it gets turned off, then they have to halt, restructure, reorganize, and then the tariff gets turned back on. I mean, talk about just like lack of efficiency. I mean, they can't sustain this their only option is to stop selling for 4 years.
Thank you.
So that's their only option left.
Thank you.
You can't sustain those kind of volatile swings.
And this is like
unsustainable.
This is America turning into the Hermit Kingdom. It's like they'll come back in 4 years and check to see who's left alive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what the Japanese are planning on, as far as Nintendo's concerned.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
So like this Swiss guy, Ali Wobata.
So it's chaos for its own sake.
Yes, Edomite. It's Edomite. And so like the Swiss dude, Ali Wobata, was saying, if you look at the unemployment rate, if all these companies start manufacturing in the U.S., you need people. Where do you get them from? The prices will go even higher because you will need to pay people even higher. There will be
there was an old Dave Chappelle joke.
Yes.
Like when Trump first was in office, he had this old joke and he said, what's up with this guy? He's saying we got to bring manufacturing here. He's like, no one wants to pay $9,000 for an iPhone,
Yes. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Because you fired all the Mexicans.
It's not going to work.
That's right.
It's not going to work.
That's why Wobata concluded by saying there will be massive inflation on all goods. What they're really saying is hyperinflation. We're returning to Weimar. Though capitalism is an unstable system without any doubt.
Yeah, I think we're reaching the point where we have to have entirely new terminology. I mean, it's just going to be something that no one's ever seen. I mean, it's just.
I'll give you some new terminology tonight. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, even though capitalism.
Hey, before you do, Douglas.
Yes, honey.
This is going to sound lame, but I need a kindergarten definition of what constitutes a recession, as opposed to a depression.
Basically, here's what it is, honey. A recession is a depression that they don't dare call a depression because they're afraid of panicking people to the point where they overthrow the government. So, yeah,
so it's all inflation.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's it. Leave that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Economically, it's just a downward growth for like a few quarters. It's like for 4 consecutive quarters, which is a year. That's all it takes to put you into a recession. Downward growth in 4 quarters. That's it. Yeah. It's literally that simple.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nobody's making and nobody's buying it.
Yeah. So
we're just losing money. Everyone's losing money across the board for 4 quarters, which is catastrophic to all businesses. Basically.
Absolutely.
But they're all blaming on Biden, but that's crazy because that didn't happen.
Well, only the Republicans are blaming it on Biden,
but that's factual, right? It actually didn't happen, but they're all sure it did.
Yeah. Biden had a good economy, and the economy was thriving under Biden. And the only thing that these people bought into was a vibe session where they felt it was not thriving under Biden. And now look what they brought upon themselves. So even though capitalism is an unstable system in and of itself, sans any doubt, the feature that is most in play today is its staggering capacity to increase income and wealth inequality across the globe. We are spawning new billionaires at a frightening pace, and prospects for our first trillionaires are only a few years away. This is not to say that we might not soon experience a global financial meltdown from an economic sector that is intensely busy with speculation on an accelerating basis. President Donald Trump warned Americans in 2024 that a vote for Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris would be a vote for a market meltdown. At a Pennsylvania rally in late October, Trump said, "You want to see a market crash? If we lost this election, I think the market would go down the tubes." Weeks earlier, Trump confidently predicted that if he lost, the result will be a Kamala economic crash, a 1929-style depression. Well, Trump won the election, but he may have been right about a crash occurring thereafter. How would you describe last week? Crazy? Unsettling? I've since opted for Ruination Day to sum up Donald Trump's disastrous tariff announcements. Markets have been in shock. When they reopened on Monday, I expected only more turmoil. Stock futures early Monday morning already showed the S&P 500 poised to almost 3% lower. If it gets even worse than that, it would be a truly historic day in the stock market, and not in any good way. Trump and his tariffs have taken a bull stock market and are on the precipice of turning it into a bear faster than any president has overseen in modern history. If the stock market closes in bear territory, a drop of 20% from a recent peak, it would be the earliest in a new administration a bull market has turned into a bear in the history of the S&P 500, which dates back to 1957. These same tariffs will also take a booming economy and turn it into a recession. The S&P 500 had lost 15% of its value since Inauguration Day as of Sunday night. And that doesn't even count the massive losses for Monday's opening bell.
What I don't get about these economists is like where's the line? Where's the chalk line where they think it's gonna, they're saying it's almost there, it's almost a crash, it's almost this. It's like, what the fuck is it? I mean,
you'll know the way they knew back in 1929. You'll know when you see people jumping out of buildings. When you start seeing people jumping out of skyscrapers, you'll say,
when you go to the bank and you can't withdraw your money, it's close.
There was this one old bank.
The withdrawal of the tariffs didn't it shoot right up to business as usual?
Honey,
no,
this is just a convulsion.
$500 more.
This is just a convulsion.
Right.
Like I said,
a convulsion.
Like I said, so fucking what when you've lost trillions?
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not defending it, but these people still believe in this shit. Because they made another nickel today.
I'll keep going there. They'll stop whistling.
Well, let's
soon.
just put it this way. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Doug. Because if it's looking like a yo-yo, that's bad.
Yeah.
Anyone who does trading, you don't buy that fucking stuff.
Yeah.
If you see it looking like a yo-yo, you don't touch it. It's like now the whole freaking thing is like that.
Yes.
So it's bad.
It's
bad. It's catastrophic.
Yes.
So that's what they're doing: short selling and buying cheap.
Yeah, but honey, it's not by plan.
They didn't lose their money.
Not by plan. I'll get into that. Now the only similar drop for any elected president so quickly into his presidency was under George W. Bush in 2001. The next largest drop after Bush and Trump was Carter in early 1977. That decline was under 6%, to give you an idea of just how far the rabbit hole the market is in right now. The current market wipeout hit a crescendo after Trump's Liberation Day event, where he shocked and alarmed the business world by promising to increase tariffs at an unprecedented pace. Indeed, 2/3 of the 15% fall in the S&P 500 has been since Liberation Day. The awfulness of The 12 days of trading thereafter were matched only by the 1987 crash, the 2008 financial crises, and the COVID crash of 2020. Of course, the recent market's plunge alone isn't all that's unique about the current situation. What was happening before the plunge makes it particularly special. Bush took office with a market that was already in decline. As you listen to this transmission or review this episode on publication, it might be hard for some of you to remember or imagine that there was a stock market crash related to the internet. The bursting of the dot-com bubble caused the S&P 500 to plunge by 10% in Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal era on our Christian calendar. It would therefore be tough to say that Bush was responsible for the poor state of the market in April of 2001. Trump, on the other hand, inherited a bull market. The S&P 500 gained 23% in 2024 under Joe Biden. Indeed, it is quite easy to say that Trump is directly responsible for the dive under his presidency, given how much of it has occurred since Liberation Day. We should note that the 15% drop under Trump in the S&P 500 does not qualify as a bear market yet. A bear market, by most definitions, requires a drop of 20% from a recent peak. The NASDAQ already crossed that threshold, however, closing in a bear market on Friday into this weekend for the first time.
Yeah, I was gonna say it hit the line for sure.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank
it for
you.
sure hit the line.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. It closed in
Surpassed the line. Or dipped the line.
That's right. We're there. It closed in a bear
We
market.
delayed the tariffs. A bunch of people made money today, and are riding these convulsions.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them any smarter,
Well,
honey. They're just
Holly,
gamblers.
most of the people that are in the market are not day traders. Day traders make up a very small amount of it, and they lose 80% of their money anyways.
Right.
The long-term people are the most important investors, the whales, and they don't like losing, even if it's temporary. They want even if it's like a 1% gain, they want to sustain that forever.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
but losing 15% is catastrophic to them.
It is.
Okay.
It is. So since we closed in a bear market on Friday into this weekend for the first time since 2022, we need to also take into account that the Russell 2000 is in a bear market as well. So this is indicative of an economy in decline. Of course, there is the matter of whether what happens on Wall Street affects or is at least representative of the larger economy. The answer to the first part of that sentence is probably yes, while the answer to the second part could very well be yes as well. Although some Trump officials have argued they are trying to help Main Street, even if it hurts Wall Street, it's not easy to separate the twain. This isn't the early 1970s anymore, when polling indicated that less than 25% of Americans were involved in the stock market. Those were the days before IRAs and 401ks. As of 2024, more than 3 in 5 Americans were involved in the market in some way per Gallup. On Sunday, as I hosted last transmission, Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research wrote in a note to his clients, and here I read therefrom, Wall Street is Main Street. The twa streets prosper and suffer together. Main Street owns lots of stocks in American corporations that are facing massive disruptions as a result of Trump Tariffs 2.0. Liberation Day...
Yeah, because Main Street's all Bed Bath & Beyonds.
Yeah. He said Liberation Day has been followed by Annihilation Days in the stock market. So he calls these Annihilation Days. Moreover, David Kotak, co-founder of Cumberland Advisors, warned the Trump tariffs will act as a massive supply shock akin to the 1973 through 1974 oil price shock during the Yom Kippur War, himself assessing, in his own words, the Trump tariffs are a massive tax hike imposed as a sales tax on American consumers. Supply shocks.
I hate to be like this, but it always goes back to the same people.
Yes.
The consumer. Yep. It's
No, he means the Jews.
No.
He means the Jews.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, to continue with the quote from David Kotok, supply shocks mean higher inflation coupled with slow growth or recession, which is the worst of all worlds for the central bank. While there isn't one universally agreed upon definition of a recession, just listen to these odds. JP Morgan has raised the chance of a recession to 60%. It had previously been 40%. Goldman Sachs has raised it from 20% to 45%.
Like, it's almost comical. It's almost comical that like they're in this kind of denial level. I mean, what is the point? What is the outcome of that?
I
Like,
agree.
Just saying these weird percentages.
I don't get it.
I agree. I agree. I mean, HSBC puts it at 40%, but as
Pure
you both
chaos.
say, but as
That's
you
like
both
us saying my
No.
probability of death is 60%.
Yes.
It's like we're all gonna die. It's just denial in your own head at this point.
Thank you.
Just
Quite so.
crazy. It's crazy. Like
So-
they think it's gonna preserve what little they have left by not scaring people, or what? Like,
well-
is that the idea?
I think that's part of the idea, but also they have so much to lose. They're scared. They're
Yes.
scared. And
Yes.
they've fallen into denial, as you say. So we'll see if the National Bureau of Economic Research calls a recession before the end of the year. They rely upon a host of metrics to make that determination. Another definition of a recession is if we have 12 consecutive quarters of decline in the real gross domestic product. We've already seen forecasts for real GDP plummet. Some forecasts have it falling below zero for quarter one of this year, and others have it barely staying positive. The last time real GDP had 12 consecutive negative quarters in the first year of an elected presidency after not having a recession the year before, 1953, as the United States was coming out of the Korean War. The only war Trump can point to, if a recession does occur, is the trade war he started. And to be clear, all of this will become a nasty cycle. If the market becomes convinced a recession is on the way, stocks will fall further. RBC Capital Markets notes that the median loss for the S&P 500 during a recession is 27%. Confidence is a fragile thing, and the steep market sell-off could easily spook CEOs and consumers alike.
Here's some candid stuff from Michael, even though he doesn't know I'm saying this on air, but I'm gonna say it anyway. He says, bring manufacturing back to the US. LOL, what a joke. So we can export fine goods to China and there'll be a service economy? ? Americans are so dumb.
And we're bringing back coal, baby. Big coal.
Yeah.
Big coal knows it's dead.
This is my friend Michael.
Okay.
He came on your show a few times.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
But this is his commentary when I said, like, what I said earlier about the economic Bushido.
Yes.
That the Japanese just were ready to pull out the samurai sword anytime, and they did.
Yeah.
So, economically speaking. So,
yes.
So this was his comment on it. He said, what are we supposed to export? What are we going to export to China that keeps us afloat? Nothing. There's nothing they want.
Thank you.
They buy a few Buicks, but that's it.
That's only so they can reverse engineer them and clone them.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So the whole blown.
Yeah, and then he says, Starmer
Virginia
says,
coal miners.
the UK
Right, honey. Thank you.
PM Starmer announces the end of globalism. There you go. So
Interesting. Well, that's important.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but in the Main Street sense, the hole blown in Americans' 401k plans and their investment portfolios is so massive that it will be impossible to ignore. And if consumers, or rather when consumers, stop spending, simply because they have nothing to spend, and perhaps even nothing to buy. All bets are off in this economy. And consumer confidence is already plunging. Unless Trump's policies are not only reversed, but somehow remediated, which is impossible, a second Great Depression is starting to look inevitable. Not just inevitable, I would say inescapable. The Fed is in a bind caught between worsening prospects for both growth and inflation. Big American companies face dire threats. They are likely targets of retaliation that will surely follow the tariffs announced by Red China on Friday into this weekend. And they must decide whether and how to reconfigure global supply chains that were decades in the making. The Wall Street pros fears the trade war will cost them their jobs. At the start of the year, investment bankers around the world were hopeful that Trump would fan the flames of the nascent recovery in M&A, mergers and acquisitions, that got underway in 2024. But up and down Wall Street, executives are starting to come to terms with a new reality. Donald Trump isn't delivering the long-awaited rebound in mergers and acquisitions they hoped he would. In fact, he very well could bring them all pink slips. Inside J.P. Morgan Chase & Company, Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated, and Bank of America Corp., executives are considering revising down internal revenue projections for their advisory businesses for this year. Such moves across the industry could portend job cuts in the second half if the environment does not improve. It's chaos out there, and in the current landscape, some common themes have emerged among CEOs. They are saying, well, they're basically staying off the radar while they shore up alliances with their partners. They all hope the tariffs are lifted and the trade war is short. They all worry about blowback to their brands and relationships. They all want regulatory easing without regulatory chaos. They're all trying to stay focused on the rapid and seismic shift in technology brought about by AI. They all want stable markets and stable currency. Many still say, it's too early to predict that the era of rules-based law and free trade is over, and they're reluctant to say much of this on the record. As one CEO of a major financial institution said on Friday, "I'd rather not see my name, my company, or even my industry in the headlines right now." So what are they doing? To start, they're deploying more resources to get to know the players in the Trump misadministration and keeping a close eye on what's happening in the courts at the federal and state levels. To paraphrase Bob Dylan, you can't criticize what you don't understand. They're trying to strengthen bonds with customers, vendors, regulators, employees, and board members, especially in key markets outside these United States. And many are looking to organizations like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Business Roundtable, the National Association of Retailers, the American Hospital Association, and others to not just represent their interests in Washington, but also provide more intelligence on what's around the corner. I can attest, through the experience of my son's husband, to a greater interest in personal CEO gatherings as well, especially...
How much intelligence does it take to see this shit?
It's so simple.
No offense, Doug, to these people, but
what these people are now considering these networks as is like intelligence organizations who are infiltrating an enemy. Yeah. In other words, they understand the Trump misadministration is their enemy, and they're hoping that the semi-federal institutions like the Chamber of Commerce and these other private institutions will be able to actually send spies in and find more out. So it's along those lines. But I get what you're saying.
God.
Yeah.
And I've been secretly hoping for this and thinking about it.
No, see, then Holly goes back to see, Holly's still tripping off this idea that it's a plan. Holly's still buying into the idea that they've got a plan.
No. That there is a resistance against this under the scenes of people who are at least still semi-rational.
Well, in that sense, yes. In that sense, yes. But it sounded like you were saying this was what they were hoping for. I'm never going to trust
Liz Cheney, you know.
Of course not. Of course not. But what you were saying was who was hoping for what? You said somebody was hoping for this.
I'm hoping that under the scenes, quietly, because it's been a week. I'm hoping that, against hope, that there's some action among people with power that aren't completely crazy from the micro level up.
Got it. This is what I'm discussing right now. So, as I said,
I'm only saying thank you. Now I'm really clinging.
Thank you.
Because I've wondered about this, and I've been hoping and praying for it.
Well, there you are. And now I can attest through the experiences of my son's husband to a greater interest in personal CEO gatherings, especially off-the-record dinners like the one held in New York recently between Canada's Chrystia Freeland, the former Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, and the former Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. There's never been a more critical time to talk to peers, especially across industries. Sean West, a veteran global affairs expert and co-founder of the software company Hence Technologies, who authored the book titled Unruly, subtitled Fighting Back When Politics, AI, and Law Upend the Rules of Business, has gone on record to advise what companies can do in this environment. West himself sees a few things happening. Companies, he said, need to be thinking about how do you achieve your political aims through the legal system. That involves more coordination between your legal team and business units. Another big shift is the increased importance of industry groups. To quote his T, you need to force your industry groups to take a much more combative position than they want to do if you're afraid to do it yourself. Industry groups are no longer just about kind of quietly slowing down policymaking. They can be a vehicle for safety in numbers. Perhaps America's courts will try to undo some of this madness. The legal basis of the president's emergency tariffs is quite questionable, yet if ordered to undo them, would Mr. Trump respect the courts or, as I suspect, defy them? The trouble is, as I have spracketh before, he behaves increasingly like a mobster or an absolute monarch. He is a man in a hurry to make history, who believes his power is unfettered. He relishes employing the most painful means of tariffs today for the sake of an end that is a mirage. Greatness defined as restoring manufacturing factory jobs to America. Manufacturing jobs and factory infrastructure have shrunk since the 1970s, and it would take years to raise them back up. For the past few days, investors, foreign leaders, and members of Congress have gradually gotten more and more frantic about the Trump misadministration's astronomical tariffs. The White House, meanwhile, projected equanimity. An advisor told the Fourth Estate, they feel like everything is going according to plan. And then suddenly, the plan, if ever there was one, changed. This afternoon, President Donald Trump announced a partial pivot on social media. On the one hand, he ratcheted up tariffs on market Lebanese China to 125%. On the other hand, he announced that he was reducing tariffs on more than 75 other countries to 10% for the next 90 days. In an odd wrinkle, This appears to also mean new tariffs on Canada and Mexico, which will now be subject to a 10% rate, having been previously exempted from this round of tariffs, though they are still subject to a 25% tariff imposed earlier. Are you confused yet? Imagine being an importer or a manufacturer. The simplest way to read this is that Trump has blinked. I've spoken previously that Trump, despite his obsession with strength, almost always folds. He's actually not much of a negotiator at all, and can be induced to back down pretty easily. Bill Ackman, the activist investor and a Democrat turned Trump cheerleader, has spent the past few days freaking out on X about a self-induced economic nuclear winter. Today, trying to save some dignity for himself and perhaps for the president, he posted, "This was brilliantly executed by @RealDonald Trump. Textbook art of the deal. Textbook art of the deal." This assumes that Trump has gotten something in return. If that is true, no one seems to know what it is.
Yeah. Some deal that is.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's some art right there.
Yeah. Yes. Trump.
Yeah. There was some memes online that said, "Now we know how he bankrupted casinos, which are theoretically profitable, indefinitely."
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. That's how he did it. There you go.
Yes.
Textbook way to bankrupt something profitable.
Yeah. Yes. And if he did get something in return, which we know he hasn't because Trump is not usually shy about proclaiming his achievements. He certainly hasn't proclaimed.
Some countries are just saying, "Fuck you."
Yes. So last night, Trump said that foreign leaders are dying to make a deal. "Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir." This is what Trump said. But no new agreements have been announced, and Europe was on the verge of retaliation. Yeah. Trump hasn't totally given up his leverage. The 90-day pause allows him to bring the tariffs back later, but it removes a great deal of urgency for foreign negotiators. A better answer is that Trump is responding to domestic concerns. Markets were heading toward bear territory, major financial institutions were warning about recessions, and a Treasury bond sell-off may have spooked the White House. This is, of course, where the Japanese came in. As the president put it this afternoon, "People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy." Markets responded just as Trump must have hoped, rising sharply after the news. Yet just calling this a fold is simplistic. Trump has moved to a stance of trade war that is belligerent in comparison with everything except his position as of this morning. He continues to ratchet up tariffs with the communist Chinese empire. This tit for tat could still produce immense jumps in prices, especially for techno products. Trump has added new tariffs on Canada and Mexico, other important trade partners, and maintained the lower but still significant tariffs on everyone else. Even more to the point, Trump is committing himself even more strongly to unpredictability. If tariffs can be firmly on in the morning and then paused in the afternoon with no clear explanation or prologue, they can be back on again just as soon. This is certainly the story of Trump's interactions with Mexico and Canada thus far. Tariffs are crushing for small businesses. For large businesses, they're frustrating but not fatal. The greater problem for the big companies is instability. An executive can't make any solid plan if they don't know what sort of regime they'll be dealing with in 12 months or 6 months. This is the catch-22 of treating tariffs as a negotiating tool. Trump wants corporations to build new factories in these United States.
What I don't understand, Doug,
Yes.
I have a quick
Please.
little aside.
Oh, by
How are these even enforceable? That's what I don't get. It's like, who's collecting them? Like at the end of the day. Can't you just not pay? Can't these people just say, look, we're not doing it? Like, can't all these companies just say we're not doing it right now? Until you figure out a solid plan, we ain't doing it. We're not setting aside this money.
Yeah, it's one of these things that
whether it's 10% or 100%, it's like we're not going to set it aside for you.
It's enforceable at the ports when their shipping comes in. When all the materials come in, then they're basically levied at that time. So it's like whatever, you might.
What about like a Boston Tea Party scenario? It's just like, fine, then we'll just dump it. No one's going to be able to use it.
Containers.
That may yet happen.
Like figuratively.
Figuratively.
Because if it just sits there, no one's going to be able to use it.
Yeah, it could be, but what was? Yeah, no, they may yet literally come to that point where they physically do that. Holly, what were you going to say? What was that, Holly?
Oh, but it's not tea. Barrels of tea. It's 4 stories of containers.
Yeah, that would be an economic crime. That would be an economic crime. But then, so what? I mean, if
they're dumping containers in the harbor.
Oh God, that would plug up the fucking harbor. That would block.
Can you imagine?
That would blockade. That would be an act of terrorism. Oh, the Americans would call that. Oh, the Americans would call that an act of terrorism. Oh man,
they're like football fields stacked 4 stories.
Oh yeah,
that's some tea party for you.
Oh man, and we may yet see that. But again, this is the catch-22.
Kiss off those longshoremen.
Oh yeah. Oh, it would. Oh, it would break them.
One more time.
Oh, it would break them. It would break them. Those dredging operations would be astronomical. But hey.
Well, I mean, would the union do it? Is there still a longshoremen's union?
Oh God, I don't even know. I know that's not worth a shit here in San Francisco. It still exists, but it's like, yeah.
Hello, Douglas.
Oh yes, welcome aboard, George. So how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Hello. As long as possible. I'm guessing around about 20-30 minutes or so, Douglas.
Okay.
Am I loud and clear? Am I coming through clearly enough?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So perfect. I hope you had a chance to review.
George, I love you.
Yeah.
And we've
thank
never
you.
spoken.
No, I know we haven't. No.
I'm getting the edge out.
Okay, we love you, Holly.
I got an edge out here.
Well, we love you, Holly. Stay safe and be well.
I'll YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Take care.
Don't forget to review the rest of the episodes.
You too.
Yeah, yesterday's and tonight's. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll catch it on YouTube.
Okay. Love you.
Love you all.
Okay.
Bye.
Love you, honey. All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. And so, dear George.
Yes, Douglas.
Yeah. So, did you have a time to catch any time to review my latest episode before tonight's?
Yeah. Oh, I haven't, unfortunately. I haven't had time to do anything, really. I haven't even been to the gym, unfortunately. So
wow.
I haven't had any spare time to review anything. I had to work over the weekend, Douglas, and it's just been flat out. And now we're entering Thursday, my time. I know you're Wednesday, your time.
Yeah.
Entering Thursday, yourselves. But yeah, it's just been flat out busy this week. So I've knocked this week on the head, and but hopefully next week I'll be able to catch up with a lot of the stuff.
Excellent.
And I did try to jump on Sunday on Sunday's show, but I missed it by literally minutes.
Okay.
When it cut off, and I tried to enter the Skype call, but it wouldn't let me. There was no join button to connect. So unfortunately,
that was because I ended the call and the show. Yeah, as I said, because I
missed it. Sorry, just by minutes as well. I was like, oh, typical.
No worries. No worries. These things happen, but you're here now, and I hope that later on, after you do leave us tonight, that you review tonight's episode as well. As they're all time stamped, of course.
It's important.
Yes. They're all time stamped.
I really appreciate what.
Yeah.
About this. Yes, and the title was so apropos as well. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have looked at these tariffs that Trump has imposed on the whole world, and so they are startling, and this is war.
Yes.
It's global war. And so and thank you. I have been listening just briefly just before I came on. I did listen to the first few minutes, and then we're entering the conversation about with tariffs. I saw that China has levied back their imposition onto on Trump's tariffs onto them, the 84% tariffs imposed on China, and they've just levied it back onto the United States, and it's now got up to 100%, and it's just ridiculous. And if anyone, what he's promoting is that this is going to what this will result in is the United States becoming very wealthy, and that's the term he used, where we become very wealthy. As a matter of fact, it's actually the opposite is true.
That's
it's
right.
on a massive decline, and it's going to end up in a worse recession than it's ever faced before in its history.
Yes.
And it's like and as we've always said before, the Republican Party have always been the party of free trade, and Trump's just completely destroyed that.
Yes.
That reputation. So but please, I really appreciate everything you're saying, Douglas, and it's so important for people to understand what the implications of what he's doing.
Yes.
And and the result and what will come of it.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Stuff you've been saying for years, a long time. Stuff you predicted. It's all come true. It's all manifesting.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Of our eyes. So
yes.
It's very much appreciated, Douglas.
And because you've been listening long enough, you know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, more than absolutely. Yeah, me, Brendan, Aristides, all of us. We all know what's going on. And it's all, and thanks to you, Douglas, as well for because you are the expert of geopolitics. There is no one out there that is even coming close to yourself.
Thank you.
It's profound. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's profound to have you with us. And in terms of whatever you feel comfortable sharing, any situation, status update, report on your own life in general. I mean, obviously you sound very busy with work. When you were working over the weekend, was this due to any particular emergencies going on in England, or?
Oh, I don't know if I informed you, Douglas, but my roster pattern has changed now. So instead of me having a Monday or Thursday off, usually that would be show days. I could be able to come on. They've changed that for this year. So in order for me to come on and spend several hours on, I actually have to book annual leave. So in order for me to actually come on, I actually have to book a day off on holiday. Of course, now with my daughter getting older, I have to reserve all those days for public holidays. So I'm able to care for her. It's I don't know if that was intentional or synchronistical, but it's just folded on those days where it seems to now they put my day off on a Tuesday as opposed to a Monday, which I could have come on the Sunday show. So that's happened. So that's why I had to work Saturday, because I had Tuesday off. So it was just my RDO, my roster day off. That was just how it, I'm obliged to work only 9 Saturdays a year annually, and so it's all changed. But over the course of the weekend to the Monday, I've had to transition to a new vehicle. So I've got a new work van. So
I've got
a vehicle now. I've got an EV van now.
All right.
Yeah, 75 kilowatt battery. So it can hold a charge, and it gives me on my reading about 234 miles range. But of course, when you start using the facilities inside the vehicle, it will drain the battery. So yeah, I'm charging like almost every day. So I'm just charging up right now before I have to attend work.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. So it's been busy. It's been flat out busy. And that's when I got the vehicle. I could try to jump on the show once I got everything sorted. I just wanted to jump on to say hello, but yeah, unfortunately, I just missed it, Douglas. That was in the afternoon. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, with work, it's all. Of course, you remember me outlining that the companies a year or two ago, let's say about 18 months, 24 months ago, through the discourse, they've been trying to lay off a lot of workers. They've been trying to slimline is the term they use, try to sack people for health and safety.
Jesus.
And they're very hot on health and safety. So if you're doing something that you're not supposed to, as in you're like not wearing PPE whilst you're conducting work, then they can sack you on the spot for it. They can automatically suspend you and sack you. Well, we outlined that the fact is when it gets busy, they're going to need a workforce. They're going to need labour. And so they're at that point now where they're having too much work coming in, but there's not enough workforce to do the actual work necessary to do the actual work that's coming in. And so, in layman terms, they're struggling. They find it very, very hard. And so, they're shot themselves in the foot, like what we said in the past. Yeah.
I hope you
So
can get some
it's-
overtime, George.
There's overtime. Yes, Brendan. Yes. Unfortunately, I ain't got
Well,
time for overtime
in-
either. Yeah.
Oh, they don't give it to you? Those bastards.
Yeah, you can opt for it. Yeah. Well, several guys have put in for overtime, but it gets declined. So, but they give
That's
the
wild.
work to other people, like the contractors, and there's plenty of work, overtime for them.
Of
But,
course.
yeah, for the actual
That's fucked
direct
up.
labor like us, yeah, there's none of that.
That's
Jeez.
wild. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but I'm not scared to say that publicly because,
Yeah.
it's important for people to know that. And if they're listening to me, it's good to know that the workforce know that, and so we're aware of that because they're trying to keep everything hush hush, secret. And so yeah, it's this whole game of spying, reporting, and trying to get people laid off. But they shot themselves in the foot now because they've laid off too many people, and now they haven't got enough workforce to compensate for all the work that's coming in. So
Yeah,
it's
so terrible.
It goes round in circles. It's karma. Yes.
Yeah, vicious circle. There you go. Same thing with
Yeah.
SSA, apparently. Doug and
Yeah, and,
I heard I heard my mom is getting like some crazy amount of overtime because they can't answer all the calls during the week because those idiots closed all the other offices. So it's like this totally backwards scenario. It's like, how is that saving money? It's not.
Of course not.
It's like,
Of course not. They're
So, there
accomplishing
you go.
exactly the opposite of what they claim they're going to.
yeah, the efficiency is irrelevant because it's not there. It's
Yes.
just insanity.
Yeah.
Just like what George is describing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Like, what happens when the whole world's in this psychosis? Like, something has to break. I mean, there's a straw that breaks the camel, right? At some point.
Well, it was recently, George, that I was
Yes.
with Brendan explaining that layoffs don't work. These mass layoffs
No,
only,
of course they don't.
yeah,
Yeah.
make things worse on a company. But go on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't speculate to accumulate. So it's in the very immediate sense, it's a quick, easy fix to a solution, but it isn't a solution. So they look at it and go, all right, we've got too many outgoings, too many spendings. So what is the immediate, because wages is the highest, you would say the highest outgoings of any company is to go towards wages. So the immediate response is to sack people, is to fire them, firing squad, to just go in and just lay off people, workers, make them redundant or just lay them off indefinitely, so they ain't got to spend out on that. So that in there, they think very short term, and that is a very quick, easy fix, but it's not the solution. And so yeah, it just doesn't work. And then they have to do a recruitment scheme. They have to do mass recruiting in order to make up for the numbers they've lost. And then all of a sudden you've got inexperienced workers, and then it's just going to go down that rabbit hole, that spiral decline, and and then they're going to fire them for not doing the work competently, and it's a vicious cycle.
There we are.
Go on and on.
Yeah.
There we have that. Yeah.
And
God, I can't. Yeah, express anymore.
so aside from that, what about
Yes.
things that are happening in current events? I don't know if you're aware
Yes,
of
Douglas,
this,
thank
but
Yes.
the Brendan found a link that he has put into the text box, so you can just scroll up in the text box and see that Chinese troops have now been found in combat in Ukraine. So the war
I
is-
have, yes.
So tell us what you know about any of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I only, you know what? I've not been able to read any articles, so the
No
details
worries,
is
no worries.
it's only peripheral to me. I'm afraid, Douglas.
Oh, but
So I do
what else
apologize, I
in
can't
current
explain
events
anything,
stands
but
out to you? Yeah, sure.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that, what I did read and what I know is, Zelensky was, he gave the detainees, the captured. Obviously, these were identified as Chinese. I think were they Chinese? These were just. These weren't mercenaries. They're recruited by Russia, wasn't they? Or they were fighting on behest of the Russian forces, the Russian Federation. But Zelensky was given demands that he wants to find out how the hell they got into how they got into the fight zone. How did they get into it? He was demanding them interrogate the detainees to find out information.
Right.
And so he gave the order to find out why they're there, because hang on a minute, we've got North Koreans fighting in Ukraine, and now we've got Chinese.
Right.
And I believe they were communist Chinese, so they came from.
But they certainly weren't from Taiwan.
No, they weren't nationalists. Yes. exactly, Douglas. Yeah, they would. Yeah, exactly. That's impossible.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would. Yeah, these were certainly. Yeah, all I saw was Zelensky was giving orders to find out why they were there, who gave the order for them to come in. Obviously, the Russians captured that British citizen.
Yes.
And he's now being put in prison for the rest of his life. He's never going to come out.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd be surprised how history changes, so you don't know what's going to happen in the future. There could be prisoner exchanges or something else, yeah. But and as I said, if things work out, and there's no reason why they shouldn't, the way we hope, there'll be hope for someone like that, yes.
To be released. Yeah, I think his family are fighting with the Russian embassy. They're fighting in the Russian embassy in London to try and get his release.
His biggest problem will be if he survives until then, and what will be left of him at that point. His biggest threat will be malnutrition and beatings from other prisoners, etc. So it all just depends. But when it comes to the fact that they're releasing so many people in the Russian prisons to fight on the front, they're incompetent enough where he might find himself back on the front again and he can escape. but all such being said, what other things stand out for you in the news or current events that particularly strike you as relevant or important?
As relevant, it's only what I've ever just observed very briefly, Douglas. It's been so hard for me to actually sit down and actually do anything that I usually enjoy and love doing, which is conducting research into anything, including geopolitics or history. I know that they said that Keir Starmer didn't make it, because usually every weekend Keir Starmer and Donald Trump would make a phone call. World leaders would oftentimes communicate, even if it's just for a few minutes. But that was ignored over the weekend that has just passed because of the tariffs that were being imposed.
Right.
And they did tell us the immediate effect of the price of everything that's going to go up. So things like in the grocery stores, avocados, that's I consider that a luxury if you can afford avocados, but that's going to go up. The price of avocados in grocery stores are going to go shoot right up as well. So it's like little things like that. They're just giving people the warning. They gave a brief list of things that would immediately, and upon Donald Trump's tariffs that he's imposed on Britain, certain store items will go up in price. But there was an ex-military intelligence 6, you would call it intelligence person, operative or officer within the former intelligence services in Britain. He has informed the public to prepare themselves with 72-hour emergency rations or supplies in a preemptive war with Russia. And so he's already forewarned the British public about that. People don't buy it. I was out for a friend's birthday party the weekend just gone, Douglas, only for a few hours. I was speaking about geopolitics with one of my friends who is, he's definitely a conspiracy theorist. I should give him that, and he admits that. He goes, yes, he indulges into conspiracy theories. And he was asking me certain things about certain subjects. But we were talking about geopolitics, and then everyone else was just, they were congregating amongst themselves, talking amongst themselves, but they were listening in to us. You could see them we're talking one-to-one, and everyone was engaging. Everyone was listening to what we were talking about. Good. And then they had to interject and say, World War III is not going to happen. There's not going to be a World War III.
Why would they say that?
The funny thing is, I never even called it that.
Right,
None of us even mentioned, me and him never even mentioned World War III. Right. But they came in and said, it's not going to be a World War III. So don't worry.
Denial.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
So we're already in war. Did you tell him we're already in war?
That's what I was telling him. I said, well, that's where they probably thought, oh, don't worry, we're not at war. We're not at war, because I didn't call it World War III. I said we are in war at this moment in time. You might not have tanks outside your houses, roaming down the streets. You might not have any MiGs flying over your houses. You might not see that. Doesn't mean we're not at war.
Thank you.
This
And
is
but
war
by the
right
way,
now.
this is why it's so important that you invest the time to
it's
listen.
only infrastructure attacks that shut down the biggest airport on Earth. Yeah, nothing big deal there. No war here.
With undersea cables being cut.
Yes.
By Chinese and Russian warships, and they're blaming each other. It's like, what? I was outlining what's going on. If this is, and I mentioned about Novichok.
Yeah.
And I mentioned about COVID.
Yeah.
And I mentioned about all this is what the Russians implicated. This is what they incepted.
Yeah.
And that's what I was outlining. If this is not war, then you tell me, because I had this one person say to me, he goes, "Oh, I'm not going to go fight over there. Why am I going to go fight in Europe? I'm only going to fight if they came and invaded us." And it's like, World War I and World War II was fought in Europe.
Yes. Yes. And these are the same people who think that World War I and World War II were justified, right? And
exactly. Yeah.
And this
is what I'm surrounded by.
Yes. That's the insanity of what we're contending with. But these are people who are stuck in these mental loops, these feedback loops. But when it comes to what we were discussing with the horrors of war, one of the things you can bring up to such people to at least see if it stirs up a sense of outrage in them is the fact that the communist Chinese have gone so far as to loot the war graves of the task force Z that was sunk by the Japanese. And they were left at peace, of course, at the bottom of the sea. But the Chinese Navy has been found salvaging all of their metal from their ships, that were sunk with Task Force Z. And so they're just disturbing the graves of these lost British sailors. How is this not war when the Chinese are looting the graves of the war dead? Of British sailors.
There's no honor or respect there.
There's no honor or respect there. When it comes to that level of desperation that the Chinese are exhibiting, how did they get to that point of desperation? It goes to show that this is war. So when it comes to beyond that, of course, one of the reasons you have to invest the time to review our latest episode before tonight's is because in our last episode before tonight's, I went deep into the British attempt now to deploy a carrier task force on the other side of the world to basically sail through the Taiwan Straits and what the Taiwanese call the Black Ditch between Taiwan and Red China. And so I was bringing up all the alternatives because I was saying that, of course, Britain as a world-class navy needs to do this. And I brought up a lot of the British shortcomings in their technology. The British have what they call this crow's nest radar system that really is not working, and that it's like and they don't think it ever will work. So they may have invested in what is essentially a kind of dead end technology that they've got to phase out. And but the problem is that this was what led to some catastrophic damage for the British in the Falklands War. Was they didn't have a very effective radar or radar effectively at all. And so when it comes to all of these shortcomings, I was pointing out that imagine, of course, because Britain is trying to showcase these carriers, they have their most capable stealth jets they're trying to place on these carriers, and yet they could find themselves, if the Russians come into conflict with them over these cut cables, over this infrastructure in the North Sea, they could find the majority of their most advanced fighters on the other side of the world, sailing through the Taiwan Strait. Of course, I would appreciate their doing that because of what's going on in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and I went into great length about Hong Kong. And then I brought into why it's so relevant. Hong Kong is so relevant because of what's going on with Israel. So, and I went into, again, the Israeli campaign of genocide and the horrors of that. But basically, the funny thing is, as well, Britain finds itself trying to work with a hostile United States. So you've got a United States now that under Trump is increasingly hostile, and the British are nevertheless trying to coordinate with the Americans in sailing through the Taiwan Straits. So this is going to be. These are incredibly uncertain times. These are times that
very,
and
unprecedented.
Yes, and if you could bring that up to the people, bring that up to the people in the bar. Like, ask them, do you trust the United States if the British carrier forces are in these combined operations?
Combined coordinated,
with the United States. Do you feel that you can trust the United States with an executive commander-in-chief like Donald Trump?
Yes. Exactly. What's their response? Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, Douglas, as well. Sorry. Yeah, you can continue if there's anything else you want to add to that. But do you remember? Brought up last time about that Piers Morgan. You reviewed the Piers Morgan interview with Jeremy Corbyn.
Yes.
And,
yes. Please continue.
When he asked the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he asked the question: do you condemn Hamas?
Right. And he posed it not as a question, but as an interrogative, where he's implying that there's only one right response. In other words, you either condemn them or you're the enemy. He's trying to get people to out themselves as the enemy, basically claiming them as terrorists or terrorists. Go on.
Yes, and that's what Donald Trump. What I was going to say with it's similar to how Donald Trump does this. That speech he did, I think it was in the last 48 hours. Probably Brendan can help me out with this, or yourself, Douglas. Actually, basically Donald Trump was saying it's them, it's the foreigners, it's the leaders, it's other governments, it's the other countries that are salvaging, that are scavenging, all our profits, all our money, taking everything from us, taking our workforce, taking our labor, taking everything from us, and he was imposing that they are the enemy. So basically, the rest of the world are the enemy to the United States.
Right.
And that's what he was outlining in his speech.
Oh, except you notice that all of his tariffs, there were no tariffs he placed on Russia, North Korea.
None on Russia.
Yeah, none on Russia, North Korea, none on Cuba. There you go. All of
not even Belarus.
Yeah, not even Belarus. Little Belarus,
no,
right?
The
Russia.
Russian ally. Yeah.
But
none of those Russian satellite states.
So he's aligned himself with all those. This is the new axis. So this is what I went into in the last episode. I said this is
it's maddening.
Yeah, this is the new Zio-Rus-American synaxis. This new Zio-Rus-American synaxis is basically this is going to be, and they've aligned themselves. Along with Saudi Arabia as enemies of Europe and enemies of the West, but by the way, just so you know, the Brendan, explain to George what happened that made Trump withdraw his tariffs. You can explain to George what happened, the samurai strategy.
So essentially, the Japanese pulled the economic bushido, which they always had in their back pocket. They threatened to pull their, I think it was in the trillions, but a large portion of their bonds that they held, their treasury bonds and various other bond market assets from the American market, which would have literally unraveled us at the seams. So he had no choice but to capitulate temporarily.
Yeah, to capitulate.
Yeah, so this is again proof. Yeah, go on.
Which proves that the Japanese run.
Because I know that Japan owns the majority of all the United States Treasury bills.
Yes.
And they have the highest number. And it's not South Korea, it's not China, it's Japan that hold the largest.
And that's why they
put these economists or these people still say they let them keep Emperor Hirohito so they could have a stable country. They say shit like that. Because we didn't want to destabilize the country. You know?
Yes.
It's so cheesy.
Douglas pointed out, Douglas did an interview going back several years ago where someone said that to Douglas. They said to him that, the conditions of unconditional surrender was they're allowed to keep their emperor. Well, that just goes against everything. That contradicts everything you just said, because that's not unconditional surrender, is it? If you're allowed to keep an emperor as a condition of
and I didn't see Genghis Khan keeping anyone around for a stable to keep the economy stable.
Of course
stupid
not.
shit like that.
No, they always take the leaders out and kill them. Yes, and which is what the Americans had intended.
The only time in history
Yes.
is when Japan won.
And by the way, at the end of the month, we're coming up on Emperor Hirohito's birthday. Showa
Exactly.
Day, yeah, is coming up on 29th.
Yeah.
Yes, April 29th. And that will be, again, proof of Emperor Hirohito winning the war. He's got a national holiday, the only emperor to have a national holiday in all of Japanese history that's maintained after his death. And when it comes to but the fact that the Japanese held a gun to Trump's head and said, "Oh, we're pulling out and we're divesting," and then he had to fold. That shows, of course, the Japanese won the war. I mean, there's no other conclusion to be drawn here. They wouldn't have that kind of power otherwise.
Exactly.
So there we have that, and again, that's something else to just bring up to these people to see what they say. And of course, if they simply say something, "Oh, that's simply because it's so economically powerful," well, how? How did they get so? Simply because the Americans opened their market? Why did the Americans open their market? Well, because the Japanese won the war. But all of that having been said, when it comes to the situation that we're in right now with this new
when I read the treaty, when I saw your post about the treaty, the link to it, I read it, the Japanese-American peace treaty at the Presidio.
Yes.
One of my ancestors was a signatory for.
Oh,
which
tell
I
him
didn't
about
know.
that. Tell him about that. What you found out.
Yeah, George. So there was the signatory from Syria. His name is Al-Khoury. You could look this guy up. He is one of my literal direct ancestors on my grandma's side. And I had no idea. I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked. He was one of the Christians of Syria. Yeah. So that had, world level implications. But when I read that, they tried to make it sound, and I'm sure you've read it, George, that thing, where they tried to make it sound like they forced it on Japan. Like, you have to trade with foreign powers, like it was a punishment or something. Like the way they worded it was absolutely absurd. It was hilarious.
No, when that's exactly what the Japanese were fighting the war for, was to open trade with foreign powers. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And
exactly. Yes.
Like they made it sound like you have to trade with the American market. Like it was like a slap on the wrist. It was just crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a punishment. Yeah.
So, all such being said, George, what else comes to your mind in terms of? By the way, Marina Saren's coming to the United States, of all places, to Sedona, Arizona. Oh my God!
She got some. Is it? She conducted some interviews with people. Is that what her agenda is, Douglas? Is that what she's coming over
in the United States? She just, God, you tell us, Brendan.
Linda Moulton Howe.
Oh God!
She done an interview with her.
I just said all these old farts are just sucking her youthful energy. They're just parasitizing and leeching off her youthful energy. She knows. I said as much to her. I said that to her face.
Yeah.
And she didn't deny it.
No, she said Daryl James is my friend.
That.
Like I feel bad for her, honestly.
Oh God.
I get it from a marketing standpoint. I get why she's doing it, but come on, you could do better than that. No offense. Sedona is like full of flunkies, and you might as well just go to Shasta, right? Marina, just come to Shasta. You'd be better off. Sedona is like, Arizona is one of the worst places to go. I'm sorry. No offense to Arizona, but it's lame as fuck.
Yeah, I can say that from my experience. Jeez, that was awful down there. Oh my fucking God. Like I said, it was worse than combat. Worse than fucking combat. But all such being said, so but what about the British government? Any other insights into the local politics in Britain that you feel are need to be articulated or something?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, nothing springs to mind for the moment, and probably something will come to me in a second. But I did have the question from the fan lady from the UK, asking about Greenland, the significance of why Trump wants Greenland, and so I've not responded in a text. I've been so busy, I can't even respond. It's just crazy. But I remember she did ask about Greenland, what's the significance, and I think because she relays some of this information to friends and colleagues and relatives herself, so it was asking about Greenland and the importance. So she asked
Well,
me, "Do you know why Trump
I've been
wants
meaning to get to
It's
that. I've been meaning to get to
yeah,
that forever, and I'll try and get to that. I honestly, I can't get to it tonight. But
no, exactly,
I'll try.
yeah,
And the only reason, well, one of the reasons why is so OBS reconnected. OBS reconnected. I want everyone to report to us whether or not they can hear us, and the stream seems to be fine. So we recovered quickly.
brilliant,
Such being said, let her know that hopefully
yeah,
we'll get to Greenland on Sunday. But I've been meaning to get towards Greenland for a long time, and I'll do my best to right now try and provide a little bit of a summary. But what I can tell you is, with our latest episode before
yes,
tonight's, when you review it, I also spoke of the Houthis and why the Americans are attacking the Houthis. People keep
yes,
wondering why the Houthis locked down the straits towards the Suez Canal, why they locked down the Red Sea, and and basically America is at war with them, is because the Houthis. If you've ever taken a look at the Houthis' demands, what are they demanding from the world? All they've demanded is that the Israelis allow humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. That
yeah,
is their quote-unquote terrorist demand. I mean, and the Americans are trying to annihilate them as a race because of that demand. If you can imagine that.
yeah,
That's
the
how,
blockade,
yes,
yes, the
that's,
blockade, yes,
yeah, that's how, well, I mean, the Americans are trying to conduct missile strikes on the Houthis that are
yes,
essentially a war crime.
Yeah.
Because,
Meanwhile, those other losers, you know,
yeah,
the ISIS Ra'el people,
yeah,
they destroyed like 15, like a convoy of 15 ambulances and said
yeah,
it was an accident.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's just, and
yeah,
they didn't. There's no hiding that. They straight up quote unquote apologized. It's like that's just sick.
Yes,
mm-hmm,
Sick.
mm-hmm.
thank
And
you.
it's yes,
That,
it's just like with what Israel are conducting. It's what they're doing to the Palestinians. It's genocide.
yes, and the
It's not
Houthis are saying
whatsoever.
that the Houthis continued their offensive until there's a ceasefire.
Yes,
Was the other? They want a ceasefire and they want humanitarian aid to flow to Gaza, and for this
yeah,
reason, America has declared war on them. So that's that in a nutshell. So that people, but I go into depth into that in the last episode. As
appreciate
for as for what we're dealing with when it comes to Greenland, here we have a situation where it gets a lot more complex. And
yes,
obviously, we could say it's the minerals, we could say it's any number of
that's what
things, and
everyone's. Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's pretty much you and I know, of course,
oh,
the real reason is to try and establish a total control over Greenland, so that
yes,
the rest of the world is unable to penetrate or basically be made privy to Trump trying to essentially monopolize contact with the Third Reich in exile. So, because NORAD 40 was the base in which the United States used to conduct negotiations with the Third Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization. NORAD 40 was probably the primary contact point, far more so than Antarctica. And so when all contact broke down during the Clinton administration during 1997, having nothing to do with President Clinton as to the reasons of the breakdown in
yeah,
communications,
yes.
because he was completely unaware that there was a
He was
breakaway
oblivious.
civilization. Yeah,
Yes, he was oblivious
yeah,
to it. He had no idea. Yes,
yeah,
exactly, Douglas.
yeah. But because Trump now wants to control the Gaza, Greenland, and Canada, all this, of course, is part of a overall conspiracy of aggression that is basically his precursor to a worldwide conquest, that he wants to divide the world with the Russians, Roosevelt style. He wants to realize Roosevelt's map of the new moral or monetary world order. And when it comes to Greenland, of course, it's directly connected to the breakaway civilization. So Trump is feeling that if he can negotiate with the breakaway civilization and get permission for deep drilling using the new technologies to access geothermal energy, that would provide an infinite amount of energy for all practical purposes to the surface world, then he enters a state of immortality historically. He feels that then he would divide the surface world with the Russians in his new axis, and of course a great part of the world would go to Israel. Israel, of course, wouldn't only dominate the Middle East the way that you saw articulated in that novel's pages, as I shared with you, and I'll still look for other pages that are relevant from that novel, The Chinese Ultimatum, so that you can see other aspects of the novel, what they thought was going to happen with Israel's conquest of the greater Middle East. Israel is also intent on, as its main colony, a new Raj, which it intends to be India. In other words, India loves Israel because they both hate Muslims. And the Asian Indians all hate the Pakistanis, and they'd love to annihilate them the way the Israelis annihilate the Gazans and the Palestinians. And as a result, the Israelis get a lot of food from India, and India gets technology from the Israelis. And so aside from the greater Middle East, the Israeli empire would ultimately encompass India. So this would be a division of a large part of the world to Israel, Russia getting another part and the Americans getting the rest. But Trump is going beyond that. Trump's not just trying to divide the surface world. He feels he can do that only through the technology, or at least the free energy, because geothermal energy is effectively free energy, he can get if he can make a deal with the right in the breakaway civilization. So that's the simplest explanation for that.
Yes, no, much appreciated, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for explaining that. And yeah, she will listen, hopefully, and yeah, and then she'll get a better perspective on the situation and of things of that. Thank you. Yes.
And so anything else comes to mind?
Do you know what? I've got nothing else to add to that, Douglas. Yeah, no. And if anyone else has anything else to, because I've got nothing to bring to the table, so to speak.
Well, you always have something to bring to the table, but you usually...
I've got, I can bring up anything, Douglas, yes. But nothing that, nothing at this point in time, but unless anyone else, I've probably got another 5 minutes, and then I've got to depart, unfortunately. But yes, it's been wonderful being on the show with you, Douglas, and speaking. And hopefully I'll be able to do it again on Sunday show.
So, and again, because of your situation... You're saying you have to take off certain days if you want to be on the show longer. So that means Sunday will be another time like this where it's only for about half an hour, 45 minutes or something?
It would be, yeah. So I would, obviously if I can, if we can arrange something, then I'll let you know on dates. But I would have to book annual leave for that.
That sounds bad. I mean, when you say I have to book annual leave, that sounds like...
I have to book holiday, yes.
God
just
damn.
To come, yes. Whereas before it worked out really well because I was either getting a Monday or a Thursday off, which meant I could come on the show for a few hours.
Got it.
And because that was my roster day off anyway.
So how long is this new situation going to last so far?
Well, I don't know. It's been in effect since I joined the company for the last 4 years, but now it's just changed. It's transition. I did hear from other colleagues that apparently it's like transitional every 3 years, so 3-4 years. So it could be for the remainder, but I could probably find a way of opting to request having, because it works better if I have like a Monday off. It means I get a longer weekend.
Right. Of course.
It only impacted me because I was rostered to. It was the last weekend of the month, so the last week of the month, and that usually falls on bank holidays. So I was only losing out on bank holidays, which people will moan about that because they lose a longer weekend. That's what the bank holidays are for in people's eyes, because it just means they get a longer weekend. They can book to do things with relatives and stuff. But it worked for me because I got either a Monday or a Thursday, which to me I was like, oh, that frees me up to come on the show in the past. But yeah, that's all changed now.
Jeez.
Last week was the first time that was in effect. It came into effect. So I had a Tuesday off, which was like, oh God, what are you going to do? You're going to work on a Monday, and then you're going to, have a day off on a Tuesday, and then you got the rest of the week, at work. It's like, oh, it's just,
Wow.
You can't plan anything.
Yeah, this is really weird. I mean,
Very.
hopefully you'll find your way around it. But in the meantime, we'll try to make the most of whatever time you can spare on the show, of course.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, but oh my God, it's like but like you say, with so many changes going on, this too will probably pass. I mean, they just seem to be rather convulsing over there, fluctuating rather madly. But obviously, you'll notice I credited your name on the show, for a few times you've been on.
Yes,
yeah. And
you typed out everything as well, so I really appreciate that as well, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's helpful, and for especially the viewers that want to listen to certain parts, it's there for them to. Yeah, they can see that.
Yeah, and so well, we love you dearly, and we wish.
Douglas,
and
so much having me on.
Right, and at least with your being busy, I mean, like Brendan said, you should be getting overtime, but like you're saying, they don't even have that, or it's the overtime is less.
Yeah, well, because I don't opt for it, Douglas.
I see.
Because I don't opt for it. The other guys that do, they get it, they decline it. So a few months ago, it was, we were getting so much work in, an influx of overwhelmingly an abundance of work coming in. So they offered us unlimited overtime, but that was only for a period until it died down. And then they give all that overtime to then all the flex and to the contractors. So they get all that. And then once things go P-tong, then we get all the work. We get all the crap. So we're just getting all the dregs of the work stack. We're getting all the dregs because we're the experienced ones. We're the elite. We're the top echelons in the field because we're the ones that have trained on everything. So we get all the crap, so to speak. But we're only picking up the pieces that are getting chucked back behind by the others. So and so that's it. And that's the famous saying is, "It is what it is." That's everyone in the company just says, "Oh, it's just their way. It's just the way it is." And so that's the response.
God damn.
So, but the good thing is, we have spoke about it internally in the team. Is if we didn't have work, we'll be having a different conversation.
Right.
About laying people off and stuff. Again, it's in that the immediate sense. Oh, what's the immediate fix? Get rid of people, lay them off, sack them, cut away the pieces at the bottom. Get rid of the ones that are not performing with their performance rates, because there are metrics that measure us on our performance. But luckily, mine's high. There will be, it won't be conducive to lay me off in their eyes. There won't be any justification. But if I was doing anything unsafe, or I didn't wear a piece of PPE, they'll sack me for it on the spot. You're not doing it safely, so they'll lay me off. And so that's the threat. So
well, you've got no.
They keep us in line.
You got no worries. I mean, obviously, they awarded you for being one of the preeminent workers. So that's you're doing good.
Pretty.
Do you guys not have labor unions?
Yes, we do. We have a labor union. Yes, we do have a labor union.
You can tell how impressed George is with it by the tone of his voice.
They're about as useless as ours.
They're great. I won't say anything to disparage them, but I owe that money for them.
Mine just steals my money and doesn't do shit.
Yeah, they take your money.
I'm afraid if I activate the law and opt out, not pay them, then they'll really just fuck me over. So it's like a mafia.
So, you pay them the money, and then you want them to defend your corner, and then they hang you up to dry.
Oh yeah, naturally. Fucking.
Oh yes, that sounds about the size of it. Yes, I get it. Jesus Christ. So all such being said, we love you, George. Stay safe and be well.
Thanks for having me on, Douglas. Yes, I'll look forward to joining you again on Sunday. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yes,
I'll jump on. Yes,
sounds good.
If I can, but much appreciated. And please, everyone, please donate anything you can to Douglas. It goes to a very good cause, and please support him. And thank you for having me on again, Douglas. It's been wonderful, and look after yourself. And good night to everyone else on Team Dietrich, Aristides, John Doe, and Brendan. Wonderful speaking to you. Take care of yourselves.
Thank you. Take care.
Good night.
All right.
Bye-bye.
You're the best. Thank you, George.
Thank
All
you.
right.
No, much appreciated.
That's-
All my love.
Yes.
Gute
All our
Nacht.
love in return. So that's George Knight, and hopefully he stays safe at work. And so, dear Brendan, I'll dive back into it. Interject when you wish. I know, of course, how it's one of these things that whatever input that you give is always it's always a benefit to us. And I just feel bad
I
for
don't know
George.
about that, but I'll see what I can do.
I mean, it sounds like what George is saying is like, it's like it's like they fucked him over with the schedule. Oh, Jesus Christ! It doesn't sound like he has, and when he says, "Oh,
more work, no overtime."
More work, no overtime. What the fuck? It's like
removing the premiere days off that he needed. Yeah, it's just pure sick fucking world we live in.
Awful. It sounds like they're intentionally sabotaging him, but apparently it's universal in his. But they'll probably.
Yeah, well, the way things are going, they did it to everyone.
Yeah.
Like here, they forced everyone back in the office and all that shit, and they're just because when the economy goes down, then they really start giving people hell.
Oh yeah, it's because they know they can. Just because people need a job, right? So, and the people feel like they're lucky to have a job, but it's only so far it can go. But like you said, they're making everybody come back to the offices now, and it's not even productive. It's like counterproductive, really, in so many ways. They just are. They've got it all bass backwards, and it can't go on for too much longer.
That shit I was telling you about the Social Security is like, so they eliminated everyone, closed a bunch of buildings, and then now the people that are left are having to work overtime. Like, so there's no savings. You have to pay them overtime. Then there's way less work getting done. I mean, it's just they don't know anything. See, what are these like? The proof's in the pudding is in the eating. It's just ridiculous. Yeah,
there you go. It's
nothing efficient about it.
It's the exact opposite thereof. They're Edomite, just pure Edomite. Yeah. It's chaos, and thank you. And speaking of chaos, this is the catch-22 of treating tariffs as a negotiating tool. Trump wants corporations to build new factories in these United States, but they need predictability to do that. It can take years to put a new factory into operation. How many times will Trump change his mind over that period when we've seen him change it several times in a single day? Yet unpredictability is what Trump views as the source of his leverage. If he promises stability to companies, he's giving other governments the same assurance that he won't switch things up. Wall Street is delighted now. Markets soared at the end of the day. The exuberance is based on the idea that Trump blinked. They're not exactly wrong, but he hasn't given any indication that his underlying theory of trade has changed. When the party buzz wears off, businesses will be facing the same volatile future they were this morning. President Trump has claimed that the escalating trade war, which he intensified yesterday with broad tariffs against America's major trade partners that have sent the stock market plummeting, will spur companies to forego foreign goods and return manufacturing to American shores. But data proves that the American imperial economy is not even ready for a wholesale shift to manufacturing, and that it would take us years to ramp up production capabilities. According to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, all the data shows that a fraction of people in these United States are employed by farms and factories compared with decades past, with most now in service jobs such as software, finance, and healthcare. And experts concur that focusing on domestic goods production could cost consumers while undermining America's growing advantage in the knowledge economy. So this is all called sector shrink. In the 1970s, 1 in 5 U.S. workers worked in manufacturing. Today, it's closer to 1 in 12. Even with unlimited funding and political will, it takes years to reskill a labor force and rebuild infrastructure. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, formal trade apprenticeships typically require 4 years. And Intel estimates building semiconductor fabrication plants takes 3 to 4 years to complete. Policy uncertainty is another major barrier. Companies hesitate to make long-term investments when trade policies could change within months or less, and we've seen them change here now under Trump in a single day. Richard Mansfield, an economist at the University of Colorado Boulder, assesses that companies won't even start trying to hire and train people until they are convinced that there are permanent tariffs. Instead of boosting domestic production, it is likelier that companies will raise prices, find alternative suppliers, Vietnam or Chile, or both. That played out during Trump's first term, when, under the threat of tariffs, companies moved production from communist China on the Asian mainland into Mexico. And then, another term for you, service strength. Because meanwhile, a focus on producing goods overlooks another reality. America holds a global advantage in exports of services driven by business, travel, and intellectual property. The United States' $25.2 billion services surplus is often hidden by its $156.7 billion goods deficit. Deficits are not even necessarily negative. Tariffs ignore that economic reality, leaving consumers with higher prices for basic goods and less to spend in the areas in which our economy excels, which is, of course, as I pointed out, services. And, of course, this is all part of a path of progress in its own right. As countries progress and grow wealthier, manufacturing tends to represent less of their economies. So Trump's actually going backwards. He's devolving. Data from Our World in Data shows that while manufacturing output of lower income nations around the world increased from 2004 through to 2020, higher income countries went in the opposite direction. From cutting-edge software developments to innovative financial products, knowledge economy work often offers better wages and working conditions than traditional manufacturing. Dennis Hoffman, an economist at Arizona State University who grew up in Michigan and witnessed manufacturing's 1970s heyday, attests that while such factory jobs were good for their time, they were dirty, dangerous, and physically demanding. Today's service economy creates different but superior opportunities, qualifying that it's less wear and tear on the body, you're able to work longer, you're able to earn a good living. Hoffman frames Trump's tariff turmoil bluntly by explaining that cheap goods means more money to save, to invest, to allocate elsewhere. We're far better off because of access to international trade. If you run a trade deficit, you're not a loser. We run trade deficits because we consume. Our appetite for consumption is greater than our capacity to produce. With the Trump tariffs, you end up hurting consumers across the entire United States. Alas, many who should be trying to constrain the madness of King Donald in Congress, in the administration, and beyond, instead enable him. Yes, this weekend he belatedly acknowledged growing public dismay about the economy. So far, however, rather than indicating any change, he has told Americans to hang tough. Only a handful of Republican senators have voiced even the mildest opposition to his tariffs. If last week was tumultuous, this week will still get worse. Trump's new tariffs take effect this week. Maybe not the ones he initially intended, but there's tariffs taking effect nonetheless, as I've already articulated. Last Wednesday, U.S. President Donald John Trump unleashed tariffs on almost every country in the world, and some uninhabited islands for bad measure. Today, Trump's tailored tariffs, which he calls reciprocal, have gone into effect. Not in full, but in deferment. Now, shortly before Asian markets tumbled at their opening bells on Monday, Trump assured reporters on Air Force One that everything was going according to plan by saying, "Sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something." On Truth Social Media, Trump posted that what ails these United States are trade deficits with various countries, though plenty with which the United States has a trade surplus, such as Australia, are also subject to tariff increases, with same tariffs threatening the 12 countries' 70-year security alliance. European Union trade ministers were expected to meet on Monday to discuss their response. The Communist Chinese Empire has already struck back at these United States with tariffs of its own. Its announcement matches the American imperial maneuver, eye for eye, with the Oxford economist George Magnus assessing, in his own words, "I think this is definitely at the high end of escalation." Now, Trump's first-term trade war ended when the United States signed a Phase 1 deal with the People's Republic of China in January of 2020 that did little to change Beijing's economic policies. Bob Davis, who covered Sino-American economic relations for years at the Wall Street Journal, speculates that Trump could declare victory in the same way this time around. Davis also runs through other scenarios of how the president could back out of the most sweeping taxes on imports in a century. As Trump proceeds with the tariffs, a worldwide market rout will only get even worse. It will be interesting to watch whether the captains of industry who welcomed the return of Trump as good for business will still hold sway at the White House. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is the member of Trump's team who is most likely to be concerned with market reactions, but he dug in over the weekend on the position that the tariffs are a necessary step in changing an unfair global trading system. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, who will appeared before the Senate Finance Committee yesterday to answer questions about the tariff announcement, and was apparently in talks with his Chi-Com counterpart, doesn't have much government experience. Meanwhile, the radical protectionist Peter Navarro, who is serving in the White House again as Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, has proved to be the tariff regime's most vociferous defender. In a deep dive into when tariffs have worked and when they haven't, Foreign Policy Magazine's Michael Hirsch writes, and here I read therefrom, "The sad irony in all this is what Trump is missing. Smart and strategic trade policy, one that includes surgically targeted tariffs and other threats of trade sanctions, can actually achieve what the president has said is one of his main goals, pressuring other countries to invest in the United States and create American jobs." Barring last-minute deals, today, most countries were subjected to reciprocal tariffs on top of the 10% levy lumped on almost everyone at the weekend. A few favored dictatorships, like Russia and North Korea, mysteriously accepted. They must next decide whether and how hard to fight back. Mr. Trump is presumably delighted. A man who loves to be at the center of everything is putting the squeeze on every economy on the planet. The real meaning of Liberation Day is clear. It refers to the unshackling of Mr. Trump himself. Trump is trying to remake the presidency. President Trump, through orders, mass firings, and other changes, is remaking the existing system of checks on the president. Supporters say that is exactly the point. No one can say he wasn't upfront about it. At a New Hampshire campaign rally back in January of 2024, then candidate Donald Trump declared, "It's good to have a strong man at the head of a country." In his successful comeback bid, Trump spent the entire campaign praising strongman leaders and vowing to uproot the administrative state and seek retribution against his political enemies. And when asked to promise that he would never abuse power as retribution against anybody by Fox News host Sean Hannity in 2023, he replied, "Except for day one. We're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator. Okay?" Since he assumed office just 12 weeks ago, the second midterm president has unleashed an unprecedented assault on the workings of the executive branch, challenging the independence of the Justice Department, mass firing independent inspectors general across 18 federal agencies, effectively shuttering watchdog agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and attempting to take operational control of independent agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission, which oversees Wall Street, and the Federal Election Commission, which oversees elections. As independent agencies cannot simultaneously be neutral and fair enforcers of the law and also be answerable only to the president, Tara Malloy, who directs appellate litigation and strategy at the CLC, the Campaign Legal Center, a government watchdog group, is particularly opposed to Trump's attempt to fire Ellen Weintraub, the chair of the FEC, the Federal Election Commission. To quote a she at length and verbatim, "All of these actions are setting up legal fights as to the scope of executive power. That said, I fear that we should not see them as some sort of academic, legal argument or fight. This administration is attempting to exert control and authority over the operations of federal government in a way that's unprecedented. I think you can see the basic unfairness. If you were to flip the situation, if, for instance, the Biden administration had exerted presidential control over the FEC, would President Trump think that his 2024 campaign was getting a fair shake? This seems completely contrary to everything we know about Trump." And all of this is par for course, per the case for a more energetic executive. Trump's actions, or rather his malactions, have sparked chaos across the executive branch, but there is a theory that ties it all together. Prior to the Watergate scandal, American presidents enjoyed far fewer constraints on their power. After President Richard Nixon resigned in scandal over his abuses of that power, Congress, under the control of Democrats at the time, spent years passing laws to constrain or check presidential power by, for instance, creating the inspectors general role to serve in federal agencies to report on waste, wrongdoing, and inefficiencies. This idea, called the unitary executive theory to replace, or rather revoke all that, has long been popular in far-right conservative circles and has been promoted in the Conservative Government Blueprint Project 2025. But it is now being tested in real time by the Trump administration. Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller argued the misadministration's view on Trump's power during a February 20th press briefing while discussing cuts made by White House advisor Elon Musk and his government efficiency project, wherein he went on to describe tenured civil servants, if I remember correctly. Oh, fuck, what did he call them? He said his words, the words of Stephen Miller. He went on to describe tenured civil servants as who believe they answer to no one, as a threat to democracy. Believe that shit? I think I know who the real threat to democracy is here. To quote us, the Miller cracker at length and verbatim, a president is elected by the whole American people. He's the only official in the entire government that is elected by the entire nation. Right? Judges are appointed. Members of Congress are elected at the district or state level. Just one man. And the Constitution, Article 2, has a clause known as the vesting clause, and it says, the executive power shall be vested in a president. Singular. The whole will of democracy is imbued into the elected president. That president then appoints staff to impose that democratic will onto the government. This is what's got watchdogs sounding the alarm. Now, what is it that Macron, France, plans to recognize? What's this, Brendan? Oh, a Palestinian state. Possibly in June. They're going to get a lot of terrorist attacks from Israelis, from the Zionists.
Right. So they're potentially going to do the full thing. So.
Oh, right.
Which would be, yeah.
That would render what the Israelis are doing an act of aggression.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like it's guaranteed a world war. I mean.
Yes.
It's like pretty much.
Well, we know whose side we're on.
Yeah. Well.
Hey, anybody out there, if you're looking for a job, join the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
They're gonna need people pretty soon.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They'll be greatly expanding that branch of service, I assure you. Oh,
right.
Yeah. You'll get European citizenship. Think of it, people. Yeah. That's you'll be fighting on the side of right. And the
Europeans will be the last ones standing in all this shit.
Yeah, yeah. And don't forget, the French Foreign Legion is a mercenary organization. People tend to forget that. Yeah. And so you could be a mercenary with social benefits. I mean, you can't beat it.
Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it.
Thank you. Deep Space Pilot says, great episode, Douglas. Thank you. So let me make certain to thank him personally. So let me give him hugs. Hugs. Okay.
How long do you think that 90 days is going to last? I give it like 3 days.
Yeah. You mean before he just reneges and just... Yeah. It's impossible to tell. We're dealing with a goddamn madman. It's like, that's what it comes down to.
It's going to be like a couple days he's going to say, I changed my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everybody has to bank on that possibility. So, Harley Davidson, EU readies $20 billion retaliation against Trump's tariffs. Good.
Yeah, pretty soon like you said, it's going to be a hermit kingdom, but in the worst way possible.
Oh, yeah. It's just, and everybody's got guns. It's like they'll just be coming in later to look over the Great Wall of America to see who's left alive, and So I'm sorry. Were you going to say something else?
Oh, there's so much in the news. I mean, it's just. Yeah, I mean, you already know.
Yeah, I mean, we're living the Chinese curse, brother. We're living the Chinese curse.
Exactly.
Yeah, may you live in interesting times. Yeah.
Interesting times.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
But mainly Japan is just like it says here they're going to agree on further cooperation with NATO. So the Japanese NATO alliance.
Well,
I mean,
you mean the new axis of Japan and Germany is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what that is. And so it's just the same old axis. That's all. It's just fighting a second phase of the war.
If anyone was doubting what you said about them winning, it's no longer. There's no shred of doubt ever.
Thank you.
Left. There's no shred of doubt left. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this profoundly. Yes, and so wonderful. Thank you so much, and hopefully Trump pulls out of NATO so that NATO can function better, and that way.
Yeah. And the Secretary General is German, Mark Rutte.
Excellent. Oh, Ruther, Ruther.
Double TE.
Okay. Rutte. Thank you.
The Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Now, watchdogs say Trump's actions are having a chilling effect not only on the forces of government aimed at stopping corruption, but also on the government officials who remain in these agencies waiting to see what happens next. To quote Danielle O'Brien, Executrix Directress of the Project on Government Oversight, which investigates corruption, I don't think it's inconsequential that removing the heads of those officers whose job it is to protect whistleblowers and prevent corruption and wrongdoing were the early targets of the Trump administration. I think what's also important is the signal that sends to all those who are left behind. All of the offices and the laws that have been set up to prevent corruption and abuse of power are explicitly being targeted and undermined. Scott Graytack, Director of Advocacy for Transparency International US and an anti-corruption attorney and advocate, was more measured. To quote his multiple lights in the sky doesn't necessarily mean there's a constellation, and I'm hoping there's not a constellation, but it's simply, factually, too early to tell. Talk about a case of cognitive dissonance. I don't think that this comes from some coordinated whole-of-government nexus of corruption. I just don't think we're there yet. I think we're going to find out if we get there. We may find out as soon as in the next 6 months. The Trump administration has also yet to issue an executive order imposing ethical guidelines for the administration and high-level political appointees, which presidents typically do, despite employing more billionaires than any cabinet in history with many financial conflicts before the government. Per Daniel Weiner, director of the Elections and Government Program at the Brennan Center for Justice, a center-left research organization, I'm not saying that there is necessarily corruption in the administration. I mean, why is everyone covering their ass? Why does everyone feel the need to qualify everything they say to rationalize themselves into impotence? But I am saying that it creates a much bigger risk that there will be at least an appearance. And when that happens, there needs to be accountability, because we need to know, again, the government is operating in the public interest. Well, let's ask the question, who asked for this? There's little evidence that the American public is clamoring for a more powerful president. If anything, voters seem to like the separation of powers the way it is. According to 2024 polling by Vanderbilt University's Unity poll, just 6% of Americans support increasing presidential power. The vast majority, 63%, were happy with the status quo. I'm sorry, Brendan, go on. Oh.
Yeah, and did you see the latest? They pulled the old Uno reverse on Trump, saying, well, if you can go for a third term, then we can re-elect Obama. And apparently in the polls, more people would vote for Obama than him.
Of course!
So it would be like this. If they really want to open that gate, then it's just going to create this, the real Obama third term.
Yeah, let's do it! Let's do it. Yeah, one where Obama was, truly had a mandate. Yes,
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate you telling me that. I did not know that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if they pull that shit, that may be the case. That could happen. Yeah.
Oh, yes, we can only pray. Yeah. Just last month, a CNN poll showed a narrow majority of Americans, 52%, say Trump has gone too far in exercising presidential power. However, a second midterm president is not as captive to popular political sentiment since he is barred from appearing on the ballot again, although Trump has repeatedly raised the idea that he will challenge the trois-term constitutional limit on the presidency. For now, the check on Trump's power is in federal courts, where more than 100 cases challenging his executive actions are underway. But the courts move slowly, and Trump has not shied away from criticizing judges, nor has his advisor, businessman Elon Musk, who has publicly called for some federal judges to face impeachment for rulings that have slowed or stopped Trump's efforts to remake the federal government in his own image. So, what's at stake? Scores of lawsuits challenging the Trump's misadministration's actions or malactions are making their way through the federal courts. But according to Coon supporters like the yellow house nigger named John Yoo, a paleo-conservative legal scholar who served in the Justice Department under President George W. Bush, that is part of Trump's strategy. Coon Dog Yu's argument being that the Constitution puts the power of the executive branch into one person, the president, and as a result, the president should have the power to command the executive branch at will. In the simplest terms, the president can hire or fire whoever they want. A 6-3 conservative court is a more hospitable place for Trump to have that legal fight, and the court has been sympathetic in recent years to these arguments. As precedent, in 2020, the court ruled that the president had the power to fire the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Indeed, the Supreme Court already handed Trump nearly absolute power over the Justice Department in a 2024 ruling regarding presidential immunity, including the ability to have conversations about criminal cases and other enforcement actions. If Trump is successful in breaking all or some of the binds put on the president in the post-Watergate era, it would usher in a new era of American politics with little or no independent checks on the president and politicized agencies. So let's take a look at what's here from Brendan. He sent me a link. So here we are. If Trump could run for a third term, so could Obama. Excellent. Okay, thank you for this. And it's short, too. Jesus Christ. Read this out loud. Read this out loud for our listeners, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and the polls were actually taken, and it's like pretty much neck and neck. And Trump even joked about it, said, I'd fight against Obama. So it says, President Trump just expressed a desire to run for a third term, which is forbidden by the 22nd Amendment, but repeal of the amendment is not likely. And then they give.
They don't know the Supreme Court. Go on.
Yeah, but then he says, however, if it was somehow repealed, and he was able to run for a third term, I hope that this is the author. I hope that former Obama would run against him. Repeal of the 22nd Amendment would also make Obama eligible. In fact, Obama is the younger man. His policies are more consistent with the traditional policies of the United States. And this is Daniel Howman of Montgomery Advisor. But they did a poll later after these ideas were floated, and basically it would be neck and neck, according to the initial poll. And then, like I said, Trump was joking about it. But after he collapses the economy, everyone would just vote for Obama instantly. So,
excellent. Yeah, and so thank you. Do me a favor, cut and paste that and send me those paragraphs, because they just blocked me with a paywall. So cut and paste that and send it to me, or enter it into our private messages on Skype. Yeah.
Well, this isn't even a good article. Maybe I can find a better article.
Oh, well, this is nice and simple. So you're welcome to find a better article, of course, but, get these 2 paragraphs to me by, it's only 3 paragraphs. Just cut and paste them for me and send them to me in the private messages. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, accountability to Trump could still come in 2 forms: the ballot box and the other branches of government. Voters can oust unpopular presidents, and Congress can still pass.
Court-martialed, like if he collapses everything, can't they like court-martial him or something?
I only wish. I only fucking wish. I mean, like I said,
isn't there like a theoretical stipulation where we could put him up on can't everyone collectively just put him on the gallows and say, all right, like enough is enough?
Well, we really have to ask. Remember how I said one of the first presidents to install tariffs was McKinley, who Trump idolizes, and how McKinley was
assassinated.
Yeah, by that Filipino guy. But how do we know? How do we know that Filipino guy didn't get help from the captains of industry who wanted an end to the tariffs? That's
Oh, he guaranteed he got help. He at least got paid to come here and do that.
Yes, because otherwise, how did he get here?
Yeah.
And so that's...
because, travel in those days was, like, you had to be basically sponsored, and essentially.
Yes, especially for a Filipino.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for this. I really appreciate your cutting and pasting this. It's really important. And like I said, you feel welcome to find a larger or longer article.
Who else would be eligible? Like George Bush and Clinton, but they're all so old that it's just pointless.
Yes, Thank you. Yeah, they really are. It's almost.
So Obama's the only logical choice.
Yeah. By the way, Jimmy Wormhole says, "Good to see you up and running. You need to upload regularly. God is blessed." I do. Then he says, "Geezer." Yeah. Well, that's trollish. So all that being said, let me enter this into my note box here, and we definitely will get back on a track, and I think that what Brendan is contributing is profoundly important, and take Brendan and Brendan's advice in mind. Yeah, for all of you younger men out there who are looking for work, and you're gonna lose your jobs if you're in good physical shape. Yeah, just join the French Foreign Legion. You'll be on the side of right when history judges you.
Right, there you go.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to what I said about what Brendan's asking is like, what can they just court-martial him? Well, I think the alternative would be what I presented with the McKinley example. They can basically expedite somebody actually killing him. I mean, doing a real assassination run, not the shit that he set up himself and staged himself. But when it comes to that, they'll conspire that if they need to, and it's not like it doesn't have historical precedent. So that may yet happen. At any rate, theoretically, Congress can still pass laws to rein a rogue president in, as well as exercise the impeachment powers to remove a president, but we saw that has not worked. Trump, like Clinton, has been impeached. It didn't do anything. So, while all this might actually be true or hold true, by that I mean actually work for future presidents, Trump as a second midterm president is not as swayed by public opinion, and Congress, well, a Congress ruled by the same party as the president, is much more willing to acquiesce to the demands of the executive, as we've already seen. Yet, in expressing his own enthusiasm about the misadministration testing a 1935 Supreme Court ruling that limits presidential power to remove certain officials serving in the executive branch, the aforecited Ugook acknowledged that the expanding executive power isn't a one-party advantage. To quote as he, at length and verbatim, and this coincides so well with what Brendan has already brought up, what sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Again, to quote the Ugook, he said, we're still living with those laws today. And one way to understand what Trump is trying to do, and I'm not saying even that Trump understands this is what he's doing, but the presidency, the way it's designed, urges him to do it as he's trying to snap those bounds that were imposed on the presidency in the post-Watergate era. Now, that can be risky or dangerous, of course, but the founders thought that it was outweighed by the virtues of having a single person who could act quickly, could act with speed, could act with decision and capability. The famous phrase of Hamilton used is good government is defined by energy in the executive. And to have that energy, you need to have the power in one person. Trump is clearly setting up a test case to go back to the Supreme Court. It's almost like Trump
Wasn't Hamilton the one that lost the duel, and got shot?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, he's the one that's played by a black guy in the play, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I never followed that shit, but I mean, like, in the actual history, he fought a duel and died.
Yeah. Well, that happens in the play too, except they make him black. But you know how I know he's black is because fucking Peter Moon forced our Paula to see that with him. He actually took her to the play to see Hamilton the musical. Yeah, because he
why?
Because he loved the black guy being Hamilton. That's
bizarre.
It's not bizarre. He's a fucking Negro fucker. He's a Negro homosexual. He's a necrophiliac, meaning that like people who are necrophiliacs who fuck dead bodies. Peter Moon humps off black bodies, male bodies, black male bodies.
That's crazy.
He's a He's a homo negrophiliac.
But he thinks he's black. It's just
he thinks he's black. Yeah. So
this weird amalgam of madness.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh God. So you're pretty sure he's dead then? Yeah. We can only hope.
Oh, he's gone. We haven't heard from him. He's gone. Dude's toast. I haven't heard from him. Have you heard from him?
Oh no, thank God. Yeah. It's yeah. No, now
someone of his madness, it's like he won't shut up, so he's toast.
It's true. He is a attention whore. He is
because he kept like emailing and shit, so he's definitely toast.
Yes, that's right. No, that's true. He was even as he was spiraling and disintegrating. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. 4 days ago, he posted one of those crazy red square Facebook things.
Okay. Yeah.
That says, quote, noted anti-vaccine crackpot Robert Kennedy Jr. announced sweeping layoffs as part of a major restructuring effort. That's bizarre. What does that have to do with anything?
I thought he was on those people's sides.
That's why it doesn't make any sense. This it's like almost like his account got hacked or something. This ain't Peter.
Yeah, I was about to say. That's weird as fuck.
I'll send it to you so you can just.
Yeah, because he was the one. Remember, he was the one who was saying the most exciting thing to come out of the Democrats is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Remember that shit? That's what he was saying. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't understand why he would post something so pointless. Here, check it out.
Oh, here we are. Weird. Yeah. Announced sweeping layoffs as part of a major restructuring effort. Wow, and he got 21 likes with this or whatever responses and
oh yeah, tons of commentary. I don't even want to read it.
Yeah, it just goes to show how all these people are like crazy or something. Who are even following him. Yeah,
he didn't respond to anything. So this is just like an account hack. I don't
Got
think it's him.
Got it. Because he would respond.
Here's one of the replies.
Yeah.
Mr. Moon, I'd expect you to support Mr. Kennedy. What did I miss?
Yeah, no shit. There you go. You missed his account being hacked. That's what you missed. The guy's dead. Moon's dead. They just hacked his account. Oh, that'd be funny if that was Paula. That'd be funny if that was Paula did it.
Yeah. I don't expect her to have nuance. Usually Romanians are very
That's
bland.
true. That's true. She just if she hacked it, she would put up something like, "I'm a faggy."
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Just to make him look like a total idiot.
But he's toast. He's dead. He's got to be dead.
Yeah, he must be for this to happen. Yeah, and for him to leave it up there. Yeah, for him to leave it up there. Yes. Oh, you're right. Definitely. Oh, so
you always get the last laugh, but it just is annoying. The whole process is unfortunate.
Yeah. Yes. It's wasting everybody's time. But like you said, we can laugh at it now. We'll be laughing at it for quite some time. It's kind of like we'll have to take it with the sense of humor that we did. Christine.
Holy shit. Yeah. Terrible.
Gotta admit, she was funny.
But she was entertaining.
Yeah, she was entertaining. She was entertaining, and she was funny in the sense, not funny in the sense she's trying to be funny, but funny in the sense she's trying to be taken seriously for her insanity. And we got the last laugh there anyway. If we had found her offensive, Jesus Christ, her crackhead boyfriend died on her, and like, what was it? Victoria said she was holding on to that body for hours while it was growing cold.
He was going into rigor mortis and shit.
Yes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's just awful.
Well, she got what she deserved as far as I'm concerned.
It's true. It's true. I mean, Jesus Christ, when you're
like when someone helps you out of the kindness of their heart, like Christ, like things, and you still shit on them.
Yeah,
you deserve it.
Oh, of course. No, she's just plain evil, just an evil idiot, and she deserved everything that happened to her. At any rate, thank you for that. And so anyhow, this Ugook was saying the famous phrase of Hamilton used is good government is defined by energy in the executive, and to have that energy, you need to have the power in one person. Trump is clearly setting up a test case to go back to the Supreme Court. It's almost like Trump is heeding the call of the Supreme Court to test whether any of these independent agencies can really remain in the framework of our 18th century Constitution anymore. It used to be, after World War II, in the wake of FDR and Truman, Kennedy and LBJ, Democrats used to be the ones who liked the unitary executive, and it was Republicans like Taft who opposed it. So I don't think it's really a Republican-Democrat thing at all. These reforms will ultimately play to an advantage of a Democratic president someday. Well, in interim, the current version of Mr. Trump is remarkably insouciant. As stock markets plunge, Donald Trump seems untroubled. Even as markets crash and the first shots of a trade war ring out, he devotes extra hours to the golf course. Now, that is scary. Meet the new Trump, same as the old Trump. Due process for me, but not for thee. You see, Donald Trump has benefited greatly from America's due process protections, but he seeks to deprive others thereof. Chaos is terrifying, which is perhaps why traders were so relieved yesterday morning by now when Walter Bloomberg tweeted, Hassett, or Hassett. It's an Hassett, then a colon. So I guess Hassett is the individual he's quoting, and it's all uppercase. Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except China. Who exactly Walter Bloomberg is has never been clear, but his feed of financial news headlines has a large following, and stock indices shot up briefly upon this morsel of hope. And then, cold, hard reality. Bloomberg's tweet referred to a Fox News interview with Kevin Hassett, the director of Donald Trump's National Economic Council, who'd been asked about a pause and replied, I think the president is going to decide what the president is going to decide. Trump never rules out anything, of course. The White House quickly labeled the report fake news, and the markets returned to their previously scheduled slide. Over the past couple of weeks, the misadministration has shown again and again that it truly has no idea what it's doing. The Trump misadministration has been accidentally texting war plans to The Atlantic magazine editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, deporting a person it admits it had no legal reason to deport, and firing people it quickly realizes it needs back. If the start of Trump's second presidency showed an unfamiliar ability to impose its will, the recent stretch has served as a reminder that Trump is Trump. His misadministration is not run by polished professionals. He hasn't learned much since his first midterm, and there's no master plan that's going to save the country. One of the recurring ideas of the first Trump misadministration was that he was finally becoming presidential. Just like Marx said, this arrived first as tragedy. No, not Karl Marx. No, I'm already getting the... Karl Marx? No, I'm not quoting Karl Marx. It's Groucho Marx. Just like Groucho Marx said, this arrived first as tragedy. People really believed it. And then as farce. Most prominently in an absurdist X thread by the comedian Megan Amram. By the end of 2020, pretty much no one appeared to buy into the notion. Then the idea that Trump was finally becoming presidential, then it somehow made a comeback. Observers convinced themselves that they saw a more disciplined Trump, or at least a more disciplined Trump campaign, despite all contemporaneous reporting exposing the weaknesses of this belief. They grew frustrated with former President Joe Biden's age, or his economic policies, or his messaging, and they convinced themselves that Trump couldn't be that bad. Because, hey, chaos is terrifying, and it's more reassuring to assume some secret plan exists that's more clever than what meets the eye. Unfortunately, the only secret plans appear to be the ones that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth sent to Goldberg. Last week, the Fourth Estate reported that the government had mistakenly arrested Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland man with protected legal status, and flew him to El Salvador, where he is imprisoned. This is nefarious, but it's not part of some nefarious scheme. They just messed up. A Justice Department attorney who admitted as much in court last week has been placed on leave as punishment. The attorney, Erej Ruveni, is a career Justice Department lawyer. He's no liberal plant. He was promoted into his current role by Trump officials just 12 weeks ago. Yesterday, the Supreme Court agreed to a misadministration request to pause an order requiring it to bring Abrego Garcia home. The Justice Department acknowledged an administrative error, but insisted that Abrego Garcia is now in Salvadoran custody and beyond American imperial reach. A logic that might be funny if it weren't so treacherous. Nor does the White House have a master plan for the tariffs. Officials were working right up until the last minute to prepare a plan for Trump's supposed Liberation Day on April 2nd. Perhaps they should have...
Doug, what about those creeps saying that they were going to find a way to deport U.S. citizens? Did you hear about that?
I have not. So tell us about this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, they straight up came out and said, we're going to find a loophole to start deporting U.S. citizens that we think should be taken to El Salvador.
Well, I'm
surprised you didn't hear about that.
I did not. But look at what else I've had to keep track of. So, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's all coming. So, well, I told people this would happen. I told people, so any links you can find, by all means, thank you for bringing that to my attention. And yeah, it's, I'll get back to that. It was all going to come to this. So here we are.
Yeah.
Trump deporting U.S. citizens to El Salvador. Trump says he'd love to deport U.S. citizens to El Salvador gulags if it's legal. But what does legal even mean to Donald Trump?
Yeah, obviously nothing. It got to the point where Sotomayor had to comment on it. This is the real article here.
Okay, thank you. And there we are. So there we are. Good. White House floats deporting U.S. citizens. Justice Sotomayor just warned about that. And there goes that cunt Caroline Leavitt. She says, "Oh, deporting American citizens who are violent repeat offenders, if it's legal." Yes, that's, it's like, yeah, they're gonna.
Prisons. What the fuck are they talking about?
Yes, thank you.
Sanity.
Yes. Well, yes, we're living in a madhouse. We're in a madhouse. Could you do me a favor and send me both these links in my private messages as well, please? Thank you. Appreciate that. And at any rate, as I said, the White House, as we were teaching Holly, the White House has no master plan for the tariffs. The officials were working right up until the last minute to prepare a plan for Trump's Liberation Day on April 2nd. Perhaps they should have just kept working. The final result includes embarrassing errors like tariffs on uninhabited islands, or an archipelago that houses only United States and British military personnel. But it has more fundamental flaws. As Kevin Corinth and Stan Vuger of the Conservative American Enterprise Institute explain, the formula the misadministration abused includes a very basic error: confusing retail and import prices. The result is 12 variables that cancel each other out. Yet the idea that the president would willingly drive the country toward a inevitable, or should I say inescapable, recession is hard to believe. No wonder that some very serious people in finance spent the days leading up to April 2nd seriously considering something referred to as the Mar-a-Lago Accord, which sought to make sense of Trump's malactions, but which, let's just put it this way. I myself label QAnon for tariffs. Now the tariffs are here, and trillions in market value is gone. Trump's major response to jitters...
Like the QAnon shit made more sense than his stupid fucking backwards ass shit.
Tell people what you read about his tariff miscalculations. The shit.
I sent you the formula. Did you see the formula in your chat?
Yeah. I saw the link. But explain to our listeners the basic stupidity of his formula.
Well, actually, no. I sent you the actual screenshot of it.
Oh, okay.
Scroll back
Thank you. Yes, there we are. Scroll back up and get that. Yes, that's right. So, yes, our man.
So this is what they did.
Yeah.
So they set the variable at 4 and the standard deviation at 0.25, regardless of the country, which basically comes down to dividing the trade balance by the value of imports. Divided by 2. So this is like some crackpot like math right here. Divide that whole equation by 2, which the U.S., meaning Trump, said it's very kind, in quotes, only applying half the rate which they claim to face from other countries. And the U.S. had a trade surplus of delta T, which is, these are 2 variables, divided by 2, which is less than 10%, which basically the rates which the U.S. claims to put up from other countries are well above the tariff estimates by the World Trade Organization. Elasticity of imports and demand of prices due to tariffs usually are different depending on the country and sector. So they're using what would be the word for it? Like an across the board math problem for something that has infinite amounts of variables, essentially. So there's no sense in that. I mean, it's just beyond, it's nonsensical.
Thank you. It's insanity. It's insanity.
Yeah.
It's like, so thank you for this. It's voodoo. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Oh.
And like if you look at the picture, it's just they take that whole equation and then divide it by 2. This is like This is like something you do on a whiteboard.
Yeah.
Like not. This is not logical. It's just something you do for fun. Or like the teacher's like, all right, now we're going to divide it all by 2 just to like test you or something.
It would be like, well, if they were quite high, it would be like somebody who was on ketamine and mushrooms combined with toxic. Yeah. This is what Trappist Nicholson, how he runs equations.
That's how he mixed his drugs.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, perfect. Divided by 2.
Plus this divided by 2.
Yeah. Only he multiplies it. He multiplies it by 2. Yes. Double the dose. Whatever you got, double the dose. Yeah, and
he literally said that. I feel like.
Yeah, that's right. He did. He did say that. Yeah, and now, as I said, the tariffs are here. Trillions in market value are gone. Trump's major response to jitters today was to threaten even higher tariffs on the People's Republic of China, showing that he is making it up as he goes and isn't deterred by the prospect of inflicting more chaos. As long as you don't look at your own portfolio, you might get some Schadenfreude, or did I say that right? The German word? Joy and other suffering. Schadenfreude. Yeah, from the X.
But still, for us, we don't have it. I don't have a portfolio. I'm just watching everyone lose their freaking whole life savings.
Well, I don't have a portfolio to look at either. So it's like you and I. This is the beauty of you and I being at the bottom of the economic barrel. I mean, we're basically bottom feeders who have nothing to lose, and therefore, in a sense, everything to gain, since everyone else is losing their ass. All I can say is that, it'll be better for us in the long run, and any idea that Holly had about, but what about the corporations coming by to pick up the pieces? There won't be any corporations left.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they take all the liquid assets, there's nothing to sell, there's nothing to produce, and there's nothing to buy. That's like,
Thank you. And then they all die. Yes. And I mean, corporations can die. They're considered to be people, so that means they can die too. There you go. Unless you're like Brendan and I, who don't have portfolios, so long as you don't look at your own, you might get some Schadenfreude from the ex-posts of Bill Ackman. The veteran activist investor became a mainstream figure and a main character in late 2023. Although he was a longtime Democrat, Ackman became furious at campus protests against the Israeli government and at woke culture more broadly, and embraced Donald Trump. Now Ackman is apoplectic about tariffs, warning of a self-induced economic nuclear winter. Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Ackman apparently did not believe it. When you've become a billionaire, it's
what exactly did they expect? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Like, what the fuck were they thinking?
They weren't thinking. It's obvious.
Like they were gonna wake up and everything was gonna be like double, like the stocks were like quadruple because this dude was going crazy. I mean,
that's
crazy.
what they thought. Obviously, that's what they thought. He'll take away all the regulations and all the taxes, and we'll be free, libertarian bullshit. And besides, this guy's. He was.
I still kind of think just let it play out and see how bad it gets. I'm like at that level.
I mean, what else can we do? I mean, at the moment we can't do anything about it, so this is what we're stuck with. But
I mean, we can cheer him on. We can be like, yeah, woo,
in a sense, we're already doing that.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
You're doing great, Trump.
In a sense, we're already doing that. I mean, it's kind of like. People say, History Channel, the H is really for Hitler because all they ever talk about is Hitler. And if they didn't have Hitler to talk about, you'd see nothing on the History Channel. It's kind of like, the way we're...
Yeah, that's why they had to bring in those stupid reality shows.
Yes. And
they had nothing left.
Yeah, there you go. It's like, if Peter Moon were here and he had any iota of wit, he would say, Well,
And they got ridiculous. I remember watching them as a kid, and it would be like something totally unrelated to Hitler.
Of course.
And then somehow they would bring in the Nazis.
Of course. Well, that's... Yeah,
it would be like something about South America, right?
Yeah.
Or something. Like the Incan Empire, and then the last 10 minutes would be, and then the Nazis showed up. And it's like, wait a second. I thought this was about something else.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Got to keep the ratings going. Yeah, nothing brings up ratings more than Nazis. That's, you know, they love us. Yeah, and, yeah, let's put it this way. This Ackman guy, he was furious at campus protests against Israel. That's why he went Trump. So obviously he's Jewish, and obviously he's rich. So when you've become a billionaire...
But how do those people, how do those rich J, like especially the American J people, how do they deal with like losing all of their stock portfolios?
Well,
like,
obviously he's not taking it well. He's not taking it well. Like I said, he's on X screaming that...
Theoretically, they're the ones managing all the money. So what the heck? They're just going to just let it happen just to save whatever.
Well, unless they hire someone to kill the son of a bitch, they're going to lose a lot more. So,
right.
You know, like I said, he's not taking it well, and apparently didn't believe that Trump meant what he said. That's kind of like a Jew voting for Hitler, not believing what Hitler was saying about... gas them all, which he put in Mein Kampf. You know, they should all be gassed. That was in Mein Kampf. So it's like,
holy shit.
Yeah. And at any rate, but when you've become a billionaire, it's easy to be optimistic. I mean, things have worked out well for you so far. It's also easy to assume that Trump's punishment will never come for you. This is the mortar of the Trump coalition, a desire for Trump to take on your adversaries and a conviction that you'll never be the one facing his wrath. Some Trump supporters have already been forced to recognize that they're vulnerable.
It's like throwing nuclear waste at someone, but you have to like grab it first.
Yeah, thank you. It's toxic Avenger shit. Toxic Avenger shit, and it speaks volumes. That the man hired to play the Toxic Avenger at conventions was Miguel Andujar, because they didn't need to put on any makeup, but they wouldn't let him talk because he'd come out sounding like Ricky Ricardo. So there you go with that.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Now, like I said, some of these Trump cultists, these Trump humpers, have finally been forced to recognize that they're vulnerable. The realization has been slower for others, such as the very wealthy. They can overlook incidents like Abrego Garcia's deportation, although, as I have forever forewarned...
Yeah, I don't understand why, just quickly as an aside, what the hell, like, was he really a gang member, or was this just like some kind of absurdity?
No, he's just
like, why can't they get him back?
He's just some poor victim, son of a bitch, who was here quite legally. In other words, a protected.
But they said he was Tren del Agua, and then they said, oh, it was a mistake because he wasn't part of that group. But then he was somehow magically MS-13. All of a sudden, it was just like bizarre.
They were just pulling shit out of their ass. But it turns out,
and then the wife.
Yeah, go on.
The wife was saying he just had like regular tattoos. Like it was just like shit you get when you're drunk in Vegas, like
it's
a
true.
lion or something on his chest.
Oh yeah, no, it's true. It's all true.
And they said it was a gang member tattoo.
No, don't say that about any of us. Thank God I don't have tattoos. But at any rate, when it comes to this poor son of a bitch, he is stuck in El Salvador. Even though the government has admitted that he's innocent to the point where they put the attorney who fucked him over on leave as punishment, they said, well, he's out of our reach now. He's in Salvadorian custody just because they don't want to bring him back. Get what I'm saying? It's just like, so there you go. There's no justice.
But why? They could, I mean, if it's basically like a pay-per-view, like they could just pay him off and they'd get him out of there.
You think they care? Jesus Christ, they wouldn't. It's like
it's government money that they stole. What do they care?
Dude, you're
already wasting it.
You're preaching to the converted here. I'm on your side, but they're not going to do that. They hate It's like when people were writing me emails about why doesn't Trump pardon Velasquez? You know, Velasquez is that UFC champion who tried to kill that child molester who raped his son. Yeah, you know,
as if they care. Yeah.
To Trump, Velasquez is an enemy alien invader. It's Jesus Christ, they don't get it, and he won't even pardon Derek Chauvin.
Right.
So he sure as hell ain't gonna pardon Velasquez.
No, he don't give a fuck about these people.
Yeah, of course not. But
it's the complicity. Like these people, like it's crazy.
But
like it shows how mad America really is. It's just.
Oh yeah. It
like people thought it was like, you know, like it was something in a movie or something Wild West. You know, no, these people are crazed.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's like, honestly, it's like, you remember Hong Kong used to produce all these kung fu gangster movies and shit. And if you were to watch those movies, if you were a fan of those movies filmed in Hong Kong where people are just smashing at each other with sledgehammers, running each other down with forklifts because they're all supposed to be part of gangs and into the kung fu, you would think that watching those movies, you would think Hong Kong was like Beirut. But if you went to Hong Kong, you would be amazed at how peaceful it was and how law-abiding it was and how safe it was, compared to what you saw in the films. All the shit you see about America with all the action films where people are firing at each other out of their automobiles at full auto, that doesn't begin to do it justice. that doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, no, America's worse than that, people. It's worse than that. But the wealthy don't get that. The wealthy don't get that. So, like I said, for the very wealthy, they can overlook incidents like Abrego Garcia's deportation, although, as I have forever forewarned, they should not. Once the executive branch finds a way to ignore the law for one person, it can ignore the law for any person. To drive that point home, about 90% of migrants deported to El Salvador had no United States criminal record whatsoever. So, due process for whom? Inscribed. Yeah, go on, Brendan, please, by all means. Give myself.
I didn't say anything. Okay. I didn't say anything other than what they did. They basically just said, "Oh, like the tattoo looks suspicious." Like that's literally their.
They're arresting people for tattoos. They're arresting people for tattoos.
This is like worse than whatever the Nazis did.
Of course. Thank you.
Arbitrarily just grabbing people off the streets. Yeah, it's just insane.
Don't think that El Salvador is not a death camp. How do you think they make room for new incoming migrants? They must be killing people.
They had a journalist go there, and she was talking to them, and they said, like the inmates were. One of them was talking. He had pretty good English too. He said, or he had perfect English. He said, we know we're in here the rest of our lives, and we'll never get out.
There you go.
No matter what we say or do.
Oh, they'll get out through. Remember how they used to say about the camps? There's an exit. It's called the chimneys. They got something going on down there because they're gonna run out of space, right? Unless they're continually expanding these prison facilities. They've got to be killing people and putting them in mass graves.
Oh, guaranteed. Yeah. Which is why it has to be done off-site or out of.
Yeah. That's right. Now, inscribed above the front entrance of the United States Supreme Court is a simple 4-word inscription: equal justice under law. That phrase doesn't require a great deal of explanation, but it does require fortification. At the moment, our nation has a president who cares deeply about due process for himself, but wants to strip it from others. The night before last, the court cleared the way for the Trump misadministration to continue mass deporting people under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act. The ruling is narrow. The unsigned majority concluded that challenges to removal should be brought in Texas, where detainees are held, and not in Washington, D.C., where a judge had temporarily blocked mass deportations. Importantly, the majority rejected the misadministration's argument about how court approval applies. In a concurring opinion, Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote that all 9 members of the court agree that judicial review is available. The only question is where that judicial review should occur. But the Justice Sonia Sotomayor warned in a dissent that this distinction was only somewhat meaningful. To quote a she, individuals who are unable to secure counsel or who cannot timely appeal an adverse judgment face the prospect of removal directly into the perilous conditions at a notorious Salvadorian prison. In a sense, the majority is hiding behind a small point of process, a jurisdictional one, at the risk of undermining a much more important process question, which is whether people dubiously accused of being gang members have any recourse before being sent into hellish conditions abroad to, as Brendan said, to die, meaning to spend the rest of their lives there in a state worse than death until they die. The court's affirmation of the right to judicial review is somewhat reassuring, but on the same day, Chief Justice John Roberts temporarily lifted an order in a separate case for the executive branch to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to these United States. Abrego Garcia is a Maryland man who is living in the United States legally, has not been charged with any single crime, and yet was arrested and sent to El Salvador. His lawyers called the situation Kafkaesque, and though that term is overused, here it is appropriate. The administration acknowledges that Abrego Garcia's removal was a mistake, but it says it can't do anything to remedy that mistake because he's now in Salvadorian custody.
Shit, Kafkaesque. I mean, Kafka would be that's like a plus compared to this shit.
Yeah, thank you!
Like, shit.
Thank you!
I'd rather have that.
Yes, thank you. Now, put differently, the argument is that the government's error means Abrego Garcia has no right to due process, which is a right that belongs to citizens and non-citizens alike. Although he is not a citizen, United States citizens have been mistakenly deported in previous administrations. By this misadministration's logic, a citizen wrongly deported now could find themselves without any legal recourse. The Trump misadministration's attempt to deny due process is especially galling because the man who leads it has benefited from, indeed outrageously exploited, his own right to due process so extensively and so recently. Starting in 2023, Donald Trump faced a slew of felony charges related to his attempts to subvert the 2020 election and his hoarding of highly sensitive documents at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, isn't it a slippery slope, Like, we could do that to him later. It's like, we can do that to anyone later.
I hope
it's
so.
Slippery slope.
Well, it's, I'm
in theory,
all for it.
I'm not saying.
Yeah. Look, dude, I'll say it. I'm up
not
for putting up
advocating.
against the wall and shooting the son of a bitch. But all that being said, I also am a pragmatic person, just as cynically as he is, and I have no qualms about deporting him to Manchuria with all the rest of the Republicans, as is my ultimate objective. Now,
I mean, that one makes the most sense.
Yes, thank you. Where he can be their Buddha for their bodhisattvacracy, which I showed you the statues of. Yeah, the Buddha Trump. Yeah.
There were Indians that were making Trump statues too.
Cool. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, they think that fucker's on their side. I talked about that in our last episode after you dropped off. went to sleep because of
How
reasons.
wrong they are.
Yeah, thank you. I was saying that, so if you listen forward into that episode after.
Yeah, I listened. I went back.
Oh, you did? You heard what I said about how I told, all my Asian Indian listeners out there, remember he said America first, not India first. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Now.
Which they should know better, but
No, they don't. They don't. Jesus, people are so naive. And like I said about all, Trump's charges that he was facing for all his attempts to subvert the election, his hoarding of these documents at Mar-a-Lago, these were widely recognized as the most politically hazardous charges against him, as opposed to the more complicated New York State case that produced convictions on 34 felony counts. But Trump never faced a trial for the election subversion or document mishandling charges because he and his attorneys cleverly abused due process protections to drag these cases out. In the federal election subversion case, Trump's team tried...
It's nice that they get due process, right?
Yeah!
Nice for him.
Outrageous! Outrageous! Yeah, so in the federal election subversion case, Team Trump tried to get the judge in the case disqualified. And even though they were unsuccessful, this delayed proceedings. The attorneys then took a long-shot argument about presidential immunity all the way to the Supreme Court, where they won a partial victory and used up even more time. Special counsel Jack Smith simply recharged Trump, but ran out of time for a trial before the election. The indictment was dropped after Trump won in defense to Justice Department guidelines that prevent the prosecution of a sitting president. He would have killed the charges once he took office anyway. In the documents case, Trump filed multiple requests and repeatedly won favorable and erratic rulings from Judge Eileen Cannon, whom he'd appointed to the bench, culminating in her ruling Smith's appointment unconstitutional in a clear case of court corruption. That case was under appeal when Trump won election, and Trump was thus dropped therefrom. In Fulton County, Georgia, challenges to District Attorney Fani Willis's leadership of Trump's prosecution extended the case past the election. It remains in limbo today. Although Trump moaned endlessly about being unfairly persecuted, his success in these arguments was evidence to the contrary. Trump exercised his right to challenge the process. He also had the advantage of deep pockets and time to pursue these appeals. Some people may view the decisions delaying Trump's trials as perversions of the law, or as rulings that honor the letter of the law at the expense of its spirit, which I've gone into before as the whole foundation of the Tokugawa shogunacy that allowed the Tokugawas to rule Japan for 13 generations, which was their founding axiom: always obey the spirit of the law over the letter of the law. Quite the opposite in the United States, which is why we won't last past 13 days. But the American justice system is built to err on the side of fairness rather than of depriving people of rights, at least in theory, which is how Trump got off. Trump does not care about that balance, where people other than himself are concerned. Whether this is in spite of his own experience or because of it is a question for a psychologist. Whether everyone will continue to enjoy the constitutional protections Trump did, however, is a question for the Supreme Court justices. They should be able to find the answer by looking up on their way into work. But now Trump's malice has visited upon the barristers whom the rich retain. And now his incompetence is coming for their portfolios. They can't say they had no warnings. No president has ever been so inventive in finding ways to shoot America in the foot. Brace yourself for more. for the rich are hoarding wealth because they know what's coming. Collapse is baked into their business plans. The rich keep getting richer. That much is clear. But what's often left unsaid is how they're doing it. Not just through the usual exploitation, but by actively steering the world toward catastrophe while shielding themselves from fallout. This is where Holly's conspiracy comes in. Let's cut through the noise. The ultra-wealthy are not just accumulating wealth, they are hoarding it. Stockpiling fortunes at a rate so obscene, it makes the concept of money itself feel ridiculous. While the rest of us get lectured on cutting back, drive less, eat less meat, recycle, make do with less. They are securing their bunkers, buying up remote islands, and building escape plans for the very collapse they are accelerating. And make us no mistake, collapse is not just some distant dystopian fantasy. I have regularly referred to the state of our species as a crisis of global warming, exhaustion of the Earth's resources, and species extinction, including ours. We are already deep into a polycrisis. Now expand this list of the polycrises to include climate change, what I call climate catastrophe. It's not global warming, it's global burning, biodiversity loss, resource overshoot, economic instability, and authoritarian creep, all feeding into one another like an unstoppable chain reaction in a nuclear stockpile about to go into meltdown. Indeed, authoritarian creep likewise drastically understates the threats at hand. When you have a president inaugurated with 3 multi-billionaires seated in the front row and some 13 multi-billionaires nominated for the cabinet and other high positions in government, you can no longer speak of creep. Trump's multi-billionaire government has more wealth than the wealth of more than half the countries in the world combined. You might complain that they are multi-billionaires and not necessarily authoritarians. This ignores the fact that they spent millions helping Trump get elected. Trump is definitely an authoritarian, and there is certainly, well, there is a certainty to the idea that they will exercise their power to protect and expand their wealth. Meanwhile, banks and corporations who could be funding solutions are instead dragging their feet or outright obstructing progress, ensuring the system remains tilted in favor to those who already have everything. Exempli gratiae, banks have made laughably little progress in financing low-carbon infrastructure. They issue empty promises about green investments, but in reality, the numbers show a glacial pace of funding that is nowhere near enough to prevent climate catastrophe. Or, should I say, beyond climate change, beyond climate catastrophe, climate collapse. And since the 1.5 degree Celsius target has already been breached, that failure isn't just incompetence, it's complicity. But the multi-billionaires are not worried.
Beyond that, it's like species collapse. It's just species collapse. Because, like, the Earth will rebound. It's just species is the main issue. Humans won't last very long in that kind of scenario.
Thank you. But the multi-billionaires aren't worried. Why would they? They're making upwards of $100 million a day, a sum so ludicrously large it defies comprehension. To put it bluntly, if multi-billionaires actually cared about humanity, they would have solved every major global crisis by now. The fact
Like
that
these stupid numbers. I mean, there's stupid numbers on a paper. I mean, it's just like if they all end up in these bunkers because everything just implodes, what you can't buy anything after that. There's no point. Your money's worthless. Your gold bars are worthless. Everything's just meaningless.
Thank you.
It's like hitting a wall. It's hitting a brick wall at 100 miles an hour. It's just, there's no point.
Thank you. Yes, of course. But they aren't thinking. But, of course, with all the money they have, as I said, have they actually cared about humanity, they would have solved every major global crisis by now. The fact that they haven't tells you everything you need to know. They are Edomites. Wealth inequality is not just an economic issue. It is an existential one. Here's a horrifying calculation. At current trends, society is less than a decade away from total collapse. The tsunami of multi-billionaires that has washed across the planet over the last decade or so is troubling in the extreme. Now we have the fattest one setting policy in Washington in the most direct way imaginable. Multi-billionaires already own the United States political system, and they are on the very shortest of lists in the White House since January 20th. In 2000, Bloomberg's list of multi-billionaires included 322. By 2024, Bloomberg had stopped keeping a comprehensive list and listed just 500. There were too many to count after that. At number 500 is David Green, who has a mere $6.03 billion. The number of billionaires has leveled off at around 2,500 that we know of. However, the total wealth of the multi-billionaire class has grown from roughly 2,000 billion United States dollars. Okay, 2 trillion United States dollars to just over 14 trillion United States dollars in 2024. That is a 700% increase in 24 years. The bottom 50%, 170 million people of these United States' population holds $3.9 trillion of wealth. The top 1% at 3.4 million people holds $49.2 trillion. This total is increasing rapidly, especially among the top 0.1%, numbering 340,000 people, who hold 22.1 trillion US dollars, or 45% of that $49.2 trillion. So 340,000 people own nearly 6 times as much wealth as the entire bottom half of our population, 170 billion people. I think I got that right. 170 million people at the least, or at the most. No, at least, I mean to say. Yeah, 170 million people. But, having said that, every billionaire is a policy failure. Now, before we go any further, this growth is not some sort of natural function of competitive capitalism, nor is it the result of the hard work of extremely clever people, though to be sure some of those are likely to be among the 2,500 multi-billionaires. No, the multi-billionaires control governments, set the rules they play by, hide their wealth in the global financial system's many dark, anonymous corners, and employ armies of attorneys, accountants, and financial advisors to appropriate and protect this wealth. So, we have every right to ask why we allow multi-billionaires to exist at all. The existence of multi-billionaires is the result of political decisions. We can undo these decisions. How much money does anyone really need? As a thought experiment, imagine if you have $10 million invested in a diversified portfolio of stocks and bonds with a 4% withdrawal rate. That is $400,000 per year to spend, a 6% annual investment return, and 3% annual inflation adjustments. $10 million would last approximately 43 years. Assume a 2% inflation rate and you get 72 years. $400,000 puts you in the top 3% of families today. By the way, $10 million is 1% of $1 billion. Kind of hard to keep such large numbers in mind, as you saw I had to juggle earlier. The multi-billionaire's tower in Manhattan is 472 meters, or 1,550 feet tall, more than 5 American football fields high. If you pile up $100 bills, you only get 8.8 centimeters, or 3.47 inches, up the building. To pile up $80,000, well, $80,610, which is the median family income in these United States as of 2023. Make the pile 10.9 meters, or 35.8 feet high. Round, well, that'd be roughly 3 stories, and you have reached a millionaire's height. Make a pile 1,092 meters, or 3,583 feet high, and you have a billionaire's height. That'd be $1 billion stacked up. That means you need 2 1/3 multi-billionaire towers to equal this pile. Keep in mind that we are just talking about $1 billion, not a Musk, who would need 1,042 such towers of $100 bills to equal his $451 billion in wealth. And that brings us to the inevitable convergence, or, well, confrontation between billionaires and the environment. Billionaires own multiple mansions, cars, private jets, and yachts, really ships in many cases. Estimates of the carbon footprints of multi-billionaires vary, but they definitely emit orders of magnitude more carbon dioxide than your average citizen. They are clearly predators on the global burning scene. Now, FDR ascended to the White House 92 years ago. His legacy, and the legacy of his landmark legislation, has shifted in the years since. This is all about fear and the New Deal, or fear of the New Deal. In 1942, Congress passed legislation attempting to facilitate voting by soldiers stationed overseas. Passed too close to the date of the general election, and after the primary election season, and creating a cumbersome process at that, the bill was ineffective. As the number of American soldiers overseas continued to increase, the lack of practical access to the ballot was intolerable to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He sent a bill to Congress in 1944 that would have created a simple federal ballot, made it easier for soldiers to make their voices heard, or making it easier for such soldiers to deliver their vote. Despite having the authority of a wartime president, however, his bill failed. Congress instead passed a much weaker version, more similar to the 1942 statute, that did not send out a uniform federal ballot and left administration in the hands of the states. Fewer than 33% of eligible soldiers were able to vote at all in the 1944 elections. How, during the height of wartime, could such a basic democratic right be denied any soldiers risking their lives for their country? The answer, as Ira Katznelson details in her brilliant book, which I assigned to my tutés, the Blood Boys, to read, titled Fear Itself, published in 2013, is that a coalition of Republicans who believed that soldiers largely represented a pro-FDR demographic, and solid Southern Democrats who feared that even this limited form of federal intervention would threaten Jim Crow because many of the soldiers were black, wanted to limit ballot access for soldiers. The clash between the imperatives of war and the constraints of congressional politics makes the failure of FDR's 1944 bill a paradigmatic New Deal story. 92 years ago, the third day of Yestermenses, in a line that was to be plagiarized by Winston Churchill, FDR famously said during his first inaugural address that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. The New Deal, which Katznelson evinces must be seen as encompassing the period between the election of FDR in 1932 and the election of Dwight David Eisenhower 20 years later, was as articulated via the research made available via the book, the source book, my source book for this, titled Fear Itself, conducted in the shadow of three major fears. First, there was the fear about whether capitalism could survive the Great Depression, as axial nation-states such as Imperial Japan, Nazi Germany, and Fascist Italia turned to economically independent, autarkic responses, remaining based on the gold standard and immune to the United States dollar domination thereby. Second, there was the fear intrinsic to protecting national security as represented first by World War II and then by the so-called Cold War and the atomic age into which the Second World War directly merged. And third, remember of course World War II was the world's first nuclear war. And third, and crucially, was the solid Southern Dixiecratic fear that its system of white supremacy would not survive. The first 12 fears created an impetus for unprecedented federal action, but this federal action was, throughout the New Deal, shaped and constrained by that third fear. One of the many strengths of this work titled Fear Itself is that it brings Congress back to center stage in the New Deal era. American politics past tend to be retrospectively seen through the lens of the executive in the person of the presidency, an impulse that is particularly understandable with respect to FDR, who almost certainly did more to shape the American political landscape than any politician of the last century. And yet, FDR, and to an even greater extent, Harry Truman, were frequently constrained by Congress, with expansions of executive power often made at the initiative of Congress. And the importance of congressional power meant power for the Jim Crow South, because liberal Democrats never constituted a majority by themselves, even in an era in which Democrats generally had huge majorities in both houses of Congress. Solid Southern Democratic support was frequently needed for legislation to pass. And because the single-party South meant lengthy tenures for many key Southern congressmen, Southern Democrats abused control of the committee system to gain even more influence over the congressional agenda than their raw numbers would ever indicate. This influence was, of course, largely pernicious. As the opening story about the denial of ballot access to soldiers indicates, the most important impact of the ability of the Solid South to act as a veto point was that New Deal legislation had to be perceived as leaving solid Southern white supremacy undisturbed. As a result, the African Americans who most needed New Deal benefits were given a disproportionately small share. The New Deal required, as Katznelson puts it, pragmatic forgetfulness on the part of FDR and Northern liberals in Congress about the horrific injustices of the apartheid South. The pension and unemployment systems established by the Social Security Act, for example, purposely excluded predominantly African American agricultural and domestic workers from benefits. And this policy of racial exclusion was exacerbated by decentralized control that led to more discriminatory enforcement. Solid Southern Democrats were also crucial to overriding Truman's veto of the Taft-Hartley Act, which devastated the American labor movement and intentionally broadened the definitions of agricultural and domestic work in ways that made it much more difficult for African Americans to ever organize. And yet nothing about the politics of the New Deal is straightforward. The influence of solid Southern Democrats was not uniformly negative. From 1933 to 1938, solid Southern Democrats were strong supporters of many New Deal initiatives. This support was not simply a matter of being cowed by FDR's abuse of the bully pulpit or arm twisting. As Katznelson points out, even Theodore Bilbo, the cartoonishly demagogic racist senator from Mississippi, supported progressive economic policy as a state politician, the Deep South in the 1930s being too poor to afford economic libertarianism. There were even times when solid Southern Democrats staked out a position to FDR's leftmost, notably attaching a major public works program to the Industrial Recovery Act of 1933 that FDR, who never fully abandoned his fiscally conservative instincts, didn't want. Particularly important and complex as the fears of fascist domination of Europe and then nuclear annihilation took center stage is the role of solid Southern Democrats in national security policy. Solid Southern Democrats were crucial to overcoming Republican isolationism and facilitating a robust American intervention into World War II. Somewhat surprisingly, as proven by Katznelson, the public officials and editorial boards who most supported white supremacy at home were also among the most committed to fighting the admittedly, propagandistically, rather propagandized as even more extreme version abroad. However, the commitment of solid Southern Democrats to the national security state also persisted in its more dangerous aspects. The growth of the security state and its ongoing threats to civil liberties and lives, as Katznelson reminds us, was not a simple matter of presidential usurpation. I said that right. Usurpation. Every key, I'm quoting from her book now, every key building block of the national security state that was developed during the Truman years required and secured congressional approval. That's why Eisenhower tried to warn of the military-industrial congressional complex. Now, do come on and say good nacht, dear Brendan, and let us know how. So if you fade into the gentle. Yes, and of course we wish you, how would I say it, blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber, but so what happens if you drop off? Does the call end? Because you initiated the call.
No, it'll still be there.
It doesn't matter if it ends anyway, because I'm monologuing at this point. but I think you'll be all right. Yeah, well, we love you dearly, and for God's sake, stay safe, and are you getting up early tomorrow? What's it like you did last time? Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Jesus
unfortunately.
Christ.
I mean, it's just, I'm exhausted from working. It's just horrifying.
Oh, Jesus.
It's going to be a never ending. I'm going to be working indefinitely.
Oh, Jesus.
But I'll speak to you privately about like our situation, and I'll let you know what's going on with that.
I mean, because we've definitely got to switch to a new venue to replace this stupid Skype soon, and we've got to make it, whatever we make, it's, obviously, I'm sure Aristides will adapt to whatever we choose, so long as it's not Microsoft Teams, because of his obsession with, avoiding that. But,
fuck paying them. It's not worth it.
Yes. So have you been thinking on this? Like, or we'll talk about that privately. I guess we'll talk about that privately.
Yeah, I'll explain. I'll explain later. I just have to sleep now.
Understood.
But many blessings. And
okay. Bless
good luck.
night. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Goodbye.
Okay. Bye for now. That's Brendan Soget, and without whom none of this would be possible. Now, solid Southern Democrats were often crucial to overcoming the opposition of isolationist Republicans and liberal Democrats and building the military-industrial complex, which, as I said, was forewarned of, Eisenhower would have forewarned about it. He said, beware the military-industrial complex, but he himself wanted to say military-industrial congressional complex, and then chickened out about that. And what a nice little image that was sent by our friend Brendan. Lovely. Okay, that's cute. And now he's putting up our wards to help protect us. Occult protection, occult defense. Now, one of the many virtues of this masterful opus is that it rescues the tragedies and ironies of the New Deal from the facile liberal fascism taunts from the likes of the Jewish American propagandist Jonah Goldberg. American political institutions may have demanded a Faustian bargain in return for comprehensive Great Depression policies, but that does not discredit the progressive accomplishments of the New Deal. White supremacy constrained and shaped the New Deal because in the early 20th century American polity, white supremacy and the tolerance of white supremacy were nearly ubiquitous among political elites of all ideological stripes. From William Howard Taft's disavowal, of any interest in civil rights, to the overwhelming Senate Republican opposition to allowing an anti-lynching bill to come up in a vote before the conservative coalition that dominated Congress between 1938 and 1964, racism was hardly something that only affected the Democratic coalition. And it was economic progressives, not conservatives, who ultimately embraced civil rights under Lyndon Baines Johnson. Almost a century after, FDR identified the fears of the age so memorably. The New Deal remains an achievement worth celebrating. Here we are. That's so cute. Yes, more images from dear Brendan. And more protective symbols, also photos of the sky he's been taking. Glad he has time for that. And then they disappeared. Oh my god. Oh. Christ, I gotta get up early myself tomorrow. Oh, Coco, yes. So, Oshio Bini says, just got here. Started streaming 6 hours ago? Wow. He says, funny. Okay, I'm out. Peace. Alright, that was constructive. Coca Schreijveld says, the times we cannot count on anything, especially not on politicians, but we can count on Team Dietrich. God bless you, honey. Love you. Okay. Oh, let me express that to her in writing, so to speak. Get that down there. And then we'll decide whether we continue the rest of the night. I think we've done our 8 hours almost. We're pretty much there. And I do have that appointment tomorrow, so I may very well end it myself right now. That way the message doesn't get particularly diluted. But I should continue on a while longer. Yes. and then see what I can do for at least half a more hour. Okay, fascinating images thrown up by our dear Brendan here, and one with a screen here particularly is here we are. Ah, yes, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I gotta send him a link. That reminds me of something. And so, all that being said, let's take a look at where we should go next. Now, as I said, we've had everything in America shaped by white supremacy. These fears that I've articulated, these are the phantoms of a beleaguered republic, as reflected in the deep state and the unitary executive. As now a once fringe theory of presidential power is upending American government by turning our Constitution into a warrant. So as the United States Supreme Court girds for Trump cases, can it even pretend to be an effective firewall? In summary, challenges to Trump policies are advancing in the lower courts. Judges have impeded Trump's curb on birthright citizenship. The Supreme Court has a roid-raging, muscular 6-3 paleo-reactionary supermajority. During his first midterm, President Donald Trump stated, "I have an Article 2, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Less than 1 month into his second misadministration, he is vigorously testing that bizarre assertion and rapidly making it our new reality. The Trump misadministration is already pushing the Senate from ineffectiveness to obsolescence. Trump, from his first weeks in office, has instead threatened to render Congress almost irrelevant. He has governed by fiat, through executive orders, defying congressional spending statutes, and daring the courts to try to stop him. With the help of Elon Musk's buzzsaw, Trump has mounted an unremitting assault on the legislature's exclusive authority to control federal spending, which is its main leverage over the executive branch in the Constitution's separation of powers. Oh, Coco Strangeveld says, "Thank you for your work. Always a pleasure to listen to you. Have a good day. Love you, honey." And I will open your emails likely tomorrow, okay? I've got a few days before the weekend where I get busy again, but we'll definitely, I'm going to get to those emails. Don't worry. And, but that reminds me, if I should continue or not, I say probably it's a good time to save all the civics lessons for Sunday, because, of my appointment tomorrow. Might as well give myself a rest. All right, everyone. Return with us on Sunday. We're going to basically return to the 14th Amendment citizenship, birthright citizenship subject. And, of course, we'll work our way towards that after covering whatever else, whatever fresh hell develops between now and then. And at the rate it's going, there's bound to be 6 new levels of fresh hell by the time we reconvene. But all of you, I want you all here. And, those who support myself, of course, morally or fiscally, not the enemy. But at any rate, we know the enemy, too, will always be here. Such having been said, my love for you all who are on my side. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the guys, and Coco Schreidfeld says no hurry. Thank you, honey. You're an angel. Really appreciate that, darling. And all right. So, all such being said, we're going to shut down the stream and expect you all to reconvene with us on Sunday night. All right then. With that.